Riverside.
Yeah, Rushworth very comfortable bowling around the wicket to the left-handers. Potts just struggling for his line to the left-handers. It looks a little bit more comfortable coming over the wicket to Wesley, who played, or didn't play actually, that over quite nicely. Some really good leads there through to the keeper. So we have Rushworth continuing from the Lumley end. He's going to come around the wicket to Brown. And this is full, and it's clipped away, and that looks like 4 runs. Down the leg side.
Yep.
A little bit too straight from Rushworth, and that is the problem with the angle here to the left-hander. And from the look of it, Brown will be setting up and around middle and off, which we've seen quite a lot of from left-handers this year. Getting right across the stumps. And comfortably tuck that away down the leg side. Far too fine for Potts to get around, and Brown continues. Another 4 to him. He moves on to 22, and Essex under 32 for 1.
Keep you in touch with what's happening, particularly at Edgbaston, which is the other big game in the group. Warwickshire and Notts. Notts starting 9 points ahead of Essex and 12 ahead of Durham.
As Rushworth bustles in towards us, and that's full and straight and nicely played by Brown out to mid-off.
So Nottinghamshire put Warwickshire in, and Warwickshire at 12 without loss, with Will Rhodes and Rob Yates at the crease. So that's a typical Edgbaston pitch. One imagines that both sides will have to work hard to force a result, particularly if there's any weather interruption.
Absolutely, it's very flat there, isn't it?
Yeah.
See Ben Raine going through his warm-up routine. We might see him replace Potts quite quickly, as Rushworth again pushes in towards us, and that one's a little bit short, and Brown takes his bottom hand off the bat and tucks that one down to Potts at fine leg for a single. He moves on to 23, and Essex on to 33 for 1. Wesley will now be on strike to Rushworth, yet to score.
The other game in the group, Worcestershire-Derbyshire. I think Worcestershire's goose is pretty much cooked, given the fact they haven't won a game and have now lost 2. But I mean, certainly they're going to have to win all their remaining games. But they haven't made the best start. They're 21 for 2 against Derbyshire, and 2 wickets there for Sam Connors. Almost inevitably, one of them isn't Jake Libby, who's had an outstanding season. As
Rushworth delivers to Wesley, and he forces that one away on the leg side. Burnham does the fielding and prevents a single.
Yeah, Mitchell and Fell are the men gone, and Worcestershire have rather flattered to deceive after playing pretty well against Essex on 2 very flat wickets. I think their main problem has been they can't bowl sides out. Yeah,
it was a funny game here against them. They had a couple of bowlers who were on song, and Durham battled hard, and Mark Wood, to be fair, and Rushworth bowled extremely well. Durham's bowling attack at home is a really tough proposition. As Rushworth comes in towards us again, and Wesley, this one on the back foot, defends it back down to mid-on for no run. But yeah, Worcester, a young bowling attack, and they went through periods where it was very flat, and then all of a sudden again wickets fell in clusters for Durham. But big partnerships are the key here at the Riverside.
Well, my feeling about these conferences is, as it's emerged, this has probably turned out to be a tougher group than most people thought, mainly because of Notts re-emerging.
Yeah, and Durham, you would say.
And Durham.
Yeah, Durham haven't played great cricket over the last couple of years, and neither have Notts, and both have probably having their best seasons for quite a while, as Rushworth comes in. This one's short and wide and allowed through to the keeper.
And also Warwickshire, who had a poor campaign last year, a bit closer to their 2019 form, which was rather better. Yep. So it's turned out to be a very, very tight group, as indeed Conference 2 has, where, well, Surrey as playing Gloucestershire, that's a big game. Surrey 12 without loss, batting first in that one. They really need to win it. If they do, it's with Hampshire not playing in this round of games, it's really wide open again. It's Hampshire and Somerset not playing, so real chance for Surrey to try and get back into contention in that group. I think it's a Conference 3, but it's a slightly softer conference where Yorkshire are a bit flattered by their position, having beaten Northants by 1 run. It's the Roses match is on at Old Trafford, and Yorkshire are 6 for 1 in that one. Potts going round the wicket, and this is driven away up towards mid-off. And I say that because when we're looking at our tips of who would qualify at the start, I was thinking about that Conference 3. I said, well, Lancashire and one other, but I'm not sure about the one other. And I unwisely went for Kent, whose batting has been absolutely atrocious. Yeah, because they look a good batting side on paper, don't they?
Darren Stevens keeps bailing them out.
Yes, well, he certainly did last time, didn't he? Remarkable. Yes, 33 for 1. So 3 slips as Potts bowls, and Brown... Oh, bowled! Fantastic delivery! He's just starting to bowl well, Potts, and that was a superb delivery. It was well pitched up. I think it's virtually yorked him, and it's taken out, middle and off. Absolutely superb piece of bowling. Brown just drove all round it, and 33 for 2. Magnificent piece of bowling from Potts, who strikes for the first time, and Durham now on the way to justifying their decision to bowl first with both openers back in the pavilion.
Yeah, maybe just a little inside edge there, but Potts absolutely rewarded for bowling full and straight. Induces the drive from Brown, who's looked really good so far this morning. And just as the sun starts to make an appearance again this morning here at the Riverside, Durham take a crucial wicket there. Brown dragging on to Potts, and he goes for 23. Essex 33 for 2.
Well, that is big, because now got a situation where we've got Michael Pepper coming in a lot earlier than he would have wanted to. Tom Westley has not yet scored, and yes, Brown, who had been strong on the drive. That one, obviously, we were talking about that movement he was getting in the previous over, where the balls were pitching right a bit off stump or being left alone, and that one obviously is just shaped back in, taking the inside edge. But it was the key thing there was the fullness of the length, wasn't it? And he wasn't there with the shot. So well, that's a real boost for Durham, who will be, I think, now pretty pleased with the decision to bowl first, having removed both the openers in the first half hour. Yeah, just getting a little bit of shape, and it looks like he's got some rhythm there. Potts has probably just struggled looking to impress on his return to the side. Replacing Mark Wood is a big ask for anybody, and Potts has had some really good results in second team cricket with both bat and ball, and he'd be looking to impress here. I know he works extremely hard. I get to see him most days down here at the ground, and he's one of the hardest trainers, and it's great to see him get some reward now he's back into the side. But from an Essex point of view, this is a huge partnership. As you say, winning the toss and bowling, you're looking to take minimum of 3 wickets on the first morning before lunch, and Durham bolster their slip cordon and have 4 in place. So the right-handed Pepper with 4 slips waiting. Gets a beauty first up, and he's beaten outside the off stump. That cut him a half. It was a terrific piece of bowling from Potts. It was the delivery he was looking for, in terms of one just going a little bit further towards middle and off where it pitched, and then just cutting the right-hander in 2 as he's played down the wrong line. Yeah, it looked like it done him a little bit for pace as well. Actually, he was a little bit late on the shot, and maybe just taking a little bit of time to adjust to the conditions out there. It is nice and bright, and Durham can be quite a glary ground, and the crowd just getting a little bit up and behind the home side. Yeah, real testing spell this for Pepper. His second delivery comes now, and it's one that he's just reaching for. He's trying to play it defensively, but it's gone past the outside edge and on its way through to Eckersley. So certainly I can see why Durham have strengthened the slip cordon here, because there is this movement away from the right-hander, and they've got a new man at the crease in his 4th first-class game. And it might just be that the lacquer's come off the ball a little bit, and Potts just clicked in his rhythm, and sometimes it just works that way. You try harder, or he's trying less hard now, and just looks a lot more relaxed. 33 for 2. He's up to the wicket again, and that's a nice stroke from Pepper, just in front of square on the offside, and he calls Westley through for a sharp single. It was sharp. The throw came in. It would have been quite close had the throw hit there, but in the end it didn't from Burnham. But he's got his hands at the back of his head, because he knows that wasn't far away. Just picking it up from point, swooping on right-handed, throwing to the bowler's end, and it would have been tight if he'd hit directly. It was actually one of those nice bits of cricket all round. It was a lovely delivery from Potts, well played into the covers, and I think it was a good run. I think it was tight, but he was probably home, and Burnham certainly did well in the field. So Pepper's got himself off the mark, which means he may well be facing Rushworth very soon. Yeah. And 4 slips waiting, a square leg just in front of square, mid-on, mid-off, and a square cover, and that's another good delivery, which Westley, well, just about keeps inside the line of that, but it's a struggle early on for him. 0 from 9 balls. Pepper has 1 from 3, and it's 34 for 2, and a very good start now from Durham, who've taken the wickets of both openers in this opening half hour, 1 to Rushworth and 1 to Potts. Yeah, lovely over that from Potts. A little bit of shape away from the 2 right-handers, and I'm sure he'll be happy. And just a little bit more relaxed, as I said. He's taken that wicket. He's back in the side under a little bit of pressure there, replacing Mark Wood. And like you say, now the 2 right-handers have Rushworth to deal with, as he will start his 5th over. Currently has figures of 1 for 8.
Matthew Potts, I think a horrible colour on the electronic scoreboard, but I think it's 1 for 15 or 1 for 16. Might even be 18. I'll have to check that out. I think it is 18 as Rushworth comes towards us and bowls to Wesley, and that's full and it's edged, but it's safe through the vacant gully region and it'll run away to the short third man boundary for 4. And just a nice little settler there for Wesley as he probably did all he could there. He got forward nicely, nice soft hands, and ran it through the vacant third man area. Gets him off the mark and pushes Essex to 38 for 2.
Yeah, in fact, I think it's Pepper on strike. They look quite similar. Yeah, they do look quite similar at the crease. Just mentioning Pepper. So he made impressive performances for the seconds in 2017, got a contract in 2018, played club cricket for Cambridge Granta in the East Anglian Premier League, and made his championship debut against Somerset in a pink ball game, I think, at Chelmsford.
As Rushworth comes in, and that one's a little bit shorter, but seems to hit the seam and come back towards Pepper, who leaves that through to the keeper.
And he gave, basically giving Essex more wicket-keeping cover, which may have indirectly led to James Foster's career ending, but I'm not sure there's a direct causal connection there. But just another potential keeper batsman. Of course, we're going to see one in the Test match, aren't we? Bracey from Gloucestershire.
Yeah, it's outstanding. All the keepers are gun batters at the moment, aren't they? They seem to be going around.
You can't get into a side if you're an old-fashioned, Bob Taylor, trying to remember, that sort of number 9.
Seems to be 2 or 3 in the team, doesn't there, at the moment? Wicket keepers as Rushworth comes in, and that's full, and that's straight, and that's maybe going down leg side.
Yeah, that can only be that.
Yeah, it's a great appeal from the Durham bowler, and he's more than backed up by his slips cordon, but maybe just sliding down leg side.
Yeah, that was a good appeal. Pepper just coming into the side on the back of a 70 and 2 80s in the last 3 games in the seconds, but this is a different test altogether, isn't it, against Rushworth at the Riverside.
It's probably not what you need as a batsman trying to establish himself in the side. So we just work a little bit of magic on the mics. I'll just do this one as Rushworth comes in again to Pepper. And this one's full and straight and hit him on the pad again, but possibly outside the line. Another good shout from Rushworth, who's really putting some pressure on Pepper here at the moment.
It's peppering him.
He is peppering him. He's really putting him under pressure here. And a great start from Rushworth, on the money as usual.
Just been looking at through the binoculars in the stands, all the people who used to sit in the same seats 2 years ago, all back in the same seats today. It's fantastic to see.
As Rushworth comes in again, and Pepper. This one's a little bit short and wide and left alone. Probably the same bum grooves in the seats, as you see. Yeah, the only shame is, I guess, for the pure cricket supporters who love to sit directly in their seats right next to the players' race as they come out of the change rooms and onto the ground. I think Marty pointed out earlier that has been roped off due to COVID regulations, just to give the players a little bit of extra room as they make their way onto the ground. But there's a healthy crowd here at the Riverside. Sun's shining, fans are back, all good as Rushworth comes in, and Pepper allows that through to the keeper and survives a very testing over there. He's on 5, Wesley yet to get off the mark, and Essex are 38 for 2.
Lots of messages have come in. Paul is with Alison in block 12. Can't see round the corner where they are, but I can see. I think I can see Paul's hat. Keeps his scorecard as well.
There's a load of people scoring. It's absolutely brilliant.
And the applause as well. The appreciation of cricket. I mean, there's some nice cover drives being applauded as well.
Human element. Yes. It's nice, really nice.
Matty Potts then made his debut on Election Day in Canterbury in 2017. Coming in here now, right arm over from the Finkel end, and that's turned off towards mid-wicket. Bounces into Jones, and it's stopped by him. And it wasn't the only incredible event in Canterbury that day, because the Tory MP got voted out for the first time in something like 100 years. I couldn't tell you who's the MP is now, because we've had about 9 elections since then. 33 for 2. He did well on his debut, and I asked Paul Collingwood about him, and he said, I don't know who he was. I thought you might be able to tell me. So comes in and bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump. Where was he playing? At Washington at the time?
He had played for us, at Washington, but was through the academy. There's a really funny little story around his debut as well.
He's only 22.
Yeah, he's a young fella.
God, I feel old.
But he was celebrating a Durham victory, I believe. Or was it a tight? It was a tight game.
At Canterbury.
Yeah, that game.
They ended up both times that year against Kent with the last Kent pair at the crease and unable to get them out.
That's right. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment.
Here he comes, bowls. It's wide of off stump, and it's driven to Burnham at sort of cover point area, no run.
But yeah, a very young and Matty will admit he's a very confident young man at the best of times, but he might have had some confidence boosters, shall we say, and he approached Graham Onions and he put his arm around Bunny and he just said, "I'm really sorry, mate." He says, and Bunny's gone, what's the matter? He went, "Well, I'm just going to take your place now, aren't I?" And Bunny, being Mr. Happy at the best of times, I'm not sure his response, but yeah, it was
Potts bowls, defended on a length. I always think Graham gets a bad press. I've always said he's just misunderstood.
He's a good man.
He did like that once when I said that on Twitter to somebody.
He is a good man, but he is a grumpy man as well. And
he's just in the zone. He just concentrates. He concentrates at life.
I tell you what, I did a little podcast a couple of years back and interviewed a few ex-Durham players. And
Dean Jones as well.
I did. Yeah, an absolute pleasure to do that. But yeah, Bunny renowned as the tightest.
In comes Potts, defended once more by Wesley, who's yet to get off the mark from 15 deliveries. 38 for 2.
Yeah, Graham Onions voted by his past players as the tightest man, the least likely to get a pint at the end of the day's play.
Well, last to the bar.
Yeah, absolutely. My roundophobic.
Deep pockets.
That's it.
Yeah. Trying to think if he's ever bought me a pint.
I would doubt it. But he's a good man. And obviously Rushworth very proud to go past his record last week.
Potts comes in and bowls. That's left alone past the off stump, and that is the end of the over. George Borthwick's in the seat where he would normally sit. Sadly, unfortunately, Nana Borthwick and Grandad Borthwick no longer with us. They would have been at the front of the County Durham stand.
Absolutely, blankets on.
The family from Seaham, who I've met many times in hotels around the country, particularly Arundel, are back in the seats where they'd normally be. Joe's got the dog with him, so he's sitting halfway up the castle stand. Yeah,
he'll be doing laps at some stage.
He's not allowed, apparently.
Is he not? Is he been told?
Yeah, so he's sitting near some other people with a dog, so the dogs can entertain each other.
Very good. As Joe's son, Chris, comes into bowl, and Pepper's on the front foot and pushes that out into the covers for no run. Essex 38 for 2. Pepper on 5. Wesley yet to get off the mark. A little bit of pressure building here.
Tom says Matty Potts has well and truly earned his own Gansey now. He's come a long way. He was wearing other people's tops, wasn't he? Was it last year or the year before?
Well, I think he was in blank ones for quite a while when he first started, yeah.
How are the lads, says Connor Grimes. Good to be back.
Absolutely. As Rushworth comes in towards us from the Lumley end to Pepper, who allows that through to Eckersley. Low bounce there through to the keeper. But yeah, a bit of a shout out actually to the groundsman and the ground staff. So the weather up here for the last couple of weeks has been absolutely horrendous, and I've been the lucky one, sat behind the glass in the dry, watching these guys absolutely work their backsides off to get this ground into the condition that it's in. It's in beautiful nick, and Vic and his team have been out there through pouring rain trying to get the lads practice and prepare this pitch. So well done to them. As Rushworth comes into bowl again to Pepper, and that one's beaten the outside edge. Pepper fakes a little withdrawal after that one's past the bat. A good delivery from Rushworth, who is looking to take his second wicket and get Durham a little bit deeper into this Essex batting lineup in his 6th over. He has 1 for 12.
There's a question here which I know the answers. Recently, it's just gone past 150 in the match before this one, I think against Worcestershire. How many LBWs has Rushworth had?
Oh, well. I think Foxy put something on the other day about how many bowled and LBs that Rushworth gets.
Yeah.
And he does bowl at the stumps as he comes in. And this one's to Pepper, and he doesn't bowl at the stumps, and Pepper allows that one through to the keeper.
So he's got Alistair Cook today for the second time this season, LBW. So that was 5-4-3 wicket. So that was 1-5-4 LBW. So 1, 2.
He's a nightmare with that new ball for batsmen. He's always at the stumps.
It was Joe Leach against Worcestershire, was his 150th LBW.
As he comes in and bowls to Pepper, who clips that one nicely off his pads. That was full and straight from Rushworth. As Potts hairs around the boundary to keep that down to 2. So he gets a throw into Eckersley. Pepper moves on to 7. Essex on to 40 for 2.
Gotta say, I feel really sorry for Meerkat Katie. She was quite early in with the tweets today. Derek as well says, nice to see the ground with people all smiles.
Absolutely.
Great morning to you all. Wishes you well as well, Ash.
Thank you, mate.
Meerkat Katie says, morning Martin, I am so fed up. I was supposed to be at the Oval today watching my first live cricket since September 2019.
As Rushworth interrupts that story and it wraps Pepper on the thigh pad a little bit high. Half an appeal and no run, end of the over, and Essex are 40 for 2. Back to Marty.
What do you think the butt's going to entail?
She can't get there.
For what reason?
Oh, I wouldn't know.
She says, I've been told to self-isolate, so I'm
never.
stuck at home instead. But
Never.
At least it means I can listen to you for the next 4 days. So there is a bonus in that for us, that you're with us. Ronnie says, have a good day, Martin. I'm sure you've missed it. Certainly missed the fans being in the ground, definitely. Tony Waters says, I'm seriously excited about being one of the spectators tomorrow. Hope I remember my way to Chester Street. It's been a while. Ben Raine coming into the attack to replace Matty Potts, who has taken 1 for 18 in his first 5 over spell, including a maiden. And Chris Rushworth has taken 1 for 14 in his first 6 overs, including a maiden.
Be interesting to see if there's a double change here, if Rushworth just bowls one more. Going to keep my eye on Bryden Cars here as this over
Raine
develops.
Coming in now then. So many overs have we had? 11 from the Finkel end. Right arm over, bowling here to Wesley, who turns ball number 16 to short mid-wicket for no run and is still yet to get off the mark. Pepper has made 7. Alistair Cook went for 2 LBW to Rushworth in the 5th over, and then Brown trying to drive Matty Potts. I think he got a bottom edge.
Yeah.
He took his 2 stumps out of the ground when he was on 23. That was 7.2 overs into the game. Durham won the toss, decided to bat. Potts is playing in his first game of the season. Michael Jones has come into the Durham team to try and strengthen up the tail. They have left out Stewie Pointer and given the gloves to Ned Eckersley, and Mark Wood is away on England duty. Raine comes in again and bowls, and this is defended. And meanwhile, Dan Lawrence is away on England duty, so Michael Pepper, who's at the non-strikers end at the moment with 7 runs to his name, is his replacement. Playing in his 4th game, and his last one was against Kent in 2019. Plays his club cricket at Cambridge Granter, or used to anyway, in the East Anglian League. I'm sure our colleague Toppers, who's not on this trip this week, knows it well, as in comes Raine again, defended on a length. He had a quiet game last week, Ben Raine. Didn't get a run. He came in as the futile night watchman and got a duck, and then didn't get a wicket. But they lost more than 200 overs to the weather. No play at all on day 2, which was Friday. They only managed 17 overs on day 1 and went off at 3:15. And then it was a delayed start to day 3 this Saturday, so trying to get any rhythm going at all was quite difficult. Durham eventually finished with a batting point, and Derbyshire finished with the 3 bowling points they were looking at. Durham bowled out for 208, I think it was, after Derbyshire made 258, but it was purely about getting that batting point and then shaking hands, and they did it half-4. So it's the first time this season in 6 games that Durham have actually been behind at the halfway mark. As Raine comes in here to bowl, and that's pushed off towards the covers, collected by Lees. No run for Wesley, who's now faced 19 in this field to get off the mark. Essex bowled out by Durham earlier this year for 96. It was their lowest score against Durham in the county championship. Durham had a lead of 163, but they messed it up. Essex got 330 in their second innings and bowled Durham out for just 123. It was the one that got away. They collapsed badly on the final morning. Can they make amends for it this time around? Raine to Wesley. And he drives at this one and is not off the mark either, because that's stopped by Jack Burnham coming around from point. Ben Raine, where we're at with him, he's got 293 wickets, including 5 for 9 against Warwickshire and 4 against Derbyshire, and he got 3 at Essex. So he's not far away from 300 first-class wickets. Will it be this game? Will it be next week at Worcester? 3 slips in place. Wesley waits as the bowler comes in. Right arm over to the right-hander. It hits the 5 pad. And I was about to say, that's an ambitious appeal. And he's given him. He's gone for a 21-ball duck, LBW.
I'm not sure about that. That looked high and leg side to me.
It looked like it was shaping down leg side. I think perhaps a tad unlucky there. I'm reminded of the debate we had about Alex Lees being given LBW to Jamie Porter at Chelmsford a few weeks ago, and that started a debate online.
Yeah, let us know your thoughts there, listeners and viewers on the stream, because that to the naked eye to me looked like that was high and going down. But Wesley has to go for a duck. He's gone. LBW to Raine without score. And that leaves Essex 40 for 3 and vindicating Durham's decision to win the toss and bowl this morning.
That 110-metre walk back to the pavilion after a duck, but no one was expecting a 21-ball duck.
No.
We were talking earlier about first bowlers, perhaps.
It is a long trudge off, especially after, from what I saw, a bit of a stinker there. But
I think from the middle to the pavilion steps, I'd probably complete my target steps for the day.
It is a long trudge, to be fair, as Walter joins Pepper out in the middle, with Essex in a little bit of trouble here at 40 for 3.
And Paul Walter got 77 against Durham in the previous game, which was his highest score.
Be interesting to see get some feedback on that decision, as we do see Bryden Carse replace Rushworth in a double change by Durham skipper Scott Borthwick, as Bryden Carse will bowl from the Lumley end.
James Middlebrook, the umpire at this end, I think. Or is he at the other end? Who've we got? It's might be David Milnes at this end.
Yeah, that is a Milnes strut.
Yeah, that's David Milnes.
That is definitely a Milnes strut. But yeah, interesting to get any feedback there. Yeah, just on the England selection there, I wonder if Alex Lees was mentioned at all in that conversation. He's had a great start to the year for Durham. Always batting in probably what people on the circuit would say is the hardest place to open the batting. And he's done exceptionally well this year, and you would like to think he's in that conversation. As Carse runs in and bowls that short, and first no ball of the day. Through to keeper Eckersley. And beating the outside edge of Pepper there as that one flew through to the keeper. Just Durham looking to really build inroads into this Essex batting lineup, winning the toss and bowling here on an overcast morning. The sun is, I guess, for North East standards in the last couple of weeks, absolutely beating through and down on the ground, but there is clouds around. Not much breeze out there as Carse comes in again to Pepper, and that's back of a length and defender back down the pitch to the bowler. Essex 42 for 3. A bit of a new one on the scoreboard, on the old scoreboard over in front of the Lumley Castle. They're putting the players' numbers on there, as they would do probably in a one-day game. So we have number 19 on 7, number 22 on 0. And the bottom row we've got the bowlers' numbers, as Rushworth, number 22, has bowled 6 overs, Potts 35, 5, etc, etc. It's a new addition today, as Carse comes in, and that's steered away down to third man. As we'd see, Durham have a third man in place, as some of our co-commentators from around the country, especially those at Worcester, would love to see that Durham have a third man in place. We've seen a lot of runs scored here in the third man region. As the tall Paul Walter takes strike, just taking his guard there from umpire Middlebrook. He'll face Carse.
Stu says he's looked at the stream. He says, I'd suggest Rushy's was closer than that one. It looked like an off-cutter on the stream, at most clipping the top of leg.
As Carse comes in and Walter allows that one through to the keeper.
It was certainly drifting across him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it just didn't look right. I don't know, from my point of view, but...
The umpire disagreed.
Yeah.
So He also says, hearing Pepper's name reminds me of my 3-year-old who has randomly started calling people wet peppers as of late. A novel insult. I've never heard that one before. 3-year-old, eh? And Ant Waterson says, enjoy yourselves today, lads. Love hearing the slow claps from the fans again. Away the D's.
As Cars comes in, and that one's clipped away into the leg side by Walter for no run. As Mike Jones fields the ball at square leg.
Paul Wilson's been on. How do Marty and his band of merry men? Greetings from a brightish Costa del Hartlepool. Fantastic to hear a real crowd noise.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely right.
Come on, Durham. If you want to email, it's weircricket@yahoo.co.uk.
It's just nice. It's good to hear. I think the players have responded to that as well. They seem a little bit more vocal today as well. Maybe a little bit more excited as Cars comes into ball and Walter steers that out to Burnham at point, who fires the ball into Eckersley again for no run. Yet to get off the mark, Walter. Pepper on 8. Essex 43 for 3 as Cars will complete his first over. Wicket takers so far today, Chris Rushworth and Alistair Cook LBW. Matty Potts bowling Brown, and in the last over Ben Raine having Tom Wesley trapped in front, according to umpire Milnes. And that's all that matters, I guess. The only opinion that matters today is the umpire. And after 12.5 overs, 43 for 3. Durham right on top here on the first morning of this county championship game. This cast comes in, and that's full and straight and clipped away in the air, but it beats Jones at square leg. And it's not a big boundary out there, and it might just trickle into the rope, and it does. It runs away for 4.
Do you want to know how long the boundary is?
53 metres, did you say? Yeah.
75 in the other direction.
Is it that? That's about the limit, isn't it, for county standards?
It's last wicket didn't play on this way, yeah.
Yeah, it is right across for those who are listening to us, across to the scoreboard side of the ground, so to the pavilion. It's a huge wonder.
Warwickshire are 32 without loss against Nottinghamshire in Birmingham in this group. Worcestershire 56 for 2 against Derbyshire, also in this group. That's in Worcester. In one of the other groups, Yorkshire against Lancashire in the Derby match are 15 for 4 in Manchester. So Raine has the ball in his hand, ready to come in here to bowl to Pepper. He's on 8 from 18 deliveries. 47 for 3 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Essex. Raine comes in and bowls, and that is cut behind point. Burnham chasing it off down towards the third man area, and Pepper will get 2 runs. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Newcastle in about 2 or 3 minutes. Should remain dry is the weather forecast. The wickets to fall in that Yorkshire match so far. We've got Adam Lyth went for 4. Will Frayne got a duck. Harry Brooke got a duck. George Hill has gone for 2. Raine comes in and bowls, and that's defended on a length and rolls up to Cars at mid-off. Some of the other scores on the doors. Sussex are playing Northants at Hove. They are 32 for 4 as well. Wow. So far in that game, Aaron Thomason's gone for 4. Tom Haynes for 13. Stian Van Zyl for 5. Travis Head for 1. It's about this time 4 years ago that Durham were playing Sussex down there. Van Zyl got a big 100. And a massive partnership with who was it again? He went on to get a career best. They just scored run after run after run after run. This update coming shortly for the BBC in about, well, actually the news has only just begun, so about 3 or 4 minutes time. As Raine comes into bowl. Pepper back raised is on 10 from 21 deliveries. And that is played past point. This is the 50 for Essex. He's going to get 2 here as Burnham chases after it. And they move to 51 for 3 after 13.4 overs.
You had a pretty good view of the Tom Wesley dismissal from this angle where we're sitting now in the commentary position, and I know that you felt it may be a very unlucky decision, that, and Tom Wesley, say, continuing this trend of very big scores and very low ones, but possibly unlucky on this occasion.
Raine in, tries a loopy Yorker, played up towards mid-wicket, taken by Michael Jones with his long locks.
Yes, that I mean, that's group 3. I was mentioning to a little bit earlier the thought that Yorkshire are a little bit flattered by their position in that group, and it's that one-run win over Northants that's keeping them in second place, and Northants perhaps the one side that could dislodge them. I think Lancashire are going to get out of that group, no problem at all.
Raine in the sunshine. Oh, an attempted cut. He's played and missed there, Pepper. I didn't know this existed. Useless Durham cricket stats as a Twitter feed. I'll have to follow that. That was Matty Potts' 20th county championship wicket for Durham. It was also the second batsman named Nick that he's got out, Nick Selman being the other.
Oh. Who does that? So, yes, that's trying to think of how many more he can get in that category at the moment.
Nick Potter still playing?
There's another one. Well, of course, Gubbins. Yeah, that could be the next target, and that'll be a big wicket the way he's going. Right, start of the new over. This is a defensive shot from Paul Walter off Bryden Cast. Give me a shout when you've got your update coming, Martin.
Useless Durham cricket stat says that was Chris Rushworth's 72nd LBW since the start of the 2016 in the county championship. It's the 15th time he's dismissed a batsman on 2 since then as well.
Well, I suggest he bowls a pretty good line then. A new batsman, yes, which is, I think, a very useful acquisition.
Surrey 36 for none against Gloucestershire at the Oval. Middlesex 36 for none against Leicestershire in Leicester.
Yeah, 51 for 3 here, and that's just played defensively from the crease up into the offside, and there's no run. So, yep, the Warwickshire Notts game is perhaps the most significant, and certainly Warwickshire a good start.
Yes, it's great to see people in here. They're allowing up to 4,000. There's a healthy crowd in as well. You can come and pay on the gate if you want to. Durham have put Essex in the sunshine, and they have them at 51-4-3. Chris Rushworth got Alistair Cook, the former England captain, LBW for 2. Nick Brown was bowled by Matty Potts for 23. And then Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper's just gone for a 21-ball duck, LBW to Ben Raine. Commentary on the BBC website and via the Sports app.
Just seen a very good stroke from Walter to a slightly short of a length delivery from Cast. He went onto the back foot and very cracked it through the covers to that long boundary up towards the scoreboard. So Walter, who's had a pretty good season, gone along to 8. And
got 77 against Durham, didn't he, in the first match? What's he?
Certainly holding his place in the side as of right at number 5. 55 for 3. As Cast balls, and that's on the pads and hit away for 4 more, I think, through mid-wicket. That was a bit of a half volley and played it beautifully away between mid-on and mid-wicket for 4. So a bit of a riposte here from Walter after it's been very much Durham's morning. He's hit a short ball away through the covers, and then he's got one that's over-pitched, and he's hit it wider mid-on for 4 more. And it's 59 for 3, and Walter's gone to 12 from 8 balls.
Walter this season coming into this game averaging 35, as I mentioned, that's 77 against Durham. He's had 3 half-centuries this year and 318 runs. Yeah,
he's a consistent performer, and his position in the side at the moment is certainly not in question. 3 slips waiting as his Cast bowling, and that's just a better delivery and played defensively up into the covers, and there's no run. Stephen's in touch with us and saying obviously confirmation from earlier that the stream's working fine, and you're eagerly awaiting news of the ballot for tickets for the big Essex-Nottinghamshire game next week, which we think is going to be played in rather better weather than the one against Warwickshire last week. And members should hear today, 600 being admitted to day 1, probably 200 thereafter. I wonder what they'll do about day 4, because there was nobody allowed in on day 4 for the last game.
Right.
Uncertainty, I guess, about the duration of play, I suspect. 59 for 3. as this is good delivery, which just hurries water a little bit, and he places off the bottom half of the bat and it just goes down into the crease. But that was a better one, an otherwise expensive over. 59 for 3. Pepper will now be on strike with 12. Walter has 12, a profitable over for him, and Cast with that expensive over, 2 overs for 15, and Raine has 2 overs, 1 for 4.
Walter's other half century, 66 against Warwickshire in Birmingham and 65 against Worcestershire in Worcester.
I suppose recent history, Marty, of day 4s at Chelmsford is not a lot of action in the last few years. Chelmsford games have tended to go 3 days, with Essex often scoring around about 300 and close to winning by an innings on many occasions, but we have seen more day 4 action this year.
Pepper on strike as Raine comes in from the Finkel end. Right arm over, that's a good leave. That's an extremely good leave, because that must have had a sniff of the off stump.
And Stephen says, great to see the ground at Chester Street on the stream. Had a couple of pleasant days there for the last test match played on the ground against Sri Lanka. Great part of the world. My pal Russell, who lives in Hexham but was originally from Coggeshall in mid-Essex, has tickets for day 3, and there's a good forecast for day 3 as well.
Well, that was 5 years ago this weekend, the bank holiday weekend 5 years ago, in which people witted on and complained about how cold it was in the northeast in May and how they shouldn't have a test match here as Raine bowls. That's turned off down towards fine leg, and it's gone for 4 towards the far end of the ground. Meanwhile, they ignored the fact the warmest place in Britain that week was Glasgow, because that didn't fit into the
narrative. Yes, that's right.
And of course that was when it was all financially unravelling from a Durham point of view as well, around about that period. The ball's gone under the stand, under the castle stand, and they're down on their hands and knees trying to retrieve it. Looks like it's gone underneath one of the emergency exits at the front of the stand, which is a little staircase poking out the front there, and they've retrieved it eventually. Chris Rushworth's got it back.
And Stephen's saying that his pal has seen plenty of local sport in the last few weeks in the area, including Tyndale, who he tells me play a good standard of league cricket.
Hexham, isn't it, Tyndale?
And you say you're finding not being able to get into Chelmsford quite frustrating. I know a lot of other fans of Essex do as well, Stephen. Yeah, of course you can get more into a ground like this. It is a problem for Essex with the T20 coming up, and of course no relaxations due until June the 21st. Brackets if then.
Raine again to Pepper, who's on 16. That's defended and goes out towards the offside. No run there. I haven't seen any local cricket yet this season. I got into a bit of a Twitter conversation with 1 or 2 people last Friday because it was raining all day in Derby, and I said I'm reliably informed we would have got a day in at Chester Street, and the pile-on began. No you wouldn't. Then one person said, well, you would have got 4 hours. But last Friday afternoon my mother-in-law played a whole game of bowls on the Roca Riviera, and the kids went to cricket practice. It poured down here, says Ash. In comes Raine, bowls. That's gone off towards point, no run. So just a few miles away on the Roca Riviera, it was nice enough to play bowls and go to cricket practice. It didn't rain here all day.
I think the story of club cricket this year has been obviously that they don't tend to play so much in April when it was cold and dry. Yeah. They tried to play in May, and each weekend was basically cold and wet, with not many exceptions. And it's been a tough start for the league cricketers this year.
2 years ago was a similar scenario, wasn't it? It was a very wet May, and every Saturday got called off. And they just cancel the games, don't they? They don't play them again. Raine in, bowls. An attempted cut that shoots through to the keeper, and Pepper 2 or 3 times has tried to play that shot and collapsed on it as well. Played and missed there.
He's doing well, Michael Pepper. Just wants to make sure it keeps the concentration going. Halfway through the session, coming earlier than he would have expected, with Brown, Cook and Wesley all out.
So Durham have got Essex 63 for 3, and who knows, there's still 50 minutes to go to lunch, and Barry Wallace says, should Durham not have been batting? Well, I think they were trying to take advantage of the overcast conditions, weren't they? Raine once more comes in and bowls, and that's played up to Matty Potts at mid-on. End of the over. 63 for 3 here on the BBC.
Yeah, it looks a little bit in the wicket. Obviously we're getting an idea now, with the ball getting a bit older, of how much help there still is for the seamers, and there's certainly that little bit of movement there, which is going to be there, you feel, throughout. Yeah, Stephen, we'll wait and see. I think hopefully it'll be a more pleasant experience for the spectators who come to Chelmsford next week, because the weather was so poor. I mean, the Friday obviously was quite ridiculous with the high winds as well. So let's just hope it's a better experience all round. 63 for 3, and Cast will now bowl to Walter, and Walter will get one which is just back of a length, and he just plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Essex, with the opening day of this important match between Durham and Essex. And I'm certainly of the view that Essex can't afford to lose this game. They need to, I think, as a minimum, get a win and a draw out of this game and the Notts game before we have a T20 break. And of course Essex have just the one game left after that, thanks to the tour match that never was. Yes, India A. We're going to be coming in early July. 63 for 3, and this is just off the pads of Walter, and I think just away for a run down towards short fine leg. Wait for the umpire to see if there's any bats. There was a little bit. So
well, they're meant to be at Derby as well, I think somebody said the other day.
Was that the
India A?
Yeah, India A were meant to be doing a full tour, and of course they've called that off and called all the tour matches off. And I just wonder whether tour matches have any future in this country, because I see if we're going to continue this conference system, you really want a situation where all the sides have one break week in May, and then all the sides play in those 2 rounds in July when the weather's likely to be a lot better. As it is, Worcestershire and Essex will miss out of the July rounds, and it could cost them. As here's Cast again, bold, lovely delivery, which in the end Pepper does well not to get an edge to, because he was going forward to it. He just about kept the bat inside the line, but that was a good one.
Vincent's emailed. He says, greetings from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, where it's 41 degrees centigrade in the shade. Good to hear Durham have made a good start. Keep up the good work, and thanks for the commentary. Yeah, it's around about this time. I'm just trying to think, being in Dubai sort of April time a few times, and it's the humidity that starts to get to you. Goes right through you, never mind the heat. 20's plenty.
Yes. As Cast bowls, and this time it's left alone by Pepper, too wide of the off stump to interest him, and nothing to interest the keeper, or 3 slips. Backward point, cover mid wicket, and a fine leg on the boundary. There's also a third man, which I say you don't often see. Certainly not a frequent field placing that we see at Chelmsford. So interesting that Durham are using that. And Keith, who's an Essex Life member living in Warwickshire, thanks for your comments on the commentary, Keith. And you say you've managed to attend the 3 previous Essex away matches by exporting your other passion of flying, and you've sent us some pictures from Edgbaston. This is pushed up into the offside and up into the covers, and there's no, and yes, there's been no ban on attending games from the air. That's certainly true. So you've got pictures of Edgbaston, New Road and Trent Bridge that you've sent us, which is terrific. And see, unfortunately you can't make the current game, but you do hope to overfly the county ground at Chelmsford in next week, so we'll look out for you, and we'll take it 2 days that I'm there. 64 for 3. That's a good way to see it. From the air, there's no other option. And here comes Cast again. It's a full-length delivery outside the off stump and left alone by Pepper, who, as I say, is acquitting himself well. There was a case perhaps of Varun Chopper with his extra experience getting that number 4 berth, but they've gone for Michael Pepper, looking to develop him further. As I say, he's got 3 good solid scores in the seconds in the 3 games leading into this, so obviously the feeling is that he's playing well and deserves his chance. And say first team action for a couple of years with so few games last year in the 4-day format, and he's acquitted himself well so far. For 16, Walter has 13. It's 64 for 3, Essex, after they were put into bat.
Just looking at the crease marks here, as Rushworth is now, Raine is now going to come around the wicket. The ball to Walter, who's on 13, as Nick's just mentioned there, and right arm round to the left-hander. He's a tall lad as well, Paul Walter. Just played off towards short extra cover.
Lyndon James, who I've yet to see live, doubt to see him next week, who is one of the key players who've developed for Nottinghamshire, number 5 batsman, who's also a frontline bowler, almost out of the tradition of Notts having those genuine all-rounders from the past, from the 80s. And he's broken the opening partnership at Edgbaston by getting Robbie Yates for 8 in his he's actually in his 3rd over, hasn't conceded a run yet, and he's got the only wicket.
Raine bowls that one across the line of the batsman and through to the keeper it goes. It sort of drifts quite dramatically down the leg side there. Taken by Ned Eckersley, low to his right hand side.
So Warwickshire 40 for 1, doing rather better than Yorkshire, who are 21 for 5 in the Roses match. And 2 wickets for Tom Bailey. And they've managed to chuck in a run out in amongst that Yorkshire. So all fairly chaotic this morning. 21 for 5 in the Roses match. Chose to bat as well.
Raine in. Defenders. I can't actually see the ball here as it's being bowled because the non-striking batsman is standing right in my line. So Peppers, we need him to move over a few yards. He's leapt across the square now and spotted something that he didn't like on the wicket, and he's now gradually walking back to the bowler's end, doing a bit of gardening.
Sam has been in touch. Poor start from Essex, but an equally impressive one from Durham. However, this gives Pepper a real opportunity to make a name for himself. As you say, as we mentioned, he's been doing well in the seconds with consistent scores.
This is left well alone. Through to the keeper it goes.
Looked impressive in his 3 games in 2019, and although struggled to make a real score. And if memory served me correctly, he made a 50 against the Indians that summer, so it's evident that he has some talent. I'm pleased they allowed him to make 50 with all the restrictions they were putting in place in that game, if we remember. Yes, I'm a bit sceptical about the whole future of tour matches now with county sides, I must admit, Marty. I don't see where they go from here. There's not enough room in the schedule.
It's gone down the leg side and it's spilled by Eckersley as he tries to take it around about chin high. A bye will be declared. I never even tennis. It's like Sri Lanka, turn up here every now and then, and you wonder why, to be honest.
Yeah. Of course, quite rightly, if you've got to rest your top bowlers if you're playing back-to-back matches either side, and I just feel inter-squad and England A is probably the way forward. With obviously England A will take players out, but it is legitimate. You want to see the best players from the county circuit, the next cabs on the rank, if you like, given a chance playing together. I think that is a reasonable format.
Bowled by Raine, played out through the covers this time by Pepper. It's been chased up towards the boundary by Burnham. 2 runs. I was wondering if they'd try one for the throw, but they decided not to. He's got a strong arm. And that is the end of the over. 67 for 3. Martin Emerson with you here, Nick Gledhill and Ash Thorpe joining us as well. Ash has just disappeared for a few minutes. He's working in a coaching capacity these days here.
Yes, it'd be nice to tell the Essex listeners a little bit more about Ash, Marty.
That's about it, really.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Well, he came over from Australia and was playing in local league cricket in the early 2000s and joined the Durham staff in 2003, I think, was the season when he made his debut. And then in more recent years, he pro'd in the North East Premier League at Whitburn and at Washington and things like that. And I think he's now the chairman of selectors at Washington, so he can drop himself if he wants to.
That's always a convenient thing to be able to do, isn't it? The cloud cover is breaking up and we've got more blue sky, so Essex will want to make sure that they make the most of better overhead conditions, because we think that was part of Durham's reason for wanting to bowl first this morning, when we had quite a solid cloud cover. And if Essex can get into lunch still 3 down, they'll feel they've minimised the damage. But Potts, who got better as he went on in his first spell, is now coming in from the Lumley end, going round the wicket with 2 slips in the gully, bowls to Walter, and Walter plays up into the covers, and there is no run. So 67 for 3. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch. Thanks for your comments on the commentary, Sam. And you say that you haven't yet been to Chelmsford, but you're back on Thursday. So hopefully the weather it looks pretty reasonable, I think, general, or better for the Notts game than we've had hitherto. As this is a good delivery, the appeal for catch behind. They're confident the batsman's not walking. It was a delivery that shaped back into Walter. It was a confident shout from Eckersley. The slips went up, but nothing from the umpire.
I didn't hear a noise, but I mean, looking on the camera there, if that hasn't hit the bat, well, what has it hit?
So is that equaling up the Wesley one, maybe? Possibly, because you think that one possibly is something with a noise.
It's a different umpire.
Yeah. Well, one each, I suppose. Might just have hit the thigh. So it was very close, and certainly it was a confident shout. It wasn't one where they thought, it was speculative. It looked like there was quite a genuine shout. 2 slips and a gully, point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And here's a delivery which is well pitched up, and Walter just goes into the on-drive, plays it to mid-on, and there's no run. There's also a fine leg just away to our right. As I say, it's great to have the spectators in, and it's a good crowd in. Even if you just take out all the stuff about COVID protocols, if you just went to a first day of a championship match in normal times and you saw a crowd like this, I think you'd be quite satisfied with it. And
well, I think that the highest attendance they've had for a championship crowd here than I can remember in recent years.
Yes, this is well pitched up, and Walter digs it out and plays to short cover, and there's no run.
The match towards the end of the 2009 season, Durham were playing Notts and had got themselves into such a good position. They knew they were going to win the title the next day, so they allowed everybody in free, and I think there were about 4,500 in that day. They've allowed 4,000 in here. I think early interest and members coming in, advanced ticket sales were on the 1,300 mark, but there certainly looks more than that in here now.
Yeah. Here's a nice looking drive from Walter. That was well timed, but on the bounce it's gathered in by Potts, one-handed. Did that well. Good cricket all round. 67 for 3. Little bit of a partnership starting to take shape with Pepper 18 and Walter 13. But a very good first hour or so for Durham. They got the wicket they most wanted, I would have thought. Alistair Cook pretty early on. And followed it up with Brown and Wesley. Potts again bowls, and again well pitched up and driven nicely by Walter. Back down the pitch and well stopped in his follow through by Potts. Last 2 he's timed pretty well there, Walter. He looks in good touch. He's on 13. Maiden over from Potts. 6 overs for 18. Yes, Cook was LBW to Rushworth for 2. And then we saw Brown bowled by Potts. We think he just got a bottom edge to one that was lovely delivery, well pitched up, almost sort of Yorker length, bottom edge onto the stumps. He went for 23, looked good for that 23 from 27 balls. And by contrast, Tom Wesley, a 21 ball duck before he was adjudged LBW to Ben Raine. 67 for 3 now, and it's Pepper 18 and Walter 13.
Raine from the Finkel end. Coming into bowl to the right-handed Pepper, right arm over. That's played out into the cover area and stopped by Alex Lees.
Well, I suppose there'll be a few people hunting record books for lowest scores in Rose's matches. Yorkshire 23 for 6 now.
Yeah.
So that's certainly, I suspect
23 for 6.
Yeah, the crowd in at Lancashire will be pretty pleased with what they've seen so far.
Do you want to know the answer?
Yeah, it was in a Roses match. Might even be bigger than the lowest score already.
Raine in, and that's pushed nicely. Nice drive past point. That should go for 4. It's racing away across the square and does find its way across the rope on the pavilion side of the ground. Right, the lowest team totals for Yorkshire against each side. Hang on, I've clicked on the wrong one. Right. Against Lancashire it is, see if we can guess.
72?
33.
Oh gosh, it's a lot lower than I thought, because you tend to think Yorkshire could not have done anything wrong in way back, because they were such a dominant side.
1924.
That's a long way back.
Raine in. That jabs in sharply and is cut away down past third man, down towards third man, past the gully. 2 runs for Pepper. It's Pepper's highest score again. 22 against Somerset in 2018, so he's now gone past that.
Yeah.
So another Essex player gets his career best score against Durham this year. That's the 4th.
Yes, we had, I think, in the first Worcestershire game, we had a string of Worcestershire bowlers getting career bests or 50s, because that tends to happen against Essex as well.
Halfway through this over, Raine in, bowls to Pepper, played back to him. No run there. Yeah, you were saying about Phil Salt playing against Michael Pepper. We've obviously had onions and mustard in Durham's teams before.
Absolutely. It's there's all sorts of combinations that, of course, have come up through the years. But all credit to Michael Pepper. He's battling away here. So he'd love to have come in after lunch, I think, but having to face up the morning bowling.
Raine comes in and bowls, and that's driven away again through the covers, and this should be 4 more. And Pepper targets the same boundary again in front of the pavilion.
Well, that's the best shot he's played, and when you consider that he was close to being out probably to his first 2 deliveries, where he looked very nervous, he's actually settled down really well. And that was a lovely shot. It was slightly over pitch, but a beautiful cover drive. It's gone to 28.
He just needs to get his length sorted out here, Raine.
Yeah, that's the one thing that is causing him a bit of a problem.
He's gone .42.4 in this over, and currently has 1 for 20 from 4.5. 1 maiden. Comes in again. That's better on a length, but it's going to be a run. Stopped by Matty Potts directly behind the stumps, between the stumps and the pile of sawdust at the bowler's end. 1 run, and he keeps strike as well.
Yep, so Dean, thanks for getting in touch. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Nice to see the crowds in and the sun out. Indeed, the sun is out at the moment. Feel it's a game Essex can't afford to lose to qualify for the Super 6 in September. Maybe one for the locals, but what's normally a par score for the first innings here at the Riverside? And you're anxiously awaiting a successful email regarding Bernot's ballot. So what sort of... just looking from afar, it looks as though there's been more for the bit more for the batsman here. Is that fair to comment?
What was the question?
Par first inning score.
Ooh. I used to have it written down.
Yeah. So, start of a new over.
This is a short boundary, of course, though, remember.
Yeah, that's a lovely stroke away through the covers. Start of a new over from Potts. Beautiful stroke from Pepper. That's 2 in consecutive overs he's played.
Potts stopped and gave him the evil eye there, didn't he? Pepper's signalling for a drink, I think, from the pavilion. Rick Andrews says, 10:30, great, the Roses match is on telly. This will cheer me up while I'm on my sick leave. 12, back to bed.
Not if you're a Yorkshire fan, I guess, at the moment, and the way that's going. And Potts bowls, well, that's a better one, and just cramps Pepper for room a little bit as he's trying to work it away into the onside. There's a stifle shout for LBW.
Yeah, a good riposte.
But these two trying to build a partnership after a very difficult first hour for Essex. Overhead conditions have improved from a batting point of view. Broken cloud now, blue sky. Sun, I reckon, to be about 15 degrees today, which is probably warmer than any day of the last match at Chelmsford, and a lot drier as well. 82 for 3. Slight question mark about the weather tomorrow, as this is and again another delivery that cramps Pepper for room a little bit. He's trying to work it away into the onside, and it's just come down off the pattern. There's no run. It's 82 for 3. Yeah, Dean, your point about this game from Essex's perspective, I've got this is a must not lose, and if they only draw it, they'll need to beat Notts in the next game. I think they need a win and a draw from this game and the next one. 82 for 3.
I don't know which weather forecast you've been looking at for tomorrow, because mine suggests at best there's a 10% chance of rain, and it's generally going to be fine all day long.
It keeps fluctuating. There is a rain belt coming in from the west, and it's just a question of whether any of it gets this far east. Hopefully not.
It'll hit the Pennines.
Yes, and it'll sort it out.
Yeah.
But it's changed by the day, actually, the forecast for tomorrow when you look at it. But it's generally dry. There's just a question. It just might be a bit more overcast, and there's a possibility of a bit of drizzle, but hopefully not. Short mid-wicket, 2 slips, backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, conventional mid-wicket and long leg. And here's a great delivery, which now Pepper plays a loose drive at that. He was trying to hit it down the ground. Mustn't get overconfident, because he's hit 2 fine drives off over-pitch deliveries. That one wasn't. It was a better length, and he drove over it really, and fortunate not to get an edge through. So 82 for 3.
You had a nice casual walk down the hill to the ground today, Nick.
Yeah, I've got to walk back up the hill at the end of the day, but no, it's not that far. Here's Potts again. Short mid-wicket in and 2 slips, as this one is a delivery which is just holding its length, and Pepper realises he doesn't have to play at that, but he's settling in well here, and this is impressive after a very nervy start. 33 from 46 balls, and these two just starting to build a little bit of a partnership after those 3 pretty quick wickets. The last wicket went at 40, so they've doubled the score. .82 for 3. Stephen Hockley agreeing with your why not comment about why Essex didn't have fans in on day 4 in the last game. That's a good one. There's an appeal for a catch behind, not given by the umpire. It was not absolutely full-blooded behind the stumps, but I'm afraid it was the second. It was loose drive in the over from Pepper, and actually he was fortunate to get through that. He was fortunate to get through that over. I thought it was well bowled, and the second loose drive. What he was making a mistake was he's playing those expansive drives against balls that aren't there in the slot to hit. So he's taking a risk, and that one he very nearly got an edge through to, but he survived on 33. Just needs to rein himself in slightly. Walter 13 and Essex 82 for 3.
Chris Rushworth back into the attack.
Yes, he's just a bit loose in that last over, I thought, Pepper, Marty, and it was, in the end, obviously the bowler now possibly thinking, well, carry on bowling in the same way. If I get a chance to bowl him in the next over and see if he does the same thing again. Yeah,
a bit of a change of pace as well, isn't it?
Yes, I think...
half an hour to go to lunch here. Durham bringing Rushy on from the Finkel end, and Pepper's wanting a new pair of gloves, or a change pair of gloves. And former Durham Senior League stalwarts among the crowd today. Stephen Betts and Peter Freeman, who used to open the batting for Whitburn years and years ago. Enjoying the sunshine. And the northwest terrace. I was chatting to Peter on the phone the other day when I was down in Derby. His brother had been up from Taunton for a visit. Plays in a Beatles tribute band. Obviously hasn't had much in the way of work in the last year and a half.
No.
They're about to get back on the road. If things continue as initially set out, then live music back in pubs will be with us in the next few weeks. Rushworth round the wicket then to Walter, and it's defended on a length and rolls back to him.
Yes, it's going to be great for actually just for the general entertainment scene. Live music, live theatre gradually get back to normal. A lot of people, of course, have not been protected as others have been in terms of income loss, and that's the sort of area I suspect where people have found it very difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, if you've been on the other side of things and continue to work, as Rushworth comes in and bowls, and this is off the bottom corner of the bat and goes to square leg. I was talking to a lad I know last night who's a builder. They are booked up now until June next year.
So if you've got any building work, it's June 22 then.
Yeah.
We'll get someone from a very long way away. Yes, you're saying, Stephen, that the restrictions at Chelmsford are driven by cost, and yeah, it is a problem, and it's going to be a problem for that early part of the T20. And I say I'm not absolutely certain what's going to happen until the games beyond June the 21st.
Rushworth round the wicket to Walter. Playing a miss. Michael Pepper, just move across to your left, will you please? You're just in the road again.
Stephen worried that the Championship stroke Bob Willis defence might be over before you get to see any live action this season. Well,
I wouldn't want to be in the trenches with him.
No, there's still a long way to go. This fourth wicket pair still together. Funnily enough, it seems to be reasonably straightforward to get tickets for other sports, you say. Dagenham and Redbridge football on Saturday, London Broncos Rugby League and Brighton races. And yes, we were hearing about a rugby match in the last match. Good crowd.
In comes Rushworth. And that's an attempted turn to the leg side, but it's whacked off the pads via the inside. That race course on the outskirts of Chelmsford, is that back in business, or is it shut down now?
I don't follow racing that closely, but so I'd have to look that up or do some research.
I think it did close for a while, didn't
it? Yes, as would have been the case of several other venues. Yes, Brighton races, you're saying, are also good, and you can get in on the door here today, can't you? You're saying, so fancy the drive.
Rushworth in, defended on an off stump. Yeah, you can pay on the gate here. I think you just got to scan the code and do the app thingy.
An Essex ticket
day. It's sunny as well. Nice day.
What you really want there is an Essex ticket for next week, and obviously there's a lot of demand for next week. It's going to be a very big game. And
go and buy a bar of Willy Wonka's chocolate, and you might have the golden ticket in the wrapper.
That's right.
Come on there, Rush is the shout as he comes in. Bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Walter. This is turned off towards mid-wicket, no run.
And you say you agree with the sentiment about tour matches. There used to be a highlight, especially the Australians at Chelmsford, or the great West Indian side of the 80s. And you think Essex were the only team to beat the 80s West Indian tourists. But they've now become a bit of a farce. Yeah, and you talk about the India game a few years ago, which was, let's say, an unmemorable occasion with the fourth day cancelled because of a heat wave. And then, of course, more than 11 players used by both sides. And you went to watch the seconds play at Coggeshall instead of that, and you had a really good day. Yes, it's hard to see where they fit in, Stephen, because if we carry on with this conference system, you play 11 rounds in basically April to early June and 2 rounds in July. I think to make it fair, you want all the counties playing with 2 rounds in July, so everyone has a break in May, and there's no room left, basically. 82 for 3, and it's going to be Pepper on strike to Potts, and this is played up towards mid-on, so we've got a pot of Pepper or very nearly anyway, as that's played up to mid-on. There's no run, 82 for 3. Or several pots of Pepper. Anyway, the aforementioned Michael Pepper is doing very well. He's 33 not out, and Walter has 13 after it was very much Durham's first hour.
It's a pity the academy player Adam Aubergine isn't featuring in this one.
And short mid-wicket and 2 slips, sun out, as here's a nice drive by Pepper, just coming forward to that and looking more confident against the ball that's further pitched up. Plays it up to cover and there's no run. And Istanbul Steve saying, great to hear the commentary, great to have the crowd back and to hear them. Essex facing a tough morning, but Pepper and Walter looking more comfortable. You think that Wesley's dismissal was a poor decision, a reasonable chance was drifting leg side. And yes, I think that was our consensus in the box at the time, 82 for 3, as here's a one that Pepper has to check his shot, just come forward to it, and in the end plays it comfortably up to mid-off. But he's looking the part, Michael Pepper, at the moment, at 82 for 3. And you're saying that, will there be a batting point or two? Yes, Essex could surely do with them. And
Paul says Chelmsford City Racecourse is still open. It was originally named Great Lees Racecourse. I know it closed at one point. There was for business reasons rather than COVID reasons.
Potts again. Nice sunshine at the moment, shadows being cast, and again Pepper coming forward, and sort of as if he settled down a bit after that last over where he was a bit risky, and plays it up to mid-on and there's no run. And Steve talks about the comparison between crowds for football and cricket. Obviously it's more pertinent to Chelmsford where fewer people can come in here, but
well, it's just tight. There's no. Yes. It's tight behind the back of the stand, isn't it? Yeah. It's a very narrow little corridor.
Football stadiums are smaller, but still allow several thousands in. How is this possible? Yes, we have, of course, had crowds for the last 2 rounds of Premier League and for the playoffs. That's driven away nicely up towards mid-off, no run. Yeah. And, of course, for the final in Gdansk, where a lot of Manchester United fans were on essential business going to Poland.
Was that the worst penalty shootout you've ever seen with those 2 goalkeepers last night? Was it suddenly the tactic was to dive as far away from the ball as you could before it had even been kicked? If they'd stood still, half of them would have been hit by the ball. Appalling.
I suppose in the end the Villarreal keeper was the hero. Having done that for 20 penalties, he then put one in and then saved one, didn't he? As that's played up towards mid-off comfortably by Pepper. But in fact that was a good over for Essex. No runs came from it, but in fact just Pepper settling down after that rather wild over the previous one. It was a maiden, so 8 overs, 1 for 22. And yeah, it's been a good tight tussle this morning, and honours just about even with this partnership which has doubled the score, but Durham have stopped the scoring just in the last few minutes. A couple of maidens together. Pepper 33, Walter 13, 82 for 3, so maybe building up pressure with the return of Rushworth.
Here he is, he's just altering his mark. He's got a little yellow disc which is dropped on some green paint on the floor. Heads up towards the pile of sawdust and is beyond the pile of sawdust and will come round the wicket to bowl to Walter from the Finkel end. 2 slips in place in a gully, and that's played off towards short mid-wicket, collected by Lees. I'll talk you through this over, then we'll bring Ash in, because we'll then be actually about just under 20 minutes to lunch at 1.
Yep.
So you can ask Ash about his career, Nick, and
yes,
grill him about his
20 minutes.
His cricket career.
Chelmsford is about the same size as Spurs High Road Stadium, and that's allowed but it's only allowed 4,000 spectators.
Rushworth bowls, left alone, bounces awkwardly through to the keeper. There were 10,000 at the Stadium of Light on Saturday who probably wish they weren't there now.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're talking about the comparisons between football and cricket there, and yeah, obviously it's all about percentages, isn't it? But I suppose football grounds generally are shaped different to cricket grounds like Chelmsford. That's the bottom line, isn't it?
Well, they made us go in a one-way system, didn't they, at Chelmsford? And I was really surprised how tight it was behind the back of the stands there, up against the fence, really, as Rushworth bowls. This is pushed off towards short extra cover again to Lees.
And Steve, you make an important point. As a supporter but a non-member, when might you get a chance to come to the ground? Just really hoping we can get to a match before travelling back home abroad. Is this a members only, or is it anyone who would like to come in today? The crowd here, anyone who'd like to come in can attend if they pay on the gate. Yeah,
it was originally members, and then they did advance tickets, and then having looked at how many they'd sold, there was walk-ups allowed. So Rushworth in bowls. It's gone up towards mid-off. If there's any extra walk-ups today, well, I hope I've done my bit, because I previewed this in the breakfast show at 7:45 and told people to get along if they could, because the weather looked nice as well. But I'm not on any commission.
One side doing worse than Yorkshire in terms of wickets lost, as Sussex 57 for 7. Northants hanging in there in that group. They still might yet overtake Yorkshire, and Ben Sanderson's got 3 for 17 in that one. So Sussex 57 for 7. Their batting letting them down again, which it has done really like Kent for most of the season.
Rushworth's going to come over the wicket now instead. Durham could do with a nice little wicket just before lunch. That would settle them nicely. As Rushworth comes in and bowls. Oh, that angles across him and through to the keeper. A play and a miss. Stayed low as well. Essex 82 for 3. If they could get them 4 down, certainly Durham would feel they have had the lion's share of the morning's action.
Well, he almost queued up the wicket in the sense that Ash did with Cook earlier on, when he was talking about the first event of the morning and Cook was out next ball. So it wasn't far off. But if these two can get in at lunch, they've done a pretty good job.
Rushworth in. That angles away as well, through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. Right, I'll be back for a lunchtime report. A maiden from Rushworth. 2 maidens in a row. Pressure's starting to build here. Will it come to tell?
Thanks, Marty. So another maiden over. Lots of pressure. The score's been 82 for some time now. And the Grumbler in touch with us, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, talking about England keepers being batsmen first these days. There was an article in one of the broadsheets about keepers being made, not born in the modern game. Yeah, in the sense that they are sort of have that second string to the bow as a batsman, and then they're sort of converted. Alex Stewart started the trend. As you say, the Bob Taylor style keepers batting at 9 and long gone, although of course he lost out to Alan Knott quite a bit, as Knott was obviously the better batsman. So why don't county sides make a keeper more, i.e. someone who's a specialist, or at least be more fluid in their choice of keeper, pick a better batting keeper when it is required. Yes, perhaps you thinking in the context of limited overs and 4-day games. You say catches win matches, but middle order collapses lose them. Thanks for Grumbler. That's a good delivery. First up, new over from Potts, and it's beaten Pepper outside the off stump. He's still on 33, but Essex are stuck on 82 for 3. Welcome back, Ash.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's Carson into the attack from the Lumley end. Yeah, a little bit of a change there. But yeah, going back to the point, I think everybody's got to be able to bat these days, and every run counts. And I think that you need to have 2 or 3 facets to your game to get into a side, and the competition's so strong that most teams are now carrying 2 or 3 batter keepers in their squads or teams. 2
slips on the gully and 4 saving 1. That one's too far outside the off stump from Cast, who's in his 4th over, none for 16, a bit expensive early on. Hit for 2 4s in 1 over from Walter, who batted pretty well, as indeed did Brown. So Walter's been stuck on 13. It's a strange innings actually. He really fired out of the blocks, and he's been stuck, as indeed has Pepper, for a while, as Durham are keeping it really tight just before lunch. 82 for 3. We haven't had a run now for quite some time. These two have put on 42.
It's an important partnership, isn't it? And it's a huge period of the game here, 15 minutes before lunch.
And here is Cast again, bowls, and that one Pepper just comes forward to him, steers it into the offside, and there's no run, but very tentative at the moment, and really bowling a nice accurate line, the Durham bowlers at this stage. So 82 for 3, very competitive morning's cricket. Mike in the Philippines and Subik in the Philippines, obviously not happy about the Wesley decision. Whatever happened to benefit of a doubt for the batsman.
I'm with you, mate.
Yeah, so
I'm with you.
We've got all our two Durham commentators are very much of the same view. So it's when that's the case, I think we can say we're making a fair assessment that he was unlucky on that one. 82 for 3. And this time, Pepper is slightly turned around by a delivery there, that he's trying to play into the onside, and it's flown off the outer half of the bat, square into the offside. So just a little tough period here as we head up towards lunch, quarter of an hour to go. Johnny in Essex saying the racecourse at Felsted has been open for quite a while, but I think it's delaying the return of fans till the June change in restrictions. And when out for my regular Thursday evening cycles, it can be seen from miles around with floodlights. So thanks for that. And Tony also about showing my lack of knowledge of racing. Yes, indeed, Chelmsford all-weather track has been open for several years, continues with regular fixtures. That's a bouncer which sees Pepper ducking underneath.
The first one of the day, first bouncer?
Yes, it was. Great Leeds was its previous name, closed for several years, same venue, different name. So thanks to Tony for that. And Chelmsford Racecourse is open, says Stephen, and they're laying a turf course too. And talking of Rose's matches on TV, says Stephen, vivid memory of the BBC and ITV covering them in the 70s. On one occasion, Grandstand, along with the build-up to Scotland against England at Hampden Park. So 45 minutes of Sir Geoffrey batting against Lever and Shuttleworth, and then back to David Coleman at Hampden. That's in the air from Pepper, sliced away, and a very good stop on the third man boundary. Keeps them down, saves 3 runs. That was in the air. It was a shot born actually of the pressure that had been created, and there's a good stop out there at third man which actually saved 3. So Pepper keeps the strike, he goes to 34, Walter 13 and 83 for 3.
It's been an interesting innings from Pepper, hasn't it? He had a really tough start and then seemed to get through that phase and blossom with some lovely boundaries, and now he's just been pegged back and looks a little bit frustrated at the moment. He needs to battle on here for Essex for his team to get to lunch. They don't want to be 4 down at lunch because Durham would be on top. Right now, I think it's about par. And
you're talking about that vivid memory of an edition of Grandstand. I have to say, Stephen, you're saying that on the panel for the Scotland-England match was Brian Clough alongside David Coleman, 83 for 3.
As Rushworth comes into ball, and that's full and straight, and a little bit of an inside edge out into the leg side. For no run. So
I imagine that Coleman was presenting and Clough was a studio guest, because David Coleman said, "You were taking a lot of interest in the cricket, Brian." And Clough replied, "Yes, it's a far better game than football." Or something like that. Yes. Or something like that.
There's been a few from up the northeast that love their cricket. And the football side of things, Peter Reid, managing Sunderland for a long time, loved his cricket. As Rushworth comes in, and that's full in again, straight and a little bit of an inside edge this time. It goes a bit square out to Jones at square leg. But yeah, Sir Bobby Robson was often seen here at the Riverside. I've had the pleasure of meeting him a couple of times at Durham dinners. Bit of a hero of mine, being from the black and white persuasion. And Kevin Keegan was often seen here in his day as well. Newcastle used to train actually over the back of the Riverside for a period of time. So yeah, Durham and football goes back a long way. As Rushworth runs away from us here at the Finkel end and bowls out a little bit wider, and Pepper does well to resist the temptation of having a flash at that one and allows that one through to the keeper. Yes, it's been in the holding pattern, this, hasn't it? It's half hour before lunch. Durham want another wicket. These two determined to resist. It's as if that, after that very loose over from Pepper, when he could have been out twice, they've really battened down the hatches, realising the importance of keeping this partnership going. Yeah, it's definitely a mental change there, wasn't there? A change of gloves and just... Might have been Paul Walter had a word with his colleague? Yeah, potentially, but it's been a good adjustment as they look to battle out to lunch here, and as Rushworth looks to take Durham's 4th wicket as he comes in, and Pepper nicely forward and eases that one defensively out into the covers for no run. 83 for 3, Pepper 34, Walter on 13. This partnership is at 43. and just starting to cause a headache or two for the Durham fielders and bowlers. As the sun shines down here on the Riverside, it's really brightened up from an overcast start. Patchy cloud mixed with some blue sky, which is lovely to see. It's been a very wet period up here in the northeast. As Rushworth comes in again to pepper, and that's just a little bit back of a length and played off the back foot out into the covers for no run.
Yeah, really battening down these two at the moment, particularly Michael Pepper, who's getting a lot of a strike, and Anne also mentions on her email about Chelmsford Racecourse currently being used as a vaccination centre for walk-ins for over 50s who want to get a early second dose. So saying hope the weather stays fair, but your main point, Anne, is about Chelmsford and the reduced numbers due to the restricted space. It is very difficult for the club in terms of the layout of the ground that Marty was referring to.
As Rushworth again runs away from us, and Pepper, and that's full and defended again nicely back down the ground for no run.
I mean, if you just think about it simply, it's a difficult ground to walk around, and somebody coming in the opposite direction, you're going to be brushing shoulders with them, and there is a problem there. And you say, watching the live stream last week, you saw more stewards in their high-vis vests and spectators in the ground. And the club didn't allocate tickets on the fourth day because of excessive costs of stewarding. And I must admit, on the Saturday, which I did, I was keeping count, and I saw, I think in the post-tea session, there had been slightly more there early in the day, but I was counting something like 10 stewards and about 25 spectators. So
it's crazy.
It's one of those things where
it's just not cost-effective, is it? Yeah,
it's really, really tough situations. Cast is going to bowl with 2 slips on a gully, and here's one that Water plays comfortably up into the offside, and there's no run. So on any normal day at Chelmsford, there are many more volunteer stewards and paid stewards, and I'm sure that you feel the club could have recruited more from the membership if they'd asked as volunteers. And you say you'd be happy to stand around in a green vest for the day in exchange for a day at the cricket.
There you go.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, isn't it? But no, it's one of these situations that I think Essex will be delighted that the sooner things change, the better, because particularly in the context of T20 coming up. Here's Cast again from Lumley and bowls, and a loose shot, the first we've seen in a while, this time from Water, who thought he could crash that through the covers. It wasn't there for the shot, and it's gone through to Eckersley, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's just that tough battle, isn't it, for clubs to weigh up what financially works, and it's been a really tough period for county clubs over the last couple of years with COVID, and just trying to make sure that clubs stay afloat and can continue to prosper and provide cricket for everybody, which we absolutely love. And an example of here today, there's a great crowd in and people just desperate to come back and watch cricket.
So here's Cast again, bowls to Water, and Water plays nicely, just past the square leg umpire and collects a single, so the score goes to 84 for 3. The scoreboard is very quick here. I'm used to Chelmsford where by this point we're about to see the run put up, but here it's already showing that Pepper is now the striker actually on 34, Water having gone to 14. During the course of these 2 days, we will do a little series on the history of these games get home games for Durham against Essex. So the very first one, we'll probably do 1 or 2 a session, and the very first one was one of 2 games played at Park Drive, Hartlepool in June 1992. It was a 3-day game in the end, as this is a good delivery, which is just back of a length, and Pepper is drawn into playing at it, and not far away from edging that one through, 84 for 3. So this is when obviously Durham were brand new to the championship, and Essex won the game by 190 runs, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Graham Gooch had a great game, 113 and 86 in the match, but actually Durham declared 60 behind and 7 wickets down in the first innings, the sort of thing you won't see these days. And interestingly, batsmen 3 to 6 all got 50s. Dean Jones, Paul Parker, Phil Bainbridge, formerly of Gloucestershire, and Ian Botham,
legend,
who was actually not out when the declaration came. So Cast bowls, it's outside the off stump and left alone and on its way through to Eckersley. So Durham actually declared behind. Essex then declared 309 for 6. John Stevenson made 81. And then Durham were bowled out for 179, and there were 4 wickets for Neil Foster. So we'll do 1 or 2 of those a session, but we'll find the general trend is Essex will be on top early on, and gradually the balance of power will shift. But that was Park Drive, Hartlepool in 1992.
Brilliant stuff. Some great names for both clubs there mentioned.
Yes, of course, at that stage, Durham, of course, relying on imports, but some very good imports as well. It's an appeal for LBW. That's a good shout, I think. Oh, that's not far. That Pepper was half forward. We've got a pretty good view here, and I think that might be one he's pleased to survive. That was a very confident shout. Last ball of the over. Don't think there was an inside edge. 84 for 3, Pepper 34, and Walter 14. I'll have to head off at probably about 3 minutes. Ash, and maybe I'm sure Marty will be back for that. But yeah, that was quite a good shout, I thought.
Yeah, maybe just outside the line there. Yeah. It was a good shout. It was close, and I don't think if the batsman was given there, I don't think there would have been many grumbles. But it was full, it was straight, but maybe Pepper just got outside the line there. Those that are watching the live stream will obviously have a better idea on that one than we get the one look at that, and we're behind the batsman. So, but it definitely looked close as Rushworth continues here, running away from us to Walter, and that's clipped away under the leg side for no run.
Yes, thanks for Stephen. Same passable impression of Claffey. Thanks very much for that. Worked with a guy who lived in the same village of Claffey in the Midlands, Corndon, and apparently he was often at the cricket ground there. Yeah. So a big fan, Brian, of the cricket. And you didn't realise what great mates Clough and Boycott were. Yeah, certainly Brian was very much a fan of cricket.
Would have been a lovely surly conversation between the two of them, wouldn't it? As here we go again with Rushworth running away from us here at the Finkel end to the left-hander Walter, who drives that nicely down the ground, but no run as Brydencast collects it.
Yes, I must admit the film Madame United was on again recently. I've seen it once. It's very good. Talking about the relationship between Peter Taylor and Brian Clough, and of course his short ill-fated stay at Leeds where the players didn't accept him. And of course regarded as the finest manager England never had.
Yeah. Loved up here in the northeast at Borough and Sunderland. As Rushworth again to the left-handed Walter, 3 slips waiting, and this one's full. I think it's pitched outside leg as it clips the pad. Half an appeal from the slips, and again no run. Rushworth miserly at 1 for 14 halfway through his 10th over. It's really put some pressure on the Essex batsmen, but Essex just battling down here and trying to get to lunch, 3 down. And if they do that, then you would have to say it's session shared. After Durham took 3 wickets in the first hour, to have Essex at 40 for 3. And this pair have put on 44. As again Rushworth bustles away from us, bowls at Walter and defended nicely back down the pitch. The odd ball still, isn't there, Nick? That looks like it's doing a little bit.
There's a little bit there all the time, isn't there? I think, and but having got this 4th wicket partnership going, it's they need to build on it this afternoon. Now Ryan Tenduscarter looked in good touch last time out. Adam Wheater is not in good form after that.
Okay.
He'll be looking to try and turn things round.
There's Rushworth again into Walter, and that's full and a bit of a leading edge. That might actually run away through the covers, as we have some screams in the crowd. And Mike Jones actually does the fielding out there in front of the scoreboard. So an attempted clip on the leg side there from Walter, and it runs away for a couple. Just eases a little bit of tension for the Essex batsmen as they add another couple of the scoreboard at 86 for 3. Moves Walter on to 18. Sorry, 16.
And Yorkshire 49 for 7 in the Roses match, having chosen to bat. And I'm just seeing how many 4s have been hit before lunch. 6.
There we go, as Rushworth comes in, and that's full, and that's driven nicely through the onside by Walter. A lovely straight bat. Beats Ben Raine diving away to his left-hand side, and that looks like it'll be a comfortable 3. As Jack Burnham does the fielding there.
Just breaking the shackles. It used to be when Sir Geoffrey batted through a morning session of the Roses match, that figure would probably be 0 or 1, and absolutely. Probably only 1 or 2 wickets down at most.
Absolutely.
See you after lunch, Ash.
No problem, mate. As Essex end the over on 89 for 3, Walter moves to 19. Pepper sits on 34. And a lovely shot to finish the over there from Walter. Rushworth has 1 for 19 from his 10. And Cass will start his 6th over from the Lumley end, looking to take a breakthrough before lunch here as we approach the break.
Cass in, tries a Yorker length ball, dug out by Walter. Just wondering, it's not been a bad partnership, this one, from a Essex point of view. 49 off 97 balls. They needed something, because they were in a spot of bother when they came together at 40 for 3.
played well, haven't they? They've gone through fits and starts of lots of boundaries and then lots of dot balls, but they're still there and they're still battling away from Essex and looking to get into the lunch break at just 3 wickets down.
Pepper's on 34, it's his highest score. In comes the bowler, and that's a short one which he ducks out the road of.
It's nicely played there from Malta, just swayed out the way.
Final over before lunch, and then a lot of people will be going, milling around. They've got to keep social distancing going. I'm not sure if there's a one-way system around the stadium or not, but
there are some arrows around on the ground. Yeah, I'm not sure it was being brilliantly adhered to, but
last year and this year we've just been allowed to come into this box and not go anywhere else. Yeah. So it's going to be quite unusual seeing people milling around. Cast again to Walter, that's turned off the legs towards the square leg boundary for 1.
50 partnership. Yeah.
How many balls? 100 balls.
Yeah. They've done very well, these two. Durham had Essex in all sorts of trouble at 40 for 3, and really put Pepper under some pressure when he came to the wicket, but he's battled through that, and the pair of them shake hands in the middle of the wicket as they've put on 50, and will look to build on that this afternoon as the batting conditions become better and better here on a warmish and bright sunny afternoon here at Durham.
Cast balls. Played back up towards the bowler's end. Trickles back up there off the toe of the bat.
I'm not sure if he's played that onto his foot or something, the way he's jumped out the way, but yeah, he's facing away from us, so it's a little bit difficult at times to see exactly what's happening there as the slips. Just having a little chat there as keeper Eckersley, Bancroft and Borthwick giving the bowler a little bit of encouragement as we approach lunch.
Cast balls, tries a Yorker length ball. Is he appealing for something there or not?
I think he's appealing, hoping that hit his foot before it hit the bat.
Did well to keep that out there, and there was the ball was spinning around in the crease, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a good pace that from Cars, and as you said, Pepper's done well to keep that away. Just dragged his front foot out of the way in time. As the ground is bathed in complete sunshine. A bit of a contrast to when we started. It was very overcast. Durham winning the toss and bowling. The batting conditions much better now.
Last ball, Cars to Pepper, edged and down towards the third man boundary for 1 along the floor. So 91 for 3 at lunch.
That's an excellent session that there. Durham winning the first hour, Essex definitely winning the second hour at 91 for 3. Pepper 35 not out, Walters on 20. The wicket takers Chris Wuthworth has 1 for 19. Ben Raine picked up the wicket of Wesley in slightly controversial circumstances from our point of view. It looked like it was sliding, and Matty Potts removed 2 of Nick Brown's stumps via an inside edge.
29 overs gone, so they're 3 behind where they need to be. So, not that it ever seems to matter anymore now. The over rate goes on the board, and it doesn't seem to make a heap of difference. No. Right then, lads and lasses, I've got to do an update in about 10 minutes' time on BBC Radio Newcastle. Turn me off that time. We'll be back on air with you at 20 to 2.
I could only really see upside, and when I was thinking about the the type of squad that we were looking to build, you know, a lot of young inexperienced players as well. I thought he could really bring something to the, not just on the field but off the field as well, the way he looks after himself, because I know he's an extremely professional, disciplined cricketer.
It was something that I was always really keen to do. I'd done it before with Gloucestershire a couple of years ago. You know, super excited. I was, you know, back, you know, being able to play overseas again and play some cricket. So I felt really open to that. I was able to listen to, you know, comments and with some visits, which is fantastic. You know, saying it is one thing, but then applying it to yourself and also to team, that's a completely different thing. That requires a lot of honesty and communication and accountability, and becomes difficult. You know, you get challenged quite a lot. So, you know, a short period of time being here, being times where we've been very good, and you know, we're trying to grow as people. You're going to go through and ride those waves. So it's been exciting. There's been some really positive things. There's been some things we can get better at, and you know, that's part of human growth. And I think it's awesome with what, you know, the direction the club are willing to go in. Naturally, Australia or Scorchers, or for Durham for that matter, you know, I always feel a little bit of nerves. But when I got, it was like silence. Honestly, it was like meditation in ways for me. It was, I was out there playing a game, and I was batting, which is what I really love to do and enjoy doing. And I was having fun doing it. So, you know, I think once that happens, your sort of natural instincts take over, and yeah, it was really nice to spend a little bit of time out in the middle in that game. Yeah, hopefully I can keep doing that a lot more as the season progresses. I think it's a pretty good format of the game to play. It's a mixture of, requires a bit of patience, but also requires a little bit of positivity as well. So, you know, I was able to have, you know, have a really good start there. You know, and I feel like I've given myself every chance to do that in the game sort of proceeding as well. But you know, it's always nice stuff for your club. And yeah, point of view, I was really happy getting to know my teammates, and you know, getting to know them as people, getting to know them as cricketers. It ultimately, you know, relationships, and it helps your performance out in the middle. And you know, fans really, you know, Durham anyway, they're really passionate, aren't they? We've had some great attendances, as you said, and I think just being able to walk down the race on a match day, to, you know, have a chat with members, it breaks down, you know, who they feel you are as a person, to then to become more deep. And that's what I've enjoyed so far. I mean, I look forward to doing that again, you know, throughout the whole season, and at away fixtures as well. I think there's been a lot of great things early doors have happened, and I think that's really exciting. And over at the club's pumped, and I'm absolutely pumped as well. So hopefully we can keep performing well, keep learning, keep growing as a team and as people, and, you know, have a lot of success moving forward.
I think he's won over the vast majority of the doubters, but I've got to say the vast majority of people that I've spoken to, the first when they heard about the signing and appointing him as captain, and people who I respect in the game, were overwhelmingly positive, saying that's a good move and that is a good signing. I think it's proved to be the case.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was, if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Well, when I first started,
How many people did you play in front of? 4? How many people did you play in front of?
right, Louisville,
Yeah.
17,000.
17. Yeah. And then to not be able to, that arm that everyone cheered, that bowled, and now not to be able to raise it or use it to hold a drink. What does that do to your head? When I met Iggy when he was a coach at a school, It was brilliant. Their kids loved him. They were just swarming around him at all times. Just this little swarm of kids followed you around, didn't they? Iggy, Iggy. So, yeah, to be cut down to one room in a hospital bed and the only people you see all day are carers, I can't tell you how flat and grim that makes you feel. That's emotional. You just don't know when anything's going to happen. You just don't. Iggy's strokes, we'd been preparing for brain tumour, and to have 2 massive strokes out the blue, unpredictable, it just sweeps your life away in seconds. Had no idea about the PCA or the PCT or any of it really, until we really needed them, and then suddenly there were all these people calling up and can we do anything, can we help, this is who we are, this is what we do. You know, even though I wasn't there at the Oval and cheering on your wickets, and you know that they're just like, no, well, you're part of Iggy's family and we want to look after you. It just makes life possible, and otherwise in a very miserable situation it wouldn't have been possible.
Just a big
reassuring weight off your mind. Is that what you're going to say? Big weight off your mind. Got a young daughter, a daughter that Iggy didn't think he'd be able to have because of all his treatment, and that was quite a process. But she's only just at the age now, she's 7, where she's seeing pictures around and, Mummy, was Daddy famous? Mummy, did Daddy do this? Oh, and one of the amazing carers found some old footage of him playing on YouTube and got it all up. And she's like, Beth, come and look at this. She's like, Daddy, is that you? Because he had a moustache and mullet, and so she's very impressed, isn't she, by it all. You don't know when this stuff's going to happen. None of this is lifestyle. He got a brain tumour, not because he drank or smoked or drove badly, or he got a brain tumour because he got dealt a rubbish hand, and then he had a stroke, and then he had another stroke. I mean, so it could happen to anybody. We just get help in a way that we couldn't have fathomed possible, because I've had to give up work to look after you, haven't I? We got the stair lift, because helping him upstairs physically on my own was physically tough, and if I wasn't feeling very good or very strong that day, then it meant Iggy couldn't leave his room. It was that simple. He just couldn't come out of his room, and now I can come out and come downstairs, and we've got this beautiful view, and this is such a lovely sort of healing place to be, isn't it? It just means that we have a life and we're not just existing, and that Iggy can really enjoy things. And when everything's really hard, the Professional Cricketers Trust make everything bearable and better, and their support and sense of family and help just means we can carry on. We're really, really grateful for everything, aren't we?
You have to walk all the way around and back over. Leave it here and we'll do it on the floor.
Oh, welcome back to Chesley Street. It's been a very good first session, especially with spectators back in the ground, and even Stevens. Essex 91 for 3. They were 44 free. Cook went for 2, Brown for 23, and Wesley got a 21 ball duck. Durham players just in a little circle at the moment, having a chat, wondering how they can break this partnership, which is now worth 51 from Paul Walter, who has 20, and Michael Pepper a career best 35. Martin Emerson with you from BBC Radio Newcastle, and Ash Thorpe, the former Durham player, with us as well, and Nick Gledhill from BBC Essex, your commentary team.
Yeah, clouds just starting to build up again for the start of the session, but Essex will be thrilled to get into lunch at 3 down after being 40 for 3 after the first hour. Durham will be a little bit disappointed that they haven't taken that extra wicket before lunch, which would have tipped the balance in their favour, but as it stands, pretty even out there at the moment. Durham winning the toss and choosing to bowl first this morning in overcast conditions, taking 3 early wickets of Alistair Cook, Nick Brown and Wesley, who was a little bit unlucky going LBW to Ben Raine on one that we all thought was a little bit heading down the leg side. But at 40 for 3, Essex were in a lot of trouble, and these two have done brilliantly to put on 50 and survive until the lunch break. We're going to see Ben Raine into the attack to start us off from the Finkel end.
Seen another Ben today as well, haven't we?
We have, yeah. It's interesting to see Mr. Stokes out there going through his paces during the lunch break out on the square as Ben Raine is about to bowl the first ball, running away from us here at the Finkel end, and it's on the hip of Pepper, and he tucks it away behind square and gets his account for the afternoon up and running, and moves him on to 35 and the score at 91 for 3.
Every time I think of Pepper's name, I'm reminded of Modern Family, the sitcom from America. There's a character in that called Pepper.
Well, we actually beat the scoreboard there. Sorry, he moves on to 36 and it's 92 for 3. As the left-handed Walter will now take strike. Ben Raine's going to come around the wicket. It's 2 slips and a fine gully. A point cover mid-off, mid-on, forward square and a fine leg. As Raine comes around the wicket, and that's back of a length and punched away nicely behind square on the offside to chase for Potts out to the short boundary.
Whoa!
And he does very well there, and it'll be 2 as the batsmen have a little look in the middle of the pitch. That's a nice start for both Essex batsmen as they get their totals underway after the lunch break. Ben Raine a little bit expensive by his standards this morning. 5.2 overs, 1 for 24, just the one maiden.
People in t-shirts in the stands. Ash.
Oh, be shirtless soon.
It's Balearic.
As Raine comes around the wicket, and whoa, he leaves that one from Ben Raine. That must have been very close to the off stump. as Eckersley sprawls away to his right. Nice delivery from Raine. Still a little bit of movement out there, but decent conditions to bat in now. It's decent.
If you see after that's past the stumps, how far down the leg side it's ended up.
It's a good take from Eckersley. Didn't bounce a lot. And I guess the most sign is that all the players, the majority of them, probably apart from Cast in front of us, are without jumpers on. As Ben Raine runs into bowl short sleeves and again attacks the stumps, and Walter defends this out to Lees in the covers.
You got any memories of playing Essex?
Yeah, lovely trip down to Colchester.
Oh, yeah.
Played down there, it was really nice. I got my career high score against these guys, and
what was that?
95, and ended up nicking one to this very, very average slip fielder called Mark Waugh.
Yeah.
Who actually, it hit him in the chest and bounced straight into his hands.
Unlucky.
But yeah, did okay against Essex as Raine comes around the wicket, and that's tucked away by Walter. And he'll take an easy single as the ball goes down to fine leg. But yeah, they give us a good hiding, I think, up here. I remember one game, myself and Brad Hodge put on a big partnership against them, trying to save the game, and I think they beat us by 10 wickets. Stevenson mentioned earlier by
2003.
Yeah, maybe.
Shall have a look?
You can have a look. Sure, it was 10 wickets. We got a good hiding anyway. As Raine now comes over the wicket to the right-handed Pepper on strike, and that one's nice and straight from Raine. Just played around his front pad a little bit there, Pepper, as he pushes that one into the onside, and that's the end of the over. Essex 95 for 3. Pepper on 36 and Walter on 23.
2003. 2002 maybe?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Riverside, it's going to be 2002. Essex must have gone down that. I must have gone up. Durham didn't go up till 2005. Essex won by 10 wickets.
There you go. Stevenson, I
Durham
think he was
picked
opening
up
the batting
3
in that
bowling
game.
points. D.J. Robinson, 33. Bowled by Patterson, Stephen Patterson. Was it Stephen?
Ian Patterson. Yeah. Ian Patterson. You can see Potts open the bowling from the Lumley end.
Right arm over to the very tall Walter, and that's driven up towards mid-off, no run there. Ian Patterson, where did he end up? Did he go to Northampton somewhere?
No, he stayed up here. Up here. Yeah, played a bit of club cricket around. He's still playing for Seam Harbour.
Ah. Born in Ryep. 1982, that was the year I left school. Will Jefferson got 46. John Stevenson got a duck. Mark Waugh 117.
Yeah, he could play.
Aftab Habib 123. In comes the bowler, that's played off towards Jones at mid-wicket, no run there. Graham Napier was playing in that team. James Middlebrook, who's umpiring today.
Yeah.
Harmison 2 for 74. Hunter 2 for 107. And then we come to the batting. A.M. Thorpe. Court War, bowled Grayson 14. Pops in. That's turned off the legs down towards fine leg for 1. Fielded by. Oh, they come back for a sneaky second. Bit naughty that. Well done though, they got there. He's got long legs, so 2-2 Walter. What did you get in the second innings? Can you remember?
That was the 95.
Oh, the 95, yeah. Right. Yeah. Oh, so your partnership. Where was the partnership? You and Hodge came together with a score on 81 for 3. And it was 217 before Hodge was eventually out for 56. Halcyon days, eh?
Oh, living the dream.
How many first class matches did you play?
That's a great question. I don't know. Maybe 8 or 9? Not many.
Potts bowls. Slightly over pitch, driven back at him. How many do you think? Come on, put your money on.
I'll go 9.
Yeah, 9. You knew the answer, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No. I'm not a stats man.
Right. How many balls did you bowl?
Not many. I think I only bowled against Sri Lanka in first class cricket.
What were your figures?
Oh, definitely none for.
None for 14.
Yeah.
An economy rate of 4 and over.
Living the dream.
48 balls you bowled and you went for 32 runs. Well bowled.
Thanks, mate.
Essex 97 for 3 here. Having been put in this morning by Durham. Potts from the Lumley end, balls, and that's played to mid-on. It's a dot ball as it trickles its way up there. How many modern days did you play?
15?
Oh, you're overcooking it now.
Am I?
You're adding the VAT on there, aren't you?
No idea. I absolutely have no idea.
11.
There you go.
T20s. I would have seen those T20s. It was the first year of T20, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, they were only
10 maybe?
Potts balls. And this is played wide of mid-on for 1. Raine picks it up. Well, there was only 5, wasn't there, in the first year?
Oh, so probably 5 then.
Because you played each team either home or away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had a good first win against
Notts, wasn't it?
Yeah, here, which was good.
How was that?
Peterson, big crowd. I remember David Willey, I think, I don't know if it was Nicky Peng or somebody, got plenty of runs, and we had a massive collapse in the middle, and we got home in the end. But David Willey, in his happy moments, and I can't quote it word for word, but it was, he nearly stuffed that up as he shook hands, and that was it. No expression on the face whatsoever. Yeah, it was good fun. As Ben Raine runs away from us here at the Finkel end to Walter, who defends it out into the offside. Essex 98 for 3.
Here's one for you. If you look at your player profile, it mentions the local clubs you played for, so Whitburn, for instance. Then when you go into a more detailed list, it doesn't have Whitburn on the list. It's got Sunderland, Chesty Street, North East Premier League Presidents 11.
All right, that's a good side.
Washington, and Durham Legends.
Durham Legends.
That would have been Gordon Mutchell and Gareth Breeze's benefit match at Durham School.
Yeah, that was good fun. As Raine comes in and bowls that one, it's pushed away into the point region for again no run.
That was a night where I think Phil Mustard bowled and he got Shivnarine Chandapal, didn't he?
Yeah.
And the previous time I'd seen him bowling, he got Luke Wright, the England batsman, in the final game of the season.
Filthy leg spin.
Yeah. The Colonel bowls a good flipper, said Luke Wright on Twitter that night. He went racing off across the pitch a bit like Bob Stokoe at Wembley.
I can only imagine. It's Ben Raine around the wicket to Walter. 2 slips wading, defends that one out into the offside. Seems to have found his line and length here, Ben Raine, after lunch. So he looked to build a bit of pressure. Yeah, it was a good night, that benefit game, wasn't it?
It was a cracking day, that.
Absolute
I hosted
legends.
the talking during the lunchtime. Everybody took the mick out of my tank top from memory.
At Durham School, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great day. I've still got the picture on my phone of my dad with Otis Gibson and Shivnarine Chandapal.
Sangakkara, and it was a great
yeah, that was the other one. Kumar was there as well, That was the other person on the picture.
Ben Raine again comes into Walter, and again defended down the wicket. This time to Bryden Cast at mid-on for no run.
Kumar told me afterwards that it was the highlight of his career to have his photograph taken with a fat Wiki who used to play for Whitburn.
Mate, he's one of the nicest people you could ever meet. He turned around, I think he said to every one of us that were quite humbled by it, he says, "It's been an absolute pleasure to play in the same team as you." And I thought, nah, you're absolutely lying. But very kind of him to say so. Very kind. As Ben Raine runs away from us here at the Finkel end, and that one's a little bit straight, and it's clipped away into the leg side. Jack Burnham in pursuit. They'll come back for a comfortable second, and that brings up the Essex 100. 3 wickets down. Comes in 31.5 overs, and pushes Walter on to 28. Pepper on 36. Puts the partnership on to 60 as well. Nice period of the game here for Essex as they're just starting to build into this innings.
3 and over, just over.
Yeah, going nicely. As the sun breaks through again and Raine comes into ball, and Walter again defends down to Bryden Cast to end the 32nd over, with Essex sitting on 100 for 3.
I would imagine when Kumar Sangakkara thanked you, you obviously would have replied something along the lines of, "Well, you got picked.
Yeah,
we weren't sure you were going to get a game."
He got to watch me bat, I guess, was probably the highlight of his career.
Were you the top scorer that night?
I hit a few, I think. I think the Durham bowlers were very generous to us old fellas at that stage. You
don't often get joint benefit years, do you?
No, it It was good for Muchie and for Breezy, two great servants for Durham cricket.
Capped off with them winning the One Day Cup at Lords against Warwick.
Absolutely. What a day.
Potts, start of a new over, driven out towards the covers. Good diving stop there by Lees.
And Breezy hitting the winning runs. As he left one down to third man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I still have nightmares about that reverse sweep from Ben Stokes, which went through his legs off Chetan Patel.
Don't know how it missed. We were there, and I mean, it was a bizarre day, wasn't it? The sun never got out. It was
misty
dark
and murky, but it was muggy. But there'd been a horrendous thunderstorm on the morning.
But it felt like that all day, didn't it? Like it was about to pour down, and it just never.
Not happy with the ball here, the Durham lads, and the umpires are going to get the magic ring out and have a look.
Yeah, was it 2016 was that?
14,
sorry. I remember going down with, we had a bus full from Washington. We went down, stayed over the night of the game, but we drove down on the bus during the night, and that was an interesting experience. But there was a group of Washington and Sacriston Cricket Club lads.
Which that would have been lively.
It was a good combination. It was everybody was well hydrated.
I bet they were. The ball won't fit through the ring, and then were they all a little bit tired and emotional later?
There was a few tears, I think, knocking around.
Yeah. They're going to change the ball. So what over are we in? 104.
The 33rd.
33rd over.
Start of the 33rd. But yeah, it was pretty emotional, I think. Just the way that it all happened, as you said, it was Breezy's farewell, and he ran over to his family, who I got to spend a bit of time with on the day.
He was on the rum and coke after the game, wasn't he? And they wheeled him back to the hotel, and I walked in the reception there, and there was an abandoned wheelchair in reception, and with Lord property of MCC or Lords written on it. I thought, what on earth's that? Anyway, when I got up for breakfast the next morning, there he was, right as rain. I said, I didn't expect to see you this morning. He said, I've had 8 hours sleep, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Because we all then travelled from there, having beaten Warwickshire on the Saturday in the One Day Cup. Durham then had to travel up to Edgbaston to play them in the final championship match of the season. So I got the Chiltern Railways, went from Marylebone up to Banbury and stayed with my cousin near Banbury.
Oh yeah, cool.
Quite a nice little line, that. So they switched this ball, so this will bring a wicket. So unfortunately for Michael Pepper, who's on 36, he's about to be out, having batted ever so well and faced 74 balls. As Potts comes in, right arm over. Oh, and he's nearly chopped on. Well, what do you know? It's amazing how often you see I think he's played that onto his back foot there.
Yeah,
how often you see a wicket when the ball's being changed?
Bit tight to cut that one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a long day the next day for us travelling back up. I know that there was a few sore heads.
Davy Fenwick's been on, he's obviously after a favour. He says, I love Ash's commentary, he's a natural. What does he want, do you reckon?
I don't know. What
summing up there, isn't it?
Definitely.
Potts in again, bowls. Played straight back up towards the bowler's end. He said, I've always found him a really nice fellow when watching local cricket.
Thank you, mate.
And he says, Nick, your Essex co-commentator sounds the double of Rupert Bell, who is on a radio station I'll not mention. Have you been compared to Rupert Bell before, Nick? He doesn't think so.
It's a definite shake of the head.
Yeah, that's a first in Nick's life. Potts comes in and bowls. Oh, it's a bouncer. And Pepper ducks out of that one. Jet by Wings is suddenly burst into my ears. Wasn't quite expecting that. So a reminder, there'll be a news bulletin update in about 6 or 7 minutes.
It's a little lull, isn't there? 100 for 3.
Just waiting for something to happen here, aren't we, really? Potts comes in and bowls. Oh, it's a short one, and Pepper tries to hook it and changes his mind at the last second, pulls the bat down out the road of the ball and flies through to the keeper.
It's good pace that from Potts. Sometimes these slow pitches, when the ball's banged in, it's quite hard to play the horizontal bat shots, rather than a true quicker wicket where you can trust the bounce and the pace. And that one's whistled through there from Potts. About head height through to Eckersley, which we haven't seen a lot of.
Potting again, bowls, and that's pulled down into the ground by the batsman, who slips in his crease as he tries to flick the ball off down towards a long leg for 1. End of the over, 101 for 3. Interest from BBC Look North in this game. They have a camera crew here. Paul Anthony Chubb, MBE, says, guess who's just been vox popped by BBC Look North about the crowds back at Durham. So there you are. There'll be a report on Look North this evening on BBC One from 6:30. I bet Jeff Brown suggested coming and doing that one because he's a big cricket fan.
Yeah, he loves it.
He originally was the Durham cricket writer for the Journal when they became a first-class side many years ago.
I remember my first real interaction with Durham was doing an interview with Jeff for the news, which was nice to meet him. Lovely bloke. As Ben Raine continues the attack from the Finkel end. Comes into bowl, and that one stays a little bit low from Pepper, and he manages to get a bit of an outside edge on that one, steering it away to third man. They've got 2, they'll look for 3 and settle on the second. There's a nice throw into the keeper. Quite nicely played there from Pepper. Didn't bounce a lot, that ball. He managed to guide that away nicely through the vacant gully region. 103 for 3. Moves Pepper on to 39. As this partnership continues to grow. Came to the crease at 40 for 3. As Essex look to build a big first innings total as Raine comes over the wicket, and that one's a little bit straight. That's clipped away down to fine leg for a single. And Jones does the fielding, moves Pepper on to 40.
Still singing away. It's a longer song than I thought, that one. It's been on for 5 minutes. Wings.
It's just a shame everybody else.
The band the Beatles could have been, wasn't it? And Alan Partridge.
Yeah. As Raine will now come around the wicket to the left-handed Walter. He has 2 slips, a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a forward square leg and a fine leg. And this one's on the money and pushed out into the point region where Potts collects it and works vigorously on the new ball. That was replaced in the last over.
Stu says this ball seems a lot bouncier than the other one. Derek says, talking to club cricketers, one of the big misses has been the tee for 2.
Oh.
It's been great seeing them around the pavilion again too, and not freezing in a faraway field.
I hope you're having a good day, mate. You and many people very, very happy to be back watching live cricket here at the Riverside as Raine comes around the wicket, and that's driven nicely out into the covers. Straight to Alex Lees. Again for no run. It's probably a little bit close there at cover. A little bit more on the drive. As we see Bryden, Carse and Rushworth just starting to do a few stretches as they prepare to come into the attack after these 2. Durham really looking for a 4th wicket as Essex build this partnership now at 64. As Raine comes around the wicket, and that's full and jammed out back to the bowler. Again for no run. This looks like it's flattened out a little bit here. Durham just changed the ball. Beginning to get the feel of that one. As it was out of shape. As Marty indicated earlier, didn't pass the ring test.
You can email us weircricket@yahoo.co.uk or @MartyCricket on Twitter. I think Ash has got a number in his, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't know, 25 maybe? Oh, that is gone! Ben Raine full straight!
New ball!
And as Marty predicted, the new ball brings a wicket. It wasn't Pepper, but Walter loses his off stump, and Ben Raine gets the breakthrough. Walter is bowled by Raine for 28, and Essex are 104 for 4.
I wish I'd put some money on that, but I don't bet, so... How often do you see that happen?
You're
Pair
absolutely
has settled in, nothing doing, ball's changed, wham.
And that's a big wicket as this partnership was building nicely for Essex. It just looked like they'd settled in after lunch as well. Just starting to build, a couple of nice shots, good running between the wickets and just transferring some pressure onto Durham, and Ben Raine comes and removes Walter's off stump. A huge wicket as Ryan Tenderscarter swings his arms around as he makes the long walk. The 100-odd metre walk out to the middle as he now just crosses the boundary line. Ben Raine, second wicket for him of the day. After having Wesley LBW for a duck earlier in the day, he bowls Walter for 28. Essex 104 for 4.
Partnership of 64. So Essex 104 for 4 against Durham.
Marty's new ball theory working again. Just a little break in play, a little change in the ball, brought about the wicket, and a much needed one for Durham.
Potts comes in and bowls. Played up 2 mid on, no run there. So Ryan Tendescata, the new man.
It can happen here at Durham that wickets can fall in a hurry, so Essex will want to build this partnership again. You don't want to be losing wickets in clusters here, because the Durham bowling attack, once they smell blood, are very, very good at picking up wickets in a hurry.
Ah, it's a lovely sunny day here. The crowds who've been allowed back into this ground for the first time in 611 days, enjoying what they're seeing as well. Durham have just got a wicket after lunch. They had to change the ball because it had gone out of shape, and how many times we've seen wickets from the balls being changed over the years. I wish I had £1 for it each time. Anyway, Walters has gone, bowled by Ben Raine for 28, ending a partnership of 64 for the 4th wicket with Michael Pepper, who's on a career best 40. Essex 104 for 4, and you can join us on the BBC website and the Sports app for live commentary.
Great stuff there from Potts. Could hear some oohs and ahs. Just induced a false stroke there from Pepper as Potts bustles in towards us. And again a drive from Pepper, who just looks a little bit edgy out there. Flashy drive there. Got an inside edge out to Bedingham in the mid-wicket region. So we're getting a big period of the game now. Durham with the breakthrough, their tails up. Essex looking to again try and build another partnership to stop a collapse here. There's a deep backward square. In fact, he's just in front of square. A fine leg. 2 slips, a point to cover, a mid off, a mid on and a mid wicket.
It's funny how news goes around and comes around as Potts comes in here and bowls from the Lumley end. That's cut nicely, hard into the ground and down towards third man for 4. My wife yesterday was trying to see if she could go up to Northumberland to do a story about a beach hut at Dunstanburgh, which is on the market for 125 grand or something like that.
Yeah.
And I said, well, haven't you done this one before? She said, yeah, I think the last time one of these was for sale. So a few years ago she was up there. So it's a good 15-20 minutes through the sand dunes from the nearest road, carrying all your kit and everything.
Right.
So, but I mean, I remember doing a story on a beach hut up there, and now there's another story about a beach hut up there. They don't have electricity, most of them don't even think have any water, and you're not allowed in them after September. It's on National Trust land. Potts bowls, left alone by Pepper, he's appealing. He's claimed the ball clipped the pads on the way through. Not out, says James Middlebrook.
It's a good leave. Very tight.
But if you're going to spend that money, you may as well buy a life membership to the golf club instead, I reckon. It's a beautiful golf course there. On the par 3 at the southern end of the course, you're looking at the Dunstanburgh Castle ruins on the outcrop of rock. It's a beautiful sight. You almost can't concentrate on trying to miss the pin.
It's like a picture, isn't it, rather than actually real life. It's incredible.
And you've got Newton by the Sea just to the north of there, and Craster just to the south, a little harbour there, where they do the kippers. Potts comes in and bowls. That's left alone beyond off stump. And that is the end of the over. Right, I'll bring Nick back in, and I'll see you in about 25 minutes or so.
Spot on. 108 for 4, Pepper on 44. Tendescata yet to face. 35 overs in. And Durham getting the breakthrough after lunch with Ben Raine in his last over. Removing Paul Walters off stump. And the Durham skipper reinforcing the cordon there with 3 slips now. Tenduscarter takes his guard. Umpire Milnes. You have to do with the nagging Ben Raine, who for him has been a little bit expensive today. 11 overs, 3 maidens. Sorry, I'm reading Potter's figures there. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 30. As Ben Raine runs away from us here in the commentary position, and Tenduscarter pushes that into the offside and runs immediately. And that, I think you will see a lot of busy running between the wickets with Tenduscarter. He's an energetic cricketer, loves to keep the scoreboard moving. Very dynamic player, and very important for Essex.
Yeah,
today.
a big wicket now this for Durham, because he 2 scores of 56 for him this season, both against Warwickshire, and looked very good in that last game. Looked like he was getting into some real form, so he could yet change the course of his innings. A big wicket for Durham to get early if they can.
Potts is now on strike to Raine, and that one's full, and it's driven square but straight to Burnham for no run.
Yeah, it's a good wicket for Durham to have taken. It was a fairly quiet sort of 15-20 minutes, wasn't it, at the start of the session, and I think that just so often happens, you say, that you change the ball, legitimate reasons. The umpires decided that the current ball was not appropriate, not going through the hoop, and the new one does a bit more, and it's the new ball that isn't a new ball, so to speak, that has done the trick.
Absolutely. Just give a psychological boost to the bowlers as well, thinking if the old ball's not doing anything and they get this new cherry in their hands. As Raine bowls full and straight, a little bit leg side-ish. Pepper pushes that one out to Beddingham in the mid-wicket region for, again, no run.
The other big game in this section, Warwickshire 91 for 2, Will Rhodes is 59 not out. That's against Nottinghamshire, who now of course are having to make do without Stuart Broad. Just checking he's not in their side. I'm sure he's not, no, wouldn't be allowed to be. But he's made a good contribution for them. But of course Luke Fletcher's been the star of the show. But it's going to be an interesting game, that. Hard to predict how it will go. It wouldn't rule out the draw, mind you.
As Raine again runs away from us here and bowls that full, and Pepper drives but straight to mid-off for no run.
And just the other sort of headline score at the moment is the Roses match. Yorkshire 68 for 7. And Harry Duke. Now, Harry Duke is an England under-19 keeper batsman playing his second match for Yorkshire, and he's 26 not out, so all credit to him. Tom Bailey has taken 2 for 6 in 10 overs.
Wow.
And Yorkshire Lancashire have a strong seam attack, and one of the sides I think who could possibly win the whole shooting match, Ash. I think 2 or 3 sides I've got in mind.
Very talented squad. As Raine comes into ball, that one's full and straight again, clipped into the mid-wicket region.
I do think if Essex can get out of this group from this current position, they will be one of the contenders.
I think they always will be.
Yeah.
I think your bowling attack is absolutely outstanding.
Absolutely.
You look at the seam options that you have with Porter and Siddle, and then you have Simon Harmer, who's been an absolute genius for Essex over the years.
And I see Somerset getting out of that conference too, with one of Gloucestershire, Hampshire or Surrey, but I'm pretty sure Somerset will get out of it, and of course having had the 8 points deduction, that will buoy them as well, and it depends how much they've got Craig Overton available, because he's dynamite at the moment.
Very true. As Raine comes in again, obviously a plan to bowl straight here at Pepper, giving him no width, and that's getting pushed into the mid-wicket region for no run. And that ends the over with Essex on 109 for 4, Pepper on 44, Tenduscarter on 1.
They're not quite the same side without him, but he has been phenomenal, Craig Overton. I think he's leading wicket taker, I think, in the country going into this round of games. If memory serves me right, we'll just check on that, but he was ahead of Simon Harmer certainly, and has had a phenomenal campaign so far. So Somerset going strong. And this particular section, I think it's probably a 4-horse race now. Very hard to see Worcestershire, even if they beat Derbyshire in the current game, running out of games, going to be able to get into the mix. But it's just what I think the ECB would have hoped for. At least 2 of these conferences really were going down to the wire. And as I say, if Northants were to win their game against Sussex, they got Sussex 8 down and Yorkshire lose, then that conference becomes interesting as well. Tenduscarter's first ball is a good one from Potts. He has to dig it out. It's Yorker length. He got a single earlier on to take the strike there. So it's the second ball he's faced altogether, but the first ball of this over, and it was very much a potential wicket-taking one, and he did well to negotiate it.
Yeah, I think the ECB, as you say, will be really happy that they're getting the conferences competitive.
Yes.
There's always something on the line in these matches at the moment.
2 slips in the gully, and 5 saving, 1 appeal for OBW. That's a good shout. That's a good shot. Height maybe. He's not happy he hasn't got it, Potts. As ever, Tenderskart, he was on the move, going across his crease, looking to whip it away into the onside. But it was a pretty good shout.
I think that's going down. But,
yeah.
Potts is very frustrated. He's had a lot of close shouts today and potential caught behind.
Go along with that, having seen the replay. It's a good shout. There's been 1 or 2. This is a big wicket. If they can get Tenderskart early, Wheat has not been in the best of form. Harmer, useful with the bat, but they'll feel that they've got a bit of a door open if they can separate these two quickly. Michael Pepper doing outstandingly well for 44, career best in first-class cricket. Here's an edge, and it's dropped at first slip.
My goodness.
Fairly straightforward chance, I think. Sort of in the end, sort of waist height, but it's been put down.
Well, to say there are no easy catches at slip, and having fielded there for a while, I tend to agree with that, but as slip catches go,
Bancroft,
that's exactly where you want it. And Bancroft just rocked back on his heels a little bit there, and has put that down. He's got good hands as well, Cameron Bancroft.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a terrific over this from Potts, and he's causing Tenderskart all sorts of problems. That was a genuine nick and put down at first slip. Now he bowls to Tenderskart. Oh, it's inside edged it for 1 down to fine leg. They'll think of the second. He might almost be reluctant to take the second at the moment, the way this over's going, but he's come back for the second. But it is a terrific over this. That one was another full-length delivery. It just moved a bit, and Tenderskart had just got an inside edge on it.
That will improve Potts' mood, won't it?
Yeah. That was no genuine leg glance. That was just one that gone off the inside edge, and it's been a terrific over. I mean, let down unfortunately by one of his slips. 111 for 4. Could be a big moment in the day, because Tenderskart, when he gets in, can be very much a counter puncher, as everybody knows. And here's a delivery, another really good ball. This one is actually well played by Tenderskart. It's quite close to off stump, and he's made a judgment that he can leave it alone. And a lesser batsman might have actually played at that, thinking they had to play at it, and edged it, and Tenderskart didn't. But my word, he's just gone for a walk towards where a short leg would be, because he knows he's up against it in this over. But if he can stay, Tenderskart tends to be quite conservative at the start of an innings, but if he's able to stay for any length of time, he'll start to counterpunch, and therefore a very valuable wicket for Durham to get early if they can. And they had their chance in this over. This is a very, very good over. Potts bowls, and this is a good ball, but Tenderskart drives pleasantly, and it's actually unfortunate to get it past mid-off, because he threw that pretty well. That was an outstanding over, and I'm sure the crowd here are paying tribute to it with applause, and it's a good crowd in here at the Riverside. It's an increasingly pleasant afternoon, particularly right along the side of the ground where lots of blue sky. Some cloud, but it's not threatening, it's very high, and it's a nice afternoon. Potts, 130 12, that's the best over he's bowled so far. Pepper 44, Tenderskart 3, 111 for 4.
Yeah, very frustrated Potts as he stumps off down to fine leg, off the floor. Tenderskart just needs to just take his time a little bit in between balls, and as you said, very dangerous counter-attacking player, and can change very, very quickly. As Raine comes in, the bowler Pepper, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Lovely delivery.
Well, this change of ball certainly has helped Durham. There's not a lot was happening with that first ball, but certainly there's a bit of movement there, and it's causing the Essex batsman some trouble. So Ken's getting in touch. And so Durham is the best we've had this season, so first away, and we're the loudest and clearest that we've been, so that's good to hear. Pity about the scores so far, but you can't win them all. Thanks very much, Ken, and bc@email.com if you'd like to get in touch.
As Ben Raine runs away from us, half your position, and Pepper cuts and nearly chops onto the stumps. This is an interesting period of play. And Essex look to try and build another partnership, and Durham just a scent here of ripping through the Essex lineup at 111 for 4. Pepper on 44 has battled hard. He's had periods in his innings where he's been very fluent and struck boundaries, and periods in it when he's had to really stick in and battle hard. There's just a little bit of chirp from the Durham fielders here, as they can definitely sense something's happening out there. 2 slips in place. As Raine runs away from us here in our commentary position in the Finkel end, and that one straight again, and Pepper plays that nicely to mid-off. Well, maybe kept a little bit low, do you think, Nick?
Yeah, that one seemed to, and Michael Biswell in touch with us says, good afternoon, a bit of something for everyone in this pitch, which is good.
Yeah.
and it looks like it's going to build into a good game. And you hope Essex don't continue to rest the seamers. They are not in a strong enough position to be able to do it. It was a mistake to rest Sam Cook at Trent Bridge. They can't afford to do that. Yeah, we'll come back to that after this ball, and I'll get your comment on that, Ash. Because I think there was a reason.
No problem at all. As Raine comes in, and Pepper is ready, and again that one is straight, and they're really attacking the stumps here for Pepper, putting him under some pressure. Yeah,
so Essex and Worcestershire in this group have not had a round off, as all the other teams have at some point in May, and that's probably prompted the necessity to rotate the seamers a little bit in both cases. And Essex, looking back, would have liked to have rested Sam Cook at Worcester on a pitch that was offering nothing to anyone, and not at Trent Bridge, where as soon as Notts sensed that Sam Cook was probably going to be left out, green seamer, Stuart Broad played, and the rest was history.
Interesting, as Raine comes in, and a square drive nicely away, and that'll run away for 4 across the square and out towards the pavilion as Pepper moves to 48. Lovely square drive, just open the face and ease that one through the gap. It's a real tough one, isn't it, on the bowling front, where they have quite a big block of championship cricket. And as you mentioned earlier, I think some of the wickets have been really, really flat. It's been
lack of grass growth. Yeah,
really dry April. A lot more moisture has been around in May, but it's been tough going for the seamers.
Having said that, only Anthony McGrath and Andre Nell will know sort of why each bowler needed to be rested at the point they were.
Absolutely, as Raine comes in the bowl, and that's fallen straight again and beats the outside edge of Pepper, who, after the ball before, squeezing that one away. Maybe just a little bit of confidence there, but Ben Raine nibbling away outside off stump ends the over. Essex 115 for 4, Pepper 48, Tenduscarter on 3. And yeah, you've got to manage if they're looking at potentially how much white ball cricket they're going to play, and then you've got another massive block of championship cricket to come at the end of the season. But it's quite a big burst of red ball cricket in a short space of time. So he might have been carrying a niggle, as you said. You don't really know what's going on with these guys all the time.
When you look at, if we're going to have, I think while we have the 100, we'll have conferences. My personal view. Here's another terrific delivery from Potts. Goodness me, he's bowling well. A Yorker, which Tenduscarter does extremely well to dig out. It was perfectly executed, but Tenduscarter's got his bat down in it, and this is a fantastic contest at the moment. Anyone with any interest in top quality bowling and a very good batsman, this is great stuff at the moment. It really is exceptional from Potts just at the moment. 115 for 4.
Yeah, there's a little bit in the pitch, but it's not a minefield by any stretch of the imagination. The shots are able to be played. It's a really good contest between bat and ball.
2 slips in the gully. There's a case for a third slip. It's an appeal for LBW. Not out. He was on the walk, as he often is, Tenduscarter, and that can often save him because it'll put doubt in the umpire's mind. It was, not a bad shot, but possibly going down.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that the Durham boys thought that was out either. It was an appeal. Potts definitely thought it was out. He's stomping away back to his mark.
I think I'd take out one of the infield and have a third slip at the moment, the way Potts is bowling.
It's not the worst shout, yeah. He would hate for one to escape through there right now.
Yeah, the gap between second slip and gully. BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Essex. Ash Thorpe and Nick Leadhill here at the Riverside, and here is Tenduscarter playing a nice square drive actually, and unfortunately straight to backward point, but he timed that well. But he won't be phased at 3 off 16 to get 10 deliveries at the moment. Looking at that's par for the course for Tenduscarter. He doesn't normally go off out of the blocks quickly, and he hasn't got much choice here. He's getting the occasional one he can hit, but he's getting a lot of very difficult deliveries as well.
He plays with a slightly open bat face, doesn't he, Tenduscarter? He's got amazing quick hands as he gets his hands through the ball.
Yeah.
Fantastic striker of the ball.
115 for 4. 2 slips and a gully, and Tenduscarter reaches forward and plays it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So goes for a walk towards short leg. You'll know this is an important moment in the Essex Championship campaign. Innings at a bit of a crossroads, 115 for 4. Game Essex cannot afford to lose. And there he is at the helm. The man who's been at the top of the averages, Dan Lawrence, not available, but his replacement is doing very well at the other end. 115 for 4. Potts bowls again. Tenduscarter just comes forward and plays to mid-off, and there's no run. So, very absorbing situation at the moment, and we have Sorostelf Tufo, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, sitting in the sun at beautiful ground. So you're actually here, which is great. You've still got an earphone in listening, and you're enjoying the commentary. So thanks very much. Nice to have somebody on the ground. Come on, Essex. I played with Pepper when we were young, so good to see him having a nice innings. So certainly he is playing well at the moment. And here is Tender Scarter playing the next one from Potts, just back down the pitch with a bit of a check drive in the end. But he's just pouring out the crease there, Tender Scarter, with his left foot at the end, and as if just. In fact, Pepper does the same as well, just where the ball is pitching. It's been a very, very good couple of overs from Potts, but a maiden, but these two still together. Pepper 48, Tender Scarter 3, 115 for 4.
Yeah, it's an excellent period of the game, isn't it? It's been a real battle all day so far. Durham on top, Essex on top, and now you see Essex 115 for 4, and this is a vital part of this first innings, as Essex look to build a big total. As Ben Raine is going to bowl at Pepper. He's just 2 away from his 50 as he runs away from us here in the Finkel end. And that one's full and straight, and it's pushed out into the covers for no run. Timed quite nicely by Pepper. He's having some good periods in his innings. Like I say, he's very fluent at times and then looks a little bit frenetic at others. But he's a young player looking to build his career, and it's not easy conditions. It's not, like I said, it's not a minefield by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a real battle between bat and ball, which has got the crowd, which I'm pleased to say, absolutely gripped with what's going on at the moment.
Yeah, it's been fascinating stuff. Got a question, one of our emails is for you about the pitch.
Cool.
Out of this one.
No problem. Ben Raine's just looking to change the field, and where they've looked to attack Pepper straight, they've now might just change the attack to outside the off stump as Bedingham comes over from a catching mid-wicket to a man very square on the drive. So he is positioned in a catching position between cover and point, with point and cover actually sitting behind him. So there's a lot of fielders out there as Ben Raine comes into bowl, and again it is a little bit wider there. So they're looking to try and frustrate Pepper, who likes to get on with it and looks like he wants to score runs. Yeah,
the question from Dean is the pitch likely to take spin later on, obviously with Simon Harmer in mind?
Yeah, I think it will. Durham don't play a spinner. When Borthwick has bowled in the games, it's usually been due to them being behind in the over rate more than a tactic, to be fair. As Ben Raine comes in again, and this one is straight but down the leg side, and a waste of a delivery and a waste of a scoring opportunity for Pepper. But I think Simon Harmer will turn the ball on any surface. I think he's a brilliant operator from what I've seen. I'm really looking forward to watching him bowl live, actually.
Generally, of course, he tends to be more successful at Chelmsford than away from home, where pitches won't suit him. So if he can get wickets here, it could be at a very important time in the group.
Absolutely, and especially with the seam attack that Essex has, he's a great complement to those guys who will be putting in some hard yards here at the Riverside as Raine comes into bowl, and that's cut away from Pepper, and that'll go away for 4. Raise your bat, young fella. That is 50. It moves him on to 52, and a generous round of applause, which is lovely to hear from the Durham crowd, because he's battled hard. Pepper, he survived a couple of really close shouts early doors, got off to an iffy start, but he's really, at periods of this innings, blossomed, and he'll look to go on and get bigger and better things for Essex today. So that's a really nice 50 from the young fella.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's been a terrific performance after an uncertain start.
Yeah.
Just reined himself in when he was getting a little bit loose.
Absolutely.
He's really battled for these last 20 runs.
That's coming 102 deliveries. I'll break that down a little bit further for you in a moment as Raine comes into bowl, and that's right on the money. And he pushes that out to the covers and thinks about a single, and then changes his mind.
Yeah, well done to him. It's been a terrific hand. 50 runs per 100 balls is pretty good rate,
on, isn't he?
Yeah. And he just reined himself in when he was playing a couple of loose strokes in quick succession. He seems to have cut that out a little bit now.
Important knock as well in the context of this game, not just for him building his career, but it's huge at the moment as Raine comes in, and that's full, and that's driven through extra cover. It'll probably just be the single as Cast comes round and cuts that off before it does any further damage. And at the end of the over, he moves on to 53, and it's 120 for 4.
Yes, Craig Overton's still the leading wicket taker. He's 2 clear of Simon Harmer on 36, but he's now going to be in that England bubble. So Harmer on 34, Rushworth with 33. That includes the wicket he's got today. Abbott 33, Hampshire not playing in the current round of games, and he's really hit his form in the last couple of games. And then Luke Fletcher, of course, 31, who's been so instrumental in Nottinghamshire really regaining their form. Has to be said, Nottinghamshire's batting has improved as well, but Luke Fletcher's bowling has been absolutely outstanding. And then Ryan Higgins of Gloucestershire has been a key part of their success. Ollie Robinson of Sussex, who's rather fought a lone battle at times, I think. Sam Cook not too far behind on 25 points with Cars, actually, neck and neck on 25.
Yeah, Cars has bowled well. From a Durham point of view, the part of the quicker bowlers at Durham, you would say him and Mark Wood. And then you have the naggers, I would class them as Rushworth and Ben Raine, who just don't let up. And as we mentioned, that Rushworth comes into the attack. 1
for 19 off 10. And it's going to bowl to Pepper, and Pepper will drive pleasantly away through mid-off as only an extra cover. That's been chased back towards the boundary, and it isn't going to be hauled in. That's a lovely shot. Off drive, and he celebrated his 50 with a fine stroke. So Michael Pepper, this is turning into a really impressive innings at a very important time. The replacement for Dan Lawrence, who's been... had a good season for Essex, and good enough to keep his place in the England setup. And I think he's likely to play in that first test against New Zealand. Interestingly, there's 2 slips, no gully. There is a short mid-wicket. Pepper comes forward and plays that defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. So Pepper 8 fours in his 50, so he's added a 9th now. And by the way, Nick Brown 23. He needed 23 at the start of the day for 6,000 first-class runs for Essex, so he got them, but he couldn't get a 6,000 and first.
That'll do.
But congratulations to him anyway.
Yeah, brilliant effort, well done.
So he's got a handful of other first-class runs, and I've to work out who that's for, but well done to Nick Brown, although he would have probably liked to have got a few more than 23 today. Played well for the 23, mind you, and Pepper plays defensively up into the offside, and he's looking very good indeed at the moment, Michael Pepper, on this only this 4th first-class match, and getting his chance because Dan Lawrence is in that England bubble, and my word, he's taking his opportunity just at the moment.
Just got another useless Durham cricket stat of Ben Raine. That's his 80th wicket. 2.5% of them have been called Paul.
It's not a bad stat, as this is played defensively up into the onside, and there's no run. I suppose if you're playing Somerset and you're a seam bowler, you've got a fair chance of getting a lot of toms in your.
Seems very popular down there at the moment.
Interesting article actually in Cricket Info about Tom Banton. Regular listeners to the BBC Essex commentary, particularly when I've been on, will know that I was not in favour of Tom Banton, given the problems he's had with COVID as well, and struggling with the bubbles, being given that opening berth, which I think they've relieved him of now, as this is driven back down the pitch and there's no run, but he'll come into his own, hopefully back in the middle order for Somerset, in where he belongs, but also of course in the white ball version of the game where he's very strong. So if he's struggling from long COVID, which is still a bit of a mystery illness in terms of what people know about it, we wish him well and hope it's not going to affect him too much this season, because he's an outstanding player.
Yeah, he's a real talent, isn't he?
That's an interesting article about how he struggled with the back-to-back bubbles that people are in. Here's a delivery which Pepper played beautifully for 4th, square through the offside. Just almost turned into a half volley. He got to the pitch of it, and Rushworth looking a bit perplexed by that. That was a lovely bit of use of the feet, and he's just stroked it away as easy as you like, square through the offside for 4. This is a very impressive 61 to him, and he's got just a man the other end to keep him going. Brian Descartes on 3. Probably thinking at the moment that Pepper's getting the easier delivery, but of course he has just got faces over from Rushworth. Not Rushworth's best over, I would say, this season, 1.7 off 11. And yeah, it's useful the punch you're going to get after that wicket ball to much for 4.
Yeah, just going through another phase, isn't he, where he's stepped on the gas, he moves on to 61, and he's doing a really nice here for both himself and for Essex. This partnership just starts to blossom. It's moved on to 28 already in quick time, and we talked about Descartes changing momentum. It's been Pepper who's really counter-attacked after the last wicket. As Bryden Cast joins us from the Finkel end as he runs into Tender Scarter, and he runs that one down to third man with an open bat face. And another single to the total. And
Siosdale Full Tufo says, can you say hi to Ash from me, because I'm at the ground enjoying the commentary. I'm an Essex fan who Ash coaches at Durham UCCE.
Oh, brilliant. How are you, mate? Very good.
So he's waving or whatever or from the commentary box. But it's nice to have Essex fans here. We know there are fans on the ground, and it's not a bad game to have picked, I have to say, given the weather.
Nah, it's perfect out there today. Right now, great time to bat. There's Cast storms in, and that one's, I don't know, bizarrely punched into the offside, shall we say. I think Pepper was expecting that to bounce a little bit more than it did, and he jammed his bat down and pushed that out into the point region.
BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex, and Martin and myself, Nicola, we're at the Riverside, playing in the championship for the first time in a decade. And great to be back here. Wednesday, and of course we've got a good crowd in here. We reckon at least 2,000 plus.
Yeah.
All around the ground as well.
As Cast again runs in, balls that full and straight. Nicely played from Pepper, who looks like he's just back into his innings again. Just a little front period.
Peter Lawrence, unfortunately, looks like he's lost their touch in red all this season. They've done this when they go to championship. Do you know what happened about the 12-point penalty that they received for a standard pitch in the 2019 championship decider? It should have been applied in the following season. Yeah, the answer to that, Peter, is it wasn't applied the following season. It was applied this year. 8 points.
Let's pick up there as Cast runs in the ball to Pepper, and that's full and straight. Nicely pushed down the ground by Pepper. He runs in. Oh, lovely feeling there by Ben Raine, a bit off. And a close call, but Pepper scraped home and runs the total.
Yeah, Peter says it looks like once you've got better weather than Malaga, so I'm there and it's miserably and raining and only 18 degrees. Well, you're probably still a touch warmer. I reckon we're about 15, 16 today, but that's the introduction to the start of this campaign. I suspect it's not going to cost them a place in come September.
Cast comes into ball, Tender Scarter crouches and wristily flicks that one down to fine leg for another single.
I mean, unless they lose to Hampshire, I think it's in their next match, that could leave them a little bit vulnerable, given that Hampshire lost to play the Cheltenham in the last round. I fancy Thomas to get through there. Yeah, of course, it took some juice to wait and played this season. And Somerset Ford, we'd glad to see the back of it, of course. It's a long issue.
It's really interesting, absolutely. As Cast comes into ball to Pepper, and that's driven nicely out into the covers. Essentially could have got a run there, but it's cutting another dot, and that ends over 134.
I'll tell you what, in fact, our Malabar patch pitch for the third test was average, as in March. I wouldn't want to make a test match on the day 4 when you see a poor test wicket pitch, so you were sitting at home all day, you were meant to see. Now, I mean, that's unfortunately not having the very percent of the swing sport, I suspect, part of that, because, you can't have test pitches like that. That's what's ridiculous.
No, it was. I mean, all throughout the series, it got interesting, didn't it, after the first test, the success there.
Poor old groundsman, just because India lost the toss, lost his job.
Yeah.
Awful. Dreadful.
It's interesting, isn't it?
But it was still an interesting series, and a bit of a hobby horse of mine. I think 4 tests is right between England and India.
Yeah.
It was 4 tests as recent as a decade ago, and 14 years ago it was only 3. But I think 4 is the right number. Keep 5 tests for the Ashes, and funnily enough, one of the problems this summer has been they've been trying to think of playing the rest of the IPL in September, but the 5th test gets in the way. I think they decided they don't want to forego the 5th test, so the IPL now might move to the UAE.
Yeah.
Rushworth 1 for 27 in 11 overs at 131 for 4 Essex, having been sent in, and he bowls, and Tender Scarter comes forward and plays to short mid wicket, and there is no run. So interesting day's play. Yes, Peter, I think Essex away from home they have struggled, and I think this group has proved tougher than everyone thought, to be honest.
Yeah.
1 or 2 people thought this might be a regal tour of the Midlands for Essex, waving at everyone from their carriage as they've but that was probably overstating it, but it's proved a lot tougher than that, hasn't it, as Tender Scarter comes forward and just blocks it up into the offside. Because I think people thought, Essex are going to be fine in this group, but tough places to win. New Road, Edgbaston, and indeed Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire are playing well, as they found, and they're looking to see if they can get that elusive away win here, and having to bank on winning at Chesterfield.
Yeah, it is a tough group. A bit of a resurgence from Durham this year, are probably playing their best cricket for
good signs from Durham.
3 years.
No doubt about that. As this next delivery, Tender Scarter just chops down in a typical fashion of his, and looking a bit more comfortable now, Tender Scarter, since the withdrawal of Potts from the attack. And he just plays it up into the offside, 131 for 4.
You've got 2 teams in Durham and not 2 had probably forgot how to win.
Yes.
And now this year...
And that's what's made a difference in this group.
Yeah, of course it does. And a little bit of confidence and belief, and that probably showed in the game down at Essex, where Durham controlled that for the majority of the game to be bowled out.
Lost their way
You forget how to win, but now they're playing good cricket and they're getting their rewards.
2 slips and a short mid wicket as Rushworth from the Lumley end bowls to Tender Scarter, who just comes right forward and plays up to mid off, and there's no run. So I say, really good crowd in here today. And so if you disregarded everything to do with COVID and you just saw this as a day one championship crowd, you say it was a pretty good turnout. And they're thoroughly enjoying the day. They're getting a fair amount of sunshine. There's no chilly breeze or anything like that out there. It's quite still, and the weather forecast is good for the rest of the game. And there may even be some Essex supporters thinking, well, should we tempt going there for the weekend if the game lasts long enough? Who knows? As Tender Scarter comes forward and steers that bat and pad together up into the offside, and there's no run.
Costa del Durham supposed to be actually nice forecast for the weekend. Temperatures looking to get around the 20-degree mark, which would be more than pleasant up here.
We met. I think
101 maybe.
Yeah, he was going. He was at. I think it's about 104. About 104. Short mid wicket in and 2 slips. As that one's played up into the onside, and there's no run.
Sorry about that, Marty. Just asked how many balls Pepper had faced for his 50. I think it was 102.
Yeah, 102. So for that. Yeah. So at Edgbaston, Will Rhodes is 68 not out, and Warwickshire 110 for 2 against Nottinghamshire, after Nottinghamshire chose to field. If that's a normal Edgbaston pitch, that's a slightly surprising decision, and so far the scorecard backs that up. Essex here, 131 for 4, with Pepper 62 and Tender Scarter 5, and that was a maiden over from Rushworth, but Essex again just building another partnership.
Yeah, they are. They're building nicely, these two. They're busy. 131 for 4 as Cars comes into bowl to Pepper, and that one's just back of a length and pushed nicely onto the leg side. So I'm just having a look at just some random social media that goes around, and Ryan Campbell, who's coach of the Netherlands, has just put that they've put in place a broadcast deal, so cricket is going to be shown live in the Netherlands for the first time. So that's really good to grow the game in Europe.
Well, at the crease we have someone instrumental, of course, with the development of cricket in the Netherlands. I was just looking down the list of teams that he's played in his career.
There'd be a few, I would have thought. As Cast runs away from us, and that's fallen, squirted away square of the wicket. A little bit of a misfield from Burnham, but no run. Yeah, he's played for some franchises around the world, hasn't he?
Absolutely. Stephen Tockley saying, I enjoyed hearing about various northeastern football notables appearing at the cricket.
Yeah.
And as I was driving in and out of Southend just now, it got me thinking, and I recall a couple of occasions of people that you've seen or been aware of, so we'll come to that either during or after this over.
Marty's wheel in motion over in Chester Park as Bryden Cast runs into ball, and that's short, and it's a nice bounce head ducked under comfortably by Pepper.
Alright, so Bobby Robson was mentioned, but we're talking here about another England manager, because Stephen's saying he had the pleasure of standing alongside his successor Graham Taylor at Lords in the mid-80s MCC champion county game, and Essex at that stage of course were very often the champion county. And you spoke to Graham for about 5 minutes, almost exclusively about Neil Foster's prospects in the England team after a successful winter tour, and you told Graham that you rated him very highly.
Brilliant stuff. As Cast comes into bowl to Pepper, and that's full, and it's squirted away square. It'll go down to third man. It'll just be the single.
Yes, not many players appeared in 5 championship winning teams as he went on to do, and he thought England should go with him, and you basically agreed on that. But you thought they probably wouldn't pick him. But well, he had a pretty successful career in the end, didn't he, Neil Foster? And the other one is another very famous name, which someone who's well, very fondly thought of by all football fans.
As we'll wait for that as Cast runs into pole to Tender Scarter, who crouches down and tucks this away nicely under the leg side. Starting to look a lot more comfortable at the crease, these two now, as this partnership builds. They came together at the score on 104 for 4.
I'll give you a clue, it's a bit of vintage TVAM from the 80s, because it's Jimmy Greaves. Someone told me his son ran the Essex shop back in the 80s and 90s, and I recall when he was a TV critic on TVAM. Lorraine Kelly, yes, the same Lorraine Kelly, admiring his suntan. Conversation, have you been away, Jimmy? That's quite a tan. And Jim said, yes, I've been to Chelmsford.
There you go.
Watching Gucci, he said. Yes, 1990, a very good year for Graham Gooch.
Brilliant stuff. as Cars comes into bowl to Pepper, and that one definitely keeps low, and Pepper squirts that one out into the covers for no run, and that ends the over.
Yeah, and he says he's got tickets for Saturday of a Notts game, so that's good. So Stephen, enjoy that one.
Excellent stuff, mate. Really nice partnership building here for Essex. 133 for 4. Pepper on 63. Tendescata on 6. As Rushworth and Cars into their afternoon's work. Rushworth with keeper Ned Eckersley up to the stumps. And Durham will be looking to try and make inroads into this middle order.
Rushworth then coming in and bowls, and a little late cut goes off towards the point area. I've just gone for a walk basically, just to try and find one or two people outside, and they've all moved seats. When I got there, they weren't there. But on the way round the back of the pavilion, I bumped into Tim Wellick, who I haven't seen for a few years. Says he was last here for a Durham game, that quarter-final against Sussex in the T20, which they lost.
It was a disaster.
Yeah, and so Tim Wellick covered Durham for 26 years for the Northern Echo. As Rushworth comes in and bowls, and this is pushed short on the leg side, no run there. And he retired about 3 or 4 years back now. He's playing a lot of golf, which I thought he would. But he's just brought out a new book. So he wrote a book when Durham won the title in 2008 for the first time, which I think was called Summers with Cricket. He's now brought out, which was, he was saying, was basically a Lockdown 1 project. The Best of Durham by Tim Wellick. So it features the best players he has seen in a Durham shirt as Rushworth comes and bowls. With, sadly, unfortunately, I don't want to spoil it for you, with one notable absentee, the man who's bowling now, because since the book was originally thought of and then has eventually made it to the publishers, a lot has changed. Anyway, I've just bought a copy for £10, and he signed it for me, and they are selling them in the club shop. So if you're down here later this season or whenever, you'll be able to catch up with that book from Tim. Nice to see him, he's looking well. As Rushworth comes in again now and bowls. This is turned off towards short mid-wicket again.
My county championship debut, I remember Tim wrote something really, and I'll never forget it, something really nice about my batting, which was as I left one from Michael Kasprowitz and lost my off stump, and I think we were beaten in 2 days.
Did he get a 9 for?
I think, well, he took plenty, but I think he said that I should be batting in the Alice Springs second 11. He's probably right, to be fair. But yeah, that was interesting.
The amount of times I've been in the press box when players have come in to see reporters, as this is cut by the batsman towards point, stopped by Jones.
I had to agree with him, to be fair. I had no comeback.
Well, you should have, in your reply, you should have said to him, how do you know that I would have made the second?
Yeah, you might be right. I might not have got picked.
Is your knowledge of the Alice Springs Cricket Club that great that you know who would have been in the team ahead of me?
I've never been to Alice Springs, and so probably, But
well, it's just all over there, isn't it, somewhere?
Yeah.
Isn't it just over your back fence?
Just over to the left.
Yeah. Then Tendescata waits, and his big, huge stride forward there is probably as far as he could go without tearing his whites, I would have thought. That's blocked, and that is the end of the over. And another maiden from Rushworth, 6 of them now from his 13 overs, 1 for 27. It's really warm behind the pavilion as well. The sun's just been out there, and I found it
it's pleasant, isn't it?
Quite unusual to be that warm in this country in recent weeks. It's been miserable this cricket season so far, but it's meant to be a nice weekend.
It is, yeah.
There's more than 1,000 in. That's the official attendance at the minute. But I think they're still counting up the tickets.
I'll try and get a number off.
Well, I've just seen Mr. Thorpe.
He's just been messaging me actually. As Cars runs into ball, and that's full and straight, and nicely defended back down. Basically asking me if I've got nothing else better to do than
sit up here.
Yeah.
And was the answer no?
Yeah.
Yeah or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I haven't got anything better to do.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's like the old Australia interview, isn't it? Yeah, nah. But good period of the game here for Essex. 133 for 4. Building this partnership nicely after lunch. Clouds just starting to come in a little bit from the west. Nothing threatening, but just making it a little bit overcast again. Nice blue skies over the Roca Riviera away to the east. As Cast comes in the ball, and that's fallen straight and fast and well kept out by Pepper.
Yeah.
Really pleasant day here.
It's gorgeous.
I'm sure there's a bit of nervousness
There's a bit
after
of
all the
a
rain.
sort of bank of cloud to the west of us, but blue skies to the east.
Yeah.
And at ground level, or at least at castle roof level, the breeze is coming from the southeast. Some cloud encroaching from the west, which looks like it's coming in on a westerly wind higher up.
As Cast runs into ball away from us, and that's short and nicely played up on his toes by Pepper, who is looking more and more comfortable as this innings progresses. Yeah, just having a look at the flag over on Lumley Castle, the St George's Cross, that flutters away. But yeah, beautiful day. Just brilliant to see fans back in the ground. I know we keep mentioning it, and sorry if you're getting tired of it, but I'm not. I've seen so much cricket with no atmosphere at the ground, and to have people in that love the game, it's great. And Cast comes in full and straight and drives a flashy drive. Just as I said, he'd settled into his innings nicely. That one goes through to the keeper at good pace from Cast. Yeah, just seeing faces, the same faces that you've seen around the club for years and years. You know, people have missed that interaction, lockdown. That cricket is a massive family, isn't it? You know, no matter where you go, like you say, you've had people sitting in the same seats for years and years at Durham supporting these boys in all sorts of weather, in all sorts of form. As Cast comes into bowl, his tail up, and that one's short, and again Pepper up on his toes plays that quite nicely out into the covers.
I thought that was a beamer there, because a big piece of mud flew off his boot and shot up into the air as he was bowling.
That would take some stopping.
Stuart says he suggests it could be Borthwick time shortly.
I think you're right. From what I can see, Scott's wheeling his arms around. He used to do that to try and get the captain's attention, but now he is captain. It might just be a time for a change of momentum in the game, and no doubt Durham will just be slightly behind in the over 8. As Cast comes into bowl of Pepper, and nicely played by Pepper. A little bit of extra bounce, taking his bottom hand off the bat now into the covers, and that ends the over. Essex 133 for 4.
Nick Laughlin, who's one of the writers for the Northern Echo, he says Tim Wellick was one of the very best and most respected writers who I've worked with, even if he usually penned too many words. I look forward to getting my hands on a copy of his latest epic. Now, I was walking past the tapestry on the back of the pavilion, and I just had a little look, because there's a section about the press. So there's a photograph of me with my headset on. Well, it's not a photograph, it's a tapestry. A picture of me in tapestry. As Rushworth comes in here to bowl to Tenderskada, and that's played the backward point to Jones. And Stewie Raine, who now works for the Yorkshire Post group, and Tim Wellick. And there's only me left. They've all gone.
He's been doing lots of football down in Leeds area, hasn't he?
Yep.
Stu.
$133 for 4.
Just a little lull out there in the game, which Essex would be quite happy with, just sitting in here.
Rushworth from the Lumley end to Tenderskada, who turns that off towards the leg side, and there's a throw at the stumps from backward square leg, but Burnham at the bowler's end. Something fell there as he played that shot. It looked like part of his bat fell off or something.
He's coming down, isn't he? Eckersley's picked it up, whatever it is.
What was it?
Don't know whether it might be a spike or something out of his pocket, maybe.
It was something quite light looking. It just fell onto the foot, because initially I wondered if it was the bail.
Yeah, he's just handed it to the umpire anyway.
Yeah. Right, Pepper's on 63, a career best score. He'd only had a 22 up until today. Rushworth comes in. And this is played to Burnham at square leg, no run.
So Durham need to keep pushing here. Don't want to let this just settle into an easy partnership. We've got Rushworth with the wicket-keeper standing up, keeping the batsman honest and in their crease, allowing Rushworth to bowl his ideal length. 2 slips in place.
Rushworth then bowls. That's played to point, no run. Davy Fenn tweeted you? No?
I've possibly. I'll have a look.
Oh, this came in an hour ago, this email from Ian Myers. You'll have to read that off my screen, see if any of that makes sense to you, because I don't know what they're talking about. So, Rushworth turns. Comes in the ball. That's defended. Goes back to the bowler.
Yeah, brilliant.
What does it mean?
Oh, he must think I've got some kind of sway at Washington and chairman of selectors. If he asks a couple of the lads that are not playing in the first team on the weekend, they might say that a bit differently. I've had a really interesting selection meeting this week where a couple of lads are injured and we've got some away, with it being the long weekend, and we've got South Northumberland on the weekend on Saturday. So just an easy one up there at Roseworth Terrace.
Rushworth in, and that's turned down the leg side, and it's cut off by Cars. 1 run to Pepper, moves him on to 64, and Essex on to 135 for 4. Durham are playing Lancashire there, aren't they, this year in a one-day cup game?
Yes, yeah. It'd be nice to see Michael Richardson will be playing up there.
Yeah.
It'd be nicer to see the back of him, but it would be nice to see him as well. A really nice bloke who served Durham well for
He
many
got a
years.
few runs against Whitburn the other day, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a nice player, isn't he?
Marcus Sewell's emailed, "Hi guys, enjoying the commentary today and hope to be in attendance tomorrow."
Good man.
This message in response to the earlier discussed topic of Alex Lees as a potential England opener.
Yeah. We'll pick that up in a moment as Cars comes into Pepper. Slightly open stance, and he runs that one behind point. And a scramble, a quick single. That moves Pepper on to 65. And 136 for 4.
He says, "Early last year I was in Melbourne and was lucky enough to watch a day's play at the MCG as England Lions played Australia A, a game which included Bride and Cars.
Yep.
I was sat right at the front and could see England selectors Ed Smith and James Taylor coming round the boundary. Needless to say, I made sure to tell them when they stopped nearby of his potential and that they should indeed select him in future. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to like the idea too much, as I received little more than a wry smile in return."
Oh, well, there you go. As Cars comes in the ball, that's full and wide and driven into the covers. With nice timing, but straight to Alex Lees in the covers. Yeah, I mean, Alex Lees, I think he's come up here, hasn't he?
2013, 2014, he was England potential, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was captain of Yorkshire at a young age, and he lost his father, and that really impacted his career, and he's found a new lease of life up here at Durham. And he's one of the linchpins to the success that they've had this year and last year, and his versatility as well. He's really impressed me with his white ball cricket. As Cars comes in the ball to tender Scarto, he flashes at that one outside the off stump and through to the keeper. But he's been a real leader. At times when Durham haven't played their best cricket, he's really stood out, and you just feel that he was maybe deserving of a crack in that Test match. But they've gone for Bracey, who they seem to really fancy, don't they? They've had their eyes on him for a while, and he's done well for Gloucester. It just begs the question where you had Stoneman leave for England aspirations, Borthwick as well, Keaton Jennings, as Cars comes in the ball, and that's fallen down the leg side and no run. That, I don't know, maybe I'm just moaning from a Durham's point of view, but how favourably are they seen?
Well, I'm happy to have him playing for Durham, to be honest with you.
As I'm sure James Franklin and Marcus North are as well. He's put up some good numbers and been a big reason for Durham's success this year at the top of the order. Built a partnership with Will Young. He'll now have to build one with Bancroft. As Cars comes in, and that one's on Tender Scarter's leg stump, and they scurry through for a single. Just moves the scoreboard on to 137 for 4. Tender Scarter, slow by his standards, but spending time at the crease. He's on 8. Pepper's on 69, 137 for 4. And it might just be time to break this up, as Stu mentioned earlier, and potentially have a look at some spin options. As Durham just seem to be cruising through this afternoon, and Essex will be more than happy where they're sitting at the moment. As Cast comes in the ball, and that's good pace from Cast as he oversteps. That'll add 2 runs to the total, to 139 for 4. His second no ball of the day.
Fine young cannibals are on now.
Are you driving me crazy?
Good thing.
Oh, their other one.
And they had quite a few hits.
Nah, they were good.
They're
from New Zealand, I think, weren't they?
Are they? I thought
Roland Gift, is it?
I thought he was from London.
I might be wrong. Might be wrong.
You're gonna have to look that up now.
I'm throwing that out there. What have I done? As Cars comes in, and that's pushed away into the offside for no run, and that ends the over. Essex 138 for 4, Pepper 65, Tenduscarter on 8. As we hit 3 o'clock.
Update for Radio Newcastle in about 4 minutes or so.
Totally lied.
If what? You totally lied on air?
Yeah.
You've let you down.
I've let everyone.
You've let the family down. You've let the school down.
That's it. I'm out.
So where they're from? Islington, Camden.
Let's have a look.
Bexley Heath.
According to Wikipedia, so dangerously, Birmingham.
Birmingham. Yeah. Well, there you are. There you go. Scott Borthwick into the attack.
I didn't think it would be long.
Stu sitting there in Castleford claiming a moral victory now.
Yeah, well played, mate. But yeah, definite needing a change in momentum in the game, and probably with the over 8 as well. It's a good decision to bring himself on. Sometimes as a captain you're reluctant to bring yourself on. I think this is a good move.
Sunny day here in Chesley Street. Borthwick then, bit of leg spin. Tenduscarter forward, defends the first ball on a length. Stu says surely this 3 conference system for players at Division 2 sides will be beneficial to showcase their talent against Division 1. Borthwick comes in again. Oh, and he's trying to paddle it, and he's out, and it's worked! Tenduscarter trying to paddle around the corner, makes a mess of it, and Borthwick gets a wicket with his second ball, and Tenduscarter has gone for 8 runs, and that ends the partnership on 35.
Yeah, he's absolutely mortified with himself there, Tenduscarter. He's tried to paddle sweep to a full ball and missed it. And I probably over-talked Barty there, but it did look full and straight and absolutely plumb. And that's a big wicket in the context of this game. As Nick's mentioned earlier, that Wheater, who will be the next incoming batsman, hasn't been in the greatest of form. And Tenduscarter goes for 8. LBW to Borthwick. Essex 139 for 5.
Well, now that wicket certainly has come at the right time for Durham, because they're just getting settled. Tenduscarter, after a difficult start against Potts, you just felt he was settling into a typical innings of his, where he's subdued to start and then he becomes more expansive, and he'll have known how well Pepper was playing at the other end, and feeling that if they could just carry on for a while longer, they could start to push Essex up towards 300 now. It's going to need something useful from Adam Wheater, because, as I say, he's not been in the best of form, as we were saying. And if he could come good today, with Michael Pepper playing so well, that would certainly be to the benefit of Essex. So Pepper's still there on 65, and Tenduscarter has just gone.
Update coming very shortly for BBC Radio Newcastle, as Borthwick has the ball in his hand. Wheater, the new man. First ball's a really loopy full flighter, and it's played up to mid-on for 1.
Gets him off the mark anyway, rotates the strike.
Beautiful sunny day here in Chesney Street, perfect for the return of spectators for the first time in 611 days. Durham put Essex in this morning, and they have them at 140 for 5 now. We've just seen a departure of Raine Tenduscar to LBW to the Durham skipper Scott Borthwick, trying to sweep one down the leg side. It was Borthwick's second ball of the day, and he got him for 8 runs. Prior to that, Paul Walter was bowled by Ben Raine when on 28. There's commentary of this one on the BBC Cricket website and via the Sports app. Borthwick in again. This is cut by Pepper. Oh, it's got a for 4. It is a short boundary, and he's probably played that about 55 metres from the bat, and just where the boundary tapers in front of the scoreboard on our right hand side and the eastern flank of the stand.
There wasn't the ball that was a nice stroke. The ball we missed, there was actually an appeal, I think, for stumping against Pepper, but no decision in his favour. But interesting variation with Borthwick coming on now, changes the game.
Defended on the length, and that is the end of an over, which brought a wicket with its second ball and went for 5 runs as well.
Yeah, Pepper's last 3 innings, 5-0 and 0. Before that, a couple of 23s and a 30. So it's below the sort of scoring that he would like. He's actually got one score of 87 this season, which has kept his average at around 21. But for that, it would be a lot lower. But obviously, he's not in the best of form. But Essex could do with him making a contribution here. That partnership was just starting to show promise.
35.
And they've got that wicket at a good time, Durham. So it's going to be cast from the Finkel end with 2 slips and a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a wide mid-wicket. There's a fine leg on the boundary. And the weather is just getting nicer and nicer, really. We've got blue sky over virtually the entire playing area at the moment, and away to our right as well. Here's a delivery that keeps a bit low and is played defensively up into the offside, up to cover, and there's no run.
You might think this is a controversial observation, Nick, but I would say this is a canny drying day.
Well, yes, we haven't had many.
No,
if you
hardly any.
Anyone,
more likely
anyone
to have frozen clothes on your line
right.
in recent weeks.
Well, it's yes, it's one of those days you leave clothes out there hoping it's going to be dry, and of course by the time you get in at 5:30 or whatever, they're springing wet from the heavy showers. But no danger of that today, I'm pleased to say, as Cast bowls, and that's a lovely delivery which beats him outside the off stump. Wheater was playing at that. That's the sort of ball you don't want when you're out of form. It's just beautifully pitched, just leaving him, did well not to edge it. And
good ball, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely piece of bowling.
I've had to come up with a new technique for the washing line recently. We've got one of those rotary ones that spins around. So I put because we just never know when the rain's going to come. It seems to rain every afternoon at the minute. So I put the clothes on and then peg on top of the clothes 3 big golf umbrellas. So if it does rain, the water bounces off. It's great. It's worked.
Ah, well, there's a new innovation. I think Dragon's Den beckons. Here's a nice stroke away to mid-off, and there's no run. Depends on which Dragon you go with, though. 144 for 5.
I bet somebody has invented a rotary washing machine and washing line with a built-in umbrella system. They must have done.
Well, it seems a sensible idea.
If they haven't,
it appears on
Dragon's Den in the next year or so.
May of 2021.
I better write down what time I mentioned it. 8:03 on the 27th of May.
Going to have to cut the lawn. Going to have to cut the lawn for only the 3rd time this year when I get back from here. 144 for 5. As Cast bowls, and that's just worked way off the hip down to fine leg for a single for Wheater, who will probably just thinking, I've just got to get in here, because I know Pepper's going well at the other end, got to give him some support, got to get in, and then we'll see where we can go from there. 145 for 5. So a day where 3 relatively quick wickets fell, and then a couple of decent partnerships. Cook out for 2 to Rushworth. Brown got his 6,000 runs for Essex and didn't add to it. Was bowled by a terrific delivery from Potts, who's been very good all day, 23 from 27 balls. In contrast, Wesley a 21 ball duck, and it was 40 for 3. Even a stand of 64 between Pepper and Walter, before Walter was bowled by a good one from Ben Raine for 28. And here's one that's got a bit of extra bounce. And in the end, played pretty well by Pepper. If he got that right at the start of innings, I think it would have concerned him, but his judgment has got better and better, and he's able to just get inside the line of that. So Walter was out at 104, and then a stand of 35 between Tenduscarter and Pepper, which Pepper actually dominated. Tenduscarter had some very tricky deliveries from Potts to deal with early on, got to 8, and then was LBW to Borthwick, and the score was 139. 6 added since. 1 wicket to Rushworth, 1 to Potts, 2 to Raine, and 1 to Borthwick. And here's Cass, who almost manages to get himself on the list with a very good delivery, and it's just pitched and left the right-hander. It wasn't actually gathered cleanly behind the stumps, but if he's feeling frustrated that everybody else has got a wicket but not him, he did everything really possible in that over. That was a very good one indeed. As it is, he has to settle with a number 30 and 11. Wheater has 2, Pepper has 69, and Essex are 145 for 5 on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex.
Ash must have been one of the first followers of useless Durham cricket stats. I don't know who's behind it, but it only started this month. And they only have 22 followers. You were the first. Derek Allen's just joined them as well, so there you are.
They're piling up by the time we get to the end of this broadcast.
Oh, an attempted cut there from Wheater, and he plays and misses it. A low ball off Borthwick from the Lumley end. I don't know whether to follow them or not. I don't know who's behind it, you see. I'm a bit... I need more information. I need my people to look into it more. Bowler comes in, and that's defended on off stump.
Thanks to Dean for just mentioning. We mentioned Nick Brown with a landmark, and Adam Wheater's got 3,000 runs for Essex in first-class cricket, getting to 2. Want to get a few more.
Borthwick down the leg side with that one, and the batsman doesn't offer a shot. He watches it hammer off his pads, and they don't run either. It's run off down towards fine leg, but a dead ball is signal because no shot was offered.
So 3 wickets in the first session. Durham, I think, would get another one before tea, although we've still got 13 overs after this. Certainly want one more.
That's left alone outside the off stump.
I suppose they'll feel if they can all but bowl Essex out today, we might settle for, say, Essex making what, 260, or hopeful of more hopeful of getting
about 160.
That would be good.
This is defended on a length around about off stump. Just wondering how many people have come here today.
Essex will want to get 300, I think, still.
Oh, yeah. Have struggled to work out where the suntan lotion is. There'll be loads of them burnt today, won't there? Bright red faces by tonight. Borthwick in again. This is turned to short mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over.
Yes, I imagine a good time to buy sun cream was probably the last couple of weeks. I imagine it's been going quite cheap, trying to get some off the shelves.
Well, in Chelmsford, I bought some for £6. I thought
just one small touch.
No, it was a proper sized thing in Chelmsford. It was on the counter at in the supermarket.
Well, of course, actually, the weather
well, that might come in handy in a few months.
Funnily enough, the weather was okay on the last day, wasn't it? Last couple of days, it wasn't.
It was cold.
It was cold, but it was sunny. Yes, it was cold and sunny in April, wet and cold in May. Although this is going against the grain of that.
It was the coldest April, wasn't it? The sunniest April and the frostiest April.
Yeah, and April and May combined are on course to being the coldest since 1941, and that's taking into account what they think the weather's going to be doing this week.
They've got 6 more already, have they? 6 more followers in the last 2 minutes.
Right, now Potts, who I think has been very impressive. Interestingly, that he's now bowling from the Finkel end. 2 slips in the gully as he bowls, and that one just keeps a bit low, and Pepper leaves it alone outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Did start at this end this morning, didn't he? He was a little bit loose to begin with, and then got his wicket.
Yeah, thought he was outstanding in that last spell to Tenduscarter. It was really, really good. Certainly bowled with a lot of promise in this innings. And going to move on to the second match in our series of Durham home games against Essex. We actually just touched on one a little while ago, actually, which it was slightly out of order. We'll come back to it a bit later on, but we mentioned the first one in 92 at Hartlepool. The second one was in Stockton-on-Tees in 94, and Essex won it by 10 wickets.
I think they've only won once on this ground, haven't they?
Yeah, we'll say it's going to be a different story when we come to the Riverside. 2 slips in a gully, and 4 saving 1. Potts bowls, and this is driven away. A nice looking stroke by Pepper to get up his 70th run. He'll have to settle for that as a sweeper out now. On that occasion, Essex made 423, and Paul Pritchard and Nasser Hussain made hundreds, and Michael Kasparovich took 6 for 61 in Durham's first innings of 175, for whom Mark Saxelby got a 50. He got 63. And he then got 131 in second.
Kasparovich got his 9 wickets against Durham for Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Because it was, I think, him and Jamie Harris share the 9 for 36 or something like that.
So Saxelby got 63 and 131 in the game. And this is appeal for MBW. That's a good shout. He's pretty confident about that. It's trapped Wheater on the back foot. Is it? Don't know if he got outside the line there, but he's shuffling.
It's a good shout.
It looked good. I couldn't immediately think that he was outside the line, but don't think it necessarily going down.
No.
But he was certainly not far forward there. 146
Watching it again, I can only think he maybe got a little bit of bat on that, but
yeah, because otherwise everything seemed to be right in terms of the LBW. So this one again just played defensively back down the pitch, and bowler Fields and his follow through. The Essex keeper in that game was Mike Garnham. The likes of Ronnie Irani were playing, Mark Hylett, Peter Such and John Charles were the spinners. Graham Gooch, of course, still very much around.
Was that Garnham's only game? No, there was a match featuring Ben Harmison, and he fell to a player who was playing in his only match for Essex.
Oh, he's pretty prominent over a period, was Garnham. That's played off the back foot. Nice looking stroke actually for at least 2, going down towards the very long third man boundary, and they'll turn for a third on the throw. Garnham played 207 first class matches. He was the regular Essex keeper for quite a long time, in that sort of period, sort of before the Foster era, if you like. As Robert Rollins was involved as well, but had career first class career 89 to 95 for Essex, so 200, and also played for Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. And he's a little stroke away, just clipped down to long leg for a single by Pepper, so he's continuing to make good progress here. Gone to 71, and Essex got 150 on the board, and they've got them at virtually 3 and over, so pretty good progress. And it's been a very absorbing day at nip and tuck, with one side just looking as though they might get ahead, and then the other just countering. Pepper 71, Wheater 5, 150 for 5.
Michael Coleman, that's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Yes, he was quite an important part of the Essex lineup for some time. Was Mike Garnham.
I think Michael Coleman only played 1 first class match. 2 matches for Essex in first class.
Well, Pepper's got up to 4, and the sign he's going to play a few more on the evidence of this match.
Ball flick in, and a little paddle around the corner from Pepper, down towards fine leg. He'll get 2 runs here. As Cast comes and cuts it off. Just down below our commentary position. Yeah, when I heard Michael, I knew there was a Michael who'd only played 1 or 2 games, and I went for the wrong Michael, though. There'll be people shouting at the radio, "He played for ages," but not in that accent, because they don't sound like that. Ball flick, balls, and Pepper goes down the track and drives rather sedately out towards Jones on the point boundary. Doug Wetherall's been on. He says, "Good to hear of Tim Wellick, Martin. I often sat near him in the press box before I retired. Always respected Tim highly, a top journalistic pro. Please pass on my good wishes. If I see him again, Doug, I will do." This is catch it. It was never off the ground, was it?
No.
Pushed out by Wheater down towards third man on the disc, you would describe it in one day.
Short third man.
Alex Lees is in there.
Interesting field placing, not quite backward point, too fine for that.
Remember the days when we were all in our porter cabin here? I think it was made by them before their press office comes on. That's played off towards mid wicket.
Trying to remember where that was. I think it was it was opposite side of the ground.
Yeah, it was in the corner near the gate when you come in, the bottom gate there, but then they moved it after a period over to this side, and then when they started building this building, they moved it back over there again. Oh, that cuts in low and does well to keep that out there, round about off stump. That skidded in really low there. Wheater back into his crease. He's now looking at the bottom of his bat, off the toe of his bat there, where he cut that one down into the ground. Last ball of the over, and that's defended on a length. And that is the end of the over. On a summer's day, the sun would come round over the clubhouse roof and shine on our portable cabin, and it was like being on the set of Tenko. And we used to open the windows to try and get a bit of air in there, and the door, but the windows would then reflect the sunlight back onto the field, and so the batsman would tell us to shut them.
So you had to sit in a sort of almost like a greenhouse, really.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there were 5 or 6 steps up to it. These like aluminium steps, and you could tell by the way it rocked us who was coming up the steps. Who was coming here?
Who was the heaviest mover? Potts with 2 slips in the gully, bowls, and that's clipped away nicely by Pepper. That's a good-looking shot. That's going to go for 4, I think. It won't be cut off. Hits the mid-wicket boundary in front of one of the scoreboards away to our right. That's another good shot. I mean, he's been so much better in selecting which balls to hit. That was slightly over-pitched, and a lovely stroke away through the onside. Now, he got his selection on the back of a 70 and 280s for the second 11. Can he actually improve on those contributions by getting 100 here? 78 from 143 balls, and that was a nice use of the feet. He's been good at turning 1 or 2 deliveries with feet movement into half volleys. As Potts bowls, and that one just keeps a bit low, and he does well just to play that out into the offside, and there's no run. Looks like a mistake by Nottinghamshire to put Warwickshire in at Edgbaston, and Warwickshire 139 for 2 with Will Rhodes 80 not out, and he's batting with Sam Hain at the moment. And Worcestershire 176 for 4 against Derbyshire with Jack Haynes, who's been a bit in and out of the side. He's on 82 not out in that one, both those games in this group. That one played defensively from the crease up into the covers, and there's no run. Interestingly, in the Conference 3, we've got 2 significant lower order partnerships rescuing sides. Yorkshire, who were 40 for 7, are now 117 for 7. And the aforementioned Harry Duke playing his second first-class game, England under-19 keeper. Batsman is 52 not out, so well done to him. That's a bit of a landmark performance for him. And Sussex 157 for 8, and they were 67 for 8 at one point against Northampton. This is a loose stroke. That's the first one that Pepper's played like that for some time. He was going on the cover drive, and the ball has beaten him outside the off stump. And that one, not quite the right one to hit. 157 for 5. And there it's Jack Carson 43 and Henry Crocombe 42, who are enjoying it against the older ball there. So 2 recoveries going on in those 2 matches. And here's the next delivery, which is going to go for 4. Now what type of 4 it is, we'll find out, because it's actually 4 byes. It was a loose delivery. It pitched round about leg stump. It flew past the batsman and to the left of the keeper, who had no real chance, and has flown down to the fine leg boundary for 4 extras. So 4 byes, 161 for 5, but that can't really go against the keeper, that one. It was one that perhaps just slipped out of the hand a bit, and Potts has, I think, been certainly more effective since lunch. Sit from the Lumley end. He's bowling from the Finkel end at the moment. 161 for 5. So whatever he was trying there, he's going to give it another go. 2 slips in the gully. Lovely blue sky at the Riverside, and that one just steered away square into the offside. A much more comfortable stroke for a single. Just getting bat on it and getting his 79th run, and with it he keeps the strike. Wheater has 5, and Essex are 162 for 5, having been put into bat on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex.
And the sun is shining.
It is. It's a lovely day. In fact, even better than the forecast, actually, which was mainly cloudy, so that is encouraging.
The cloud, which looked like it might encroach on us from the west a bit earlier, sort of backed off again now, so we have a bit of blue sky to the west as well. St George's flag just limply dangling on the what's left of it, on the central tower of the clubhouse as in comes Borthwick. Oh, that's a sneaky little shot, that. Pepper looked as if he was going to paddle it round the corner, down the fine leg, and then halfway through his shot changed his angle of approach and dabbed it down towards third man instead for 2. He's enjoying himself. 149 balls for 81. Naughty little number, that one.
Yeah. Certainly is enjoying it.
It's brought long leg in closer, so you've got third man and long leg just off the square effectively. This is driven towards the point boundary for 1 by Pepper.
Tee will be a little bit late. We've still got 41 overs left, so it's 3:24 now, so
it's always late.
Yeah. Test matches, of course, often when we get to tee, we're probably normally about halfway through the over allocation of the day, quite often, which is very frustrating.
Borthwick bowls, and Wheater comes forward and dabs that off towards mid wicket. Wheater's played for Durham Uni, didn't he? I think.
Believe certainly a university.
No, I've got the wrong one again. Wesley was Durham Uni, that was it. Right. Well, see, I went for the W this time instead of the M for Michael the last time. That's a single to Wheater. Nasser Hussain played at Durham Uni. Yeah.
So, Conference 2, Surrey and Gloucestershire. Surrey starting 26 points behind Gloucestershire, and they've played a game more. It's a must-win game. They're 158 for 4.
Pepper's on strike and sweeps. That's away. It's in the air, but it's away beyond. Well, now that you probably wouldn't have played the shot had long leg been at long leg, because it would have gone straight down his throat. So long leg comes in towards the edge of the square and he lobs it straight over the top of him for 4. He's heading for his first 100 here. He's on at 86 and he's batted ever so nicely.
The one biggest tribute you could pay to him is that Dan Lawrence probably couldn't have done any better in the situation of this game, and he's of course replacing Lawrence on the side, so Essex will be delighted. They could have picked somebody else who maybe wouldn't have come off today.
22 years old, Michael.
Bit of a mess. Yeah.
Wesley went to Durham Uni, but he's from Cambridge, whereas Wheater went to Cambridge Uni, but he's not from Durham. This one's pushed towards the point boundary for 1. He moves on to 87.
Well, he's getting very close now. It's been a tremendous innings.
9 off the over there. So 171 for 5. Durham have a bowling point. The next wicket will bring them their second, and Essex are 29 away from a batting point.
And Steve Everett says, and this is a while ago, so nice to be able to say that he's still in. Big congratulations to young Michael Pepper. Great work in a tricky situation. Interesting to note, the nearly 23-year-old is listed as Michael Kyle Stephen Pepper, hyphenated first 2 names. So we could call him MK Pepper in future. But yeah,
if he gets this 100, he'll be the MK Don.
That's right. So we're thinking of other interesting hyphenated first name cricketers that we've come across, so have a think about that. And yeah, we've talked about Potts and Pepper earlier, and food and cooking. His Potts bowling, and that's just cutting into the right-handed Pepper, who's taking a lot of the strike at the moment, and it rolls off the pad into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, so more seriously, winning Essex on to 250 plus, at least 2 of Tender Scarter, obviously out now. Wheater and Harmer need 50s, with Sam Cook pitching in. Yeah, I think Durham would probably take bowling Essex out for 250. I think Essex are going to want at least 300 here. But we shall see. 171 for 5. As this one just played comfortably into the offside, and another single to Pepper, who's generally, with very few aberrations, settled down and just looked the part. He's on 88. So ground looks lovely, says Istanbul Steve. Certainly no one disputing that.
Is he in Istanbul? He's playing
Istanbul Steve, yes, yeah. So he certainly spends a lot of his time there. Yeah, his Potts bowling, and that's all. Just reaches forward and plays that back down the pitch, and there's no run. Well, you trumped us earlier with Saudi Arabia. I mean, that was we haven't had anybody from there before. 172 for 5.
I've been to Riyadh back in the days when the planes weren't that full. It was quite expensive to go to Dubai in the 90s, so quite often the plane would land in Riyadh first, or Bahrain or somewhere like that, and then continue on to Dubai.
And this is clipped away round the corner down to fine leg for single by Wheater, who's just starting to move along quite nicely here. And Saoirse, now give me the pronunciation, thank you, and I'll try to remember that. Saoirse saying that this partnership is vital. Wheater, though thoroughly underrated as a keeper, hasn't been brilliant with the bat, and though our tail can wag, it's a fairly long one. And you're thinking a couple of wickets here could mean Essex, and you're talking about when they won 130 odd, could mean them falling short of 200. But Pepper's got his career best, and yep, it's I think down to these two now. As this is appeal for LBW going down the leg side, I think. It's quite a good shout from Potts, but he was just shaping on the
Yes.
stroke through mid wicket there. All the indications are that was heading down leg side.
Yeah. I was going to read something out there, and oh yeah, that was it. That Duke lad's out for Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Parkinson's got him.
Well done to him anyway.
He made 52, and he put on a 77-run stand.
And they've lost a ninth wicket since as well.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a good day for Lancashire there, one suspects, as this is outside the off stump and left alone. It's not a bad performance though when you've got the TV cameras on you as well, as you will have in this game. 173 for 5, Pepper 88, Wheater 7. Although you could say the TV cameras are on everyone now, of course, with the streaming. Borthwick 1 for 17 in 4, and Potts has 1 for 44 in 16. And Essex will probably be at the moment satisfied with this session as long as they don't lose another wicket before tea. There's still another 8 overs to go. If Durham do take another wicket, we'll probably call it another fairly equal session.
Day 1 of Durham Essex on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex, and around the world on BBC website and the sports app. Martin Emerson with you, Nick Gledhill and Ash Thorpe. Glorious day. Actually looks and feels like summer's here today, so remember that folks, it happened on a Thursday this year. Ben Raine replaces Scott Borthwick. He's taken 2 for 40 from 11 overs so far, 1 maiden. He's coming in right arm over to Wheater from the Lumley end. Wheater leaves that one, flicks his bat away one-handed. If you want to get in touch, you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. And for those of you who are not quite au fait with the title, it's named after the river which skirts around this ground, because many years ago, when we first started doing cricket commentaries, they were on the BBC Weir website, as in Wearside.
Yes.
And that was back in the days when we couldn't access our emails when we weren't in the office. Many moons back. 2004, I think it was, when we started doing them. Raine in again. Oh, that's gone right through him. Right through him. It's done too much. It's gone over the bail, I think.
Nice piece of bowling off cutter, and certainly Wheater did well to survive there and keep his off stump intact as well. And certainly
might have just flicked the top of his pad on the way through there, Ash, do you reckon?
Very tight.
Yeah. Just missing the off stump.
BBC Essex Cricket@gmail.com is another email contact point.
Or at Marty Cricket on Twitter if you want to tweet. Rain balls, Wheater leaves, keeper takes it.
So these two, again, much as the Tenduscarter, although Tenduscarter only got 8 runs, but there was a bit of a partnership there. And what Durham haven't quite been able to do since those 3 wickets this morning is take 2 in succession. So another little bit of a partnership building here. You could do another one before tea, Durham. I'd like to, if not see the back of Essex tonight, then certainly all but do that, having put them in.
Raine to Wheater. It's another leave outside the off stump. Stays low, goes through to the keeper low.
It looks like the sort of pitch where when you get in, you can stay for a while. It may get a little more tricky to It's about as time goes on, but Durham will have assessed that in terms of the benefits of bowling first. So Essex, I think, looking to get certainly over 300 from here.
Andrew Stone has tweeted there was talk with 9 matches in a row through sort of April, May into June. Could somebody get 1,000 runs before June? Last person to do it was Graham Hick in 88. Was it 98? 88, I think.
88,
yeah.
Yes.
Andrew Stone says, in the race to get 1,000 runs before June, Jake Libby still has a shout if he makes the small matter of 363 in his second innings. That's for Worcestershire. While David Beddingham needs a mere 376 across 2 innings for Durham.
I think the rain has stopped the march. I think a few people were in contention. Those 2 in particular.
Well, Beddingham's leading run maker. Beddingham is, but he got a duck last week, third ball duck. Raine to Wheater, he bowls, defended on the length, the last ball was left, and that is the end of the over. It's dots all the way, it's a maiden, it's his second, and he's taken 2 for 40 from 12 overs, now 2 maidens.
Yes, it's a slightly easier target than it would have been for Graham Hick in terms of a number of matches now played before the end of May compared to then, but yes, I mean, Hick's performance was extraordinary. Of course, 405 runs did come in 1 innings, but it was still an incredible performance. And I think the rain has basically caused the march to the 1,000 runs to be halted for several batsmen who could have been in contention, barring these unexpected 300s that we're going to get in this round of games. But Potts up to the wicket, bowls, and that's clipped away nicely just for a single. And he'll go to 89, Wheater, just steering it away into the onside. Just playing within himself at the moment. Doesn't want him to give up this chance of this great landmark of a maiden 100. It's 11 runs to go. Wheater has 7. We'll see if he gets there before tea, which is just under 7 overs away. And Phil Burton mentions as a double-barreled name. And it's going to give me the full name of this particular person. This is just driven back without timing here by Wheater. Goes back to Potts and there's no run. So Ebony Rainford Brent is Ebony Jewel, Cora Lee, Camellia, Rosamond Brent, and then Rainford Brent. So yeah, that probably beats everything else, I think. So thanks very much for that, Phil.
I was looking at Ned Eckersley's name last night. Do you know his full name? Edmund John Holden Eckersley.
Well, there you go. This is a delivery which keeps a bit low, and Wheater digs it out and plays up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. And this,
so it's got here Edmund John Holden Eckersley brackets Ned.
Well, that's another contender. So we've got a male and a female champion at the moment. Well, beautiful day here. So just a light breeze, if any. And the spectators who've come along, and some of them I know supporting Essex, really enjoying an absorbing day, an absorbing contest. As Potts bowls well, that's outside the off stump and left alone. Just still 22 overs to go for a new ball for Durham. So they're perhaps going to see a bit more of Borthwick maybe in the post-tea session. 174 for 5. Feel that so far round about even. Essex will feel that if they can get in tonight, only say 6 or worse 7 down, they'll feel they've had a pretty good day, because the score should be pushing towards 300 in that case. Here's Potts bowling, and that's just played headed right over the ball up towards mid-on by Wheater, who's starting to settle now. Not playing his natural game, of course, with 7 from 32 balls, but realising this is an important partnership in the context of a game that Essex really cannot afford to lose if they're going to be contenders to be in the top 2 of this group come mid-July. We'll know for sure who it will be after those 2 rounds of games. Essex not playing in the first of them in the first 2 weeks of July, and this one just played to ground and then on the bounce to short leg, but controlled well enough by Wheater, who remains on 7. Pepper has 89, and Potts 1 for 45 in 17 now, and Essex are 174 for 5.
Talking about names, there And if I can get his full name up. Mata Iki.
Alright. This might take an entire between over to read out the name, depending on how long it's going to be, but we'll see.
I met him. I'll tell you the story. As in comes Ben Raine and bowls this one to pepper its defender. So back in the summer of 2005, me and my wife were touring around Europe, and we stopped in this beautiful town on Lake Maggiore in Italy, just north of Como, called Stresa. And we were in a bar this night, and we got talking to this other couple who were from Wales, except he was originally from Tonga. And what a life he'd led anyway. He was a former professional rugby union and rugby league player. Attempted cut here. Played and missed from Pepper outside the off stump. And they also bred dogs, so he had a fascinating life. He'd run at the Olympic Games in Barcelona in 1992, and had played for Warrington, and then had gone down to Wales, and he was playing Bridgend rugby. I think he suffered a knee injury and had to pack in. So they turned to breeding dogs, and was actually showing dogs at Crufts as well. So, amazing story. Now that day, this couple, they were on the roof of Milan Cathedral as rain balls, and that's gone down the leg side and is left alone. When he got down on one good knee and proposed to his girlfriend, and she said yes. So they were celebrating the fact they got engaged, and he was explaining to us his name. So I'm looking it up here: Matiaka Fonama Atonga Mapi, and then it's got brackets, nickname Matty. So my wife asked him what it meant, and he started to explain. Well, as the first son in a Tongan family, you have this sort of celebratory name, and it's all about, you know, celebrating the mountains and the sea and all this kind of stuff. So it would be something along the lines of Matiaki, son of the hills and the mountains and the sea, and all this kind of stuff. There's Ben Raine bowls. That's left alone down the leg side as well. And my wife said, "Oh my lord, that must take some writing. What do you put down on your birth certificate?" And she said, "So have you got any brothers or sisters?" He says, "Oh yeah, I've got a brother." And she said, "So has everybody in your household got a really long name like that?" He says, "No, my brother's called Eric." True story, that. So Matiaki Fonama Atonga Mafi. There you go. Known as Matty to his mates. Rain in. That's another bouncer down the leg side. Is that a no ball? That is a no ball, yeah.
Just a little bit loose at the moment, Raine, and just Durham not quite been on it the last half hour or so, to the extent that they were. Looking to try and maybe force a mistake, or this is where Peppers has got to make sure he gets through to this 100 and of course goes further. Victory here with those who's telling them that he's done half the job. Congratulations, but there's a lot more to do.
Ball's left, two left in this over for Sam Noble. He's one of them. He's cut off down towards third man. Pepper for one. Takes him to 90.
Dean noticing that there's been a few balls keeping low. Yeah, that's certainly true, particularly the phone from the Finkel end.
And it's a new square. It's got to be spanning in, isn't it? I think they were a little bit worried, weren't they? Didn't have the weather to help, because it was too dry and it was packing up an eagle, and then it's been too wet. Would it have
worse, or would it have more or less the roost?
It's been generally low bounce throughout the season. That's ball of the over. Wheater on strike. Edged, but it's a good stop by Scott Borford. Watching it going off towards the boundary for ball. It did bounce just in front of him, so it's actually a very good stop. He sat up, put his arm in the air as if he was celebrating a catch, which saw out last week where Borford thought he was caught in the slips by Raine Madsen, Derby and Madsen. Pulled off this incredibly acrobatic effort, but as Borthwick stood up, Madsen called him back and said, "No, I didn't take it cleanly." Philip Thompson says, "Afternoon, Marty, enjoying the commentary as always, and it's good to see people back in the stands. Just a reminder, the nights start to get shorter in 25 days. Yep. We're just emerging from winter, the 20-month winter for a lot of people who said winter well here in September 2019. And winter's nearly back with us. In 21 days it starts again." Rushworth coming into the attack then to replace Potts, wasn't it, I think?
Yes, who I thought wasn't quite as effective in that last spell. He bowled at times very well, particularly in that post-lunch spell from the Lumley end. So, a good time from Durham's point of view for Rushworth to intervene at 1 for 29 in 14 overs as he's up to the wicket with 2 slips on the gully, and that's a little bit short and cut away nicely by Pepper. It's going down towards the wide third man boundary. It will be cut off. They've got 2. And there's actually a good bit of fielding there to keep that down to as little as 2, because a lot of ground to cover out on that left hand side, pavilion side, as we look with the boundary rope an awful long way in, and big boundary there. So did well to keep it down to 2. 92 to Pepper, 179 for 5. Well, this is going to be, he's getting closer. He's still got the strike. It's going to be quite some achievement if he can get there as Rushworth bowls to him. Or he gets a good delivery which beats him outside the off stump, and there's the class of Rushworth just pitching one round about off stump. Pretty old ball, getting the movement, and he did well not to edge that on 92. Nice piece of bowling. So of course what he will be doing here, Michael Pepper, is obviously staking a claim for the remaining championship matches, certainly while Lawrence is away, and then trying to contend for a place even when Lawrence is back. Here's one that he just plays nicely up towards mid-wicket. Again, had plenty of time to just move across his crease and play that, and looked very good in doing so. So it's an innings that started slightly sketchily, but it really has blossomed into really the mainstay performance. You look at 92 out of 179 for 5, and you're looking at just over 50% of the runs for the team. As Rushworth up to the wicket bowls, and this time Pepper, he's held the LBW appeal, and he has gone, and it is Rushworth who's made the difference. We thought he might, just coming on at a difficult time for Durham when things had rather gone quiet, and what he's done is he's stopped Michael Pepper 8 runs short of what would have been a thoroughly deserved maiden first class 100 with a classy piece of bowling that really just turned Pepper round, trapped him in front. I think probably around about middle and leg. There's no dispute on height, it was well pitched up, and the end of Michael Pepper, and it's at 92, and I'm sure he'll get a good hand from the Durham spectators. It's been a fantastic effort from the young man. We're obviously disappointed from he hasn't managed to go on to get the 3 figures, but hopefully it will be the first of several good knocks for him, and maybe he will get that mark. Simon Harmer is walking out now. He's about to walk past Pepper. I'm sure he's had a word as he's just taken his helmet off and puts it back on again. Michael Pepper will now cross the boundary rope. He's still got quite a long way to walk because there's quite a distance between the boundary rope and the entrance to the pavilion, but he's getting a good hand. He'll be very disappointed at the moment, but Chris Rushworth, just when it was needed for Durham, has come back with his 2nd wicket, and it's 179 for 6.
Yeah, when you were talking there about the fact you got more than half the runs, were you sort of in the stomach of the pit variety, thinking to yourself that he might not be long for this world?
Well, it was just a notable fact, wasn't it?
I mean, he's just gone through all the great detail about how many runs he scored and what percentage of it's worth and all the rest of it, and then the poor lad's out.
No, it's one of those things. You're just noticing how well he was doing, and well, from the bowling point of view, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? He'd been very good in his shot selection. I think he was maybe in 2 minds, looking to try and play that one through the onside, but Rushworth, typically just at a time when Durham needed it, has probably levelled up this session now, and any wicket Essex Durham can get in the next 4 overs would probably mean they've had the better of things. 179 for 6, 2 bonus bowling points for Durham as he bowls to the new man, who's Simon Harmer. Another ball that keeps low and is actually taken by Eckersley around about ankle height, an indication of what Dean was saying about the ball keeping low. So bad luck to Michael Pepper, and but well done and bad luck at the same time, and I say that innings would have done him a lot of good in terms of his future career with Essex, and doubtless we'll see him in some of the T20s as well, because he's played, I think, 9 or 10 of those so far in his career. He's played more T20 than first class. Here's another good delivery from Rushworth, and Harmer takes it off his pads and sends it away for a single down towards long leg. Well, that's I think that's levelled up the session. 180 for 6. Harmer 1, Wheater 7. I think we've still got 3 overs to go before tea. Well done to Rushworth, but even more well done, I think, to Michael Pepper for a very fine innings of 92.
Yes, unlucky to see him walking off there when he's so close to what would have been a century in just his 4th first-class match.
Yeah.
Previous best score until today was 22 against Somerset. I think it was a floodlit game. Might have been his debut about 2-3 years ago.
A game I can't remember too much about, because apart from one pink ball game, I think the pink ball experiment at county level wasn't much of a success, was it, in terms of creating very exciting...
Durham played 2 in Abu Dhabi against MCC, but in this country the first round of matches was so wet and miserable and cold in the June. There was only about 2 days worth of play manageable, and then the following year against Warwickshire it was so sunny here you didn't need the floodlights on. Oh, this is worth a shout, and that's gone. Harmer is out for 1 LBW to Ben Raine, and he played around that one. Durham are right in amongst the wickets here now. 2 in about 4 balls as Raine bowls. Oh, he's plumb there. He's never moved his feet.
Looked a good...
that's as plumb as a row of plum trees in the Vale of Evesham.
Well, 1 wicket has bought 2. Durham are going through a real lull there for about half an hour, just saying they didn't quite seem to be firing as an attack as they had been, and they've broken the partnership, and then they've got Simon Harmer straight afterwards. So now Adam Wheater is going to have to steer the tail. Now there's some still reasonable batting, certainly with Sam Cook, who's been in decent touch with the bat to come, but yeah, that's certainly just made a bit of a difference in this session. Durham will be pretty pleased with this now. 180 for 7, having sent Essex in, and those 2 wickets have, I think, just tilted the afternoon, first apparently and then probably slightly in their favour. Tony saying hearing strange noises for a while, but that's cleared up now. And you mentioned Pepper just out, and Peter Lawrence saying that Michael Pepper was the victim of the commentator's curse, because of course was going through how well he was doing, but as you approach the 100, of course you tend to be drawing attention to somebody.
Just commentators, obviously coincidental, because if you weren't here talking about him, you wouldn't be talking about him, would you?
That's right.
So there's no such thing. It's just mythology.
But and we've got going on about the winter starting in 3 weeks' time, I think you were saying. The latest sunset's actually on the 28th of June, not the solstice, because of the elliptical shape of the globe, so 32 days until the nights start to draw in. So
yeah, Philip was a little bit ahead of himself.
Stopwatch on the 27th of June to see if it's... Now, if another wicket goes down, we'd then have the delay before tea, don't we?
Yeah.
It's like the silver and golden goal rule, this, isn't it? It's very exciting. If 8 wickets are down, you go on for 15 minutes unless a 9th wicket goes down, in which case you go on for another 15. Just like the golden goal rule. If anybody remembers that.
Yeah. First ball is bowled to Peter Siddle.
Yeah.
Now him in my book.
Peter Siddle, another handy batsman.
Is he a young and up-and-coming lad, is he?
Yeah, we mentioned actually there were 3 players in the Warwickshire game who played in the 2010-11 Ashes. As well as Alistair Cook, there was Tim Bresnan, and of course Peter Siddle for the Australians. So got wickets in the first innings against Warwickshire.
Raine bowls, defended, it goes off towards the covers.
Yeah, it's just tilted the afternoon just a little bit Durham's way, hasn't it, now, and they'll be pretty pleased going in at team. They might even be thinking they can get that 8th wicket, extend the session, keep the momentum going. It's 180 for 7, and the Durham supporters who are here will be pretty pleased with that. Will Rhodes is now 90 not out for Warwickshire, still 3rd wicket pair together, 162 for 2 against Notts.
Raine Oh, what's that hit? He went in quite low to that one, Siddle, and it made a funny noise. I think he might have... What's that come off? Has it come off glove, bat?
Maybe I think there was a bit of glove in it.
Inside edge on the pad.
Sussex 175 all out, which is a bit par for the course for them, unfortunately, at Hove. Henry Crocombe coming in at number 10 was 46 not out, and rather held things together towards the end, along with Jack Carson, who made 52. But Northants, if they can win that game and Yorkshire lose, they're right back in it.
Raine to Siddle. Siddle plays that off towards mid-wicket, and he's going for a quick single. It's a shy. The stumps from Burnham. It went like a shell past the target at the keeper's end. It's backed up by Michael Jones at point. Well, that might have been a bit close.
Yeah, I think we've had one or two quite close things, haven't we, with shies at the stumps during the course of the
I think he
the
was
day.
in there. I think he was in there. The ball drifted quite a way beyond the target, actually.
I wouldn't say that Durham have missed any out-and-out run-out chances. They've all been sort of ones that the batsman would have been really hurrying into his ground if they'd hit.
Finn Hudson-Prentice should have ran David Bellingham out a few weeks ago when he was marooned on one and he missed the target. This is a cut shot by Wheater down towards the gully and slip cordon area. He gets one run, and he went on to make only 257.
Yes, he rather missed out on the reverse fixture, didn't he, David Bellingham?
Yeah, well,
not haven't had a chance to see him much yet. Durham supporters will doubtless hope I get plenty of chance to see him tomorrow.
182 for 7 at the end of the over.
So I think, well, we've got 3 overs to go till tea now, but I think there is this rule: if an 8th wicket falls, they extend the session
by half an hour.
Yeah. So terrific innings by Michael Pepper, 92 from 167 balls with 13 fours, and it was LBW to Rushworth, who is now going to bowl to Wheater, and Wheater just gets one that keeps slightly low and plays it up into the covers, and there is no run. So you have to say, barring unexpected events, Durham will be batting this evening. Essex will hope. Well, you would have thought so. I think
I'm reminded of a certain Nick Gledhill on a Saturday morning in Chelmsford 5 weeks ago.
What did I say?
If Durham is still here tomorrow, they'll be in big trouble. And they were.
Well, so yeah, that was the one I got right. Rushworth bowls. It's edged and caught. And I thought momentarily he wasn't walking Wheater, but that hardly had to be given out. You could see it almost with the naked eye. It was a lovely delivery, and it's typical of Rushworth. He's managed to just produce a spell just when Durham needed it. That one pitched left the right-hander, and if Ash wants to come back in, because I think we're going to have an extended session here, I think he fancies coming back in for a bit, because that's the 8th wicket. Wheater is caught Eckersley, bowled Rushworth, and suddenly 3 wickets have gone very quickly, and Essex are 182 for 8 and still 18 short of a batting point.
Well, they've just lost 3 for 3 there in the space of they just put the lights up. 61.2 overs. So first wicket fell 59.4. So 3 overs, isn't it? 3 for 3 in 3 overs. Wheater's struggle with the bat continues. He's out for 8.
Some key wickets there to fall for Durham. Triple breakthrough as Rushworth and Ben Raine. I must admit, I'm a big fan of their haircuts. But yeah, the lights have just come on here. I'm not sure. Just as Rushworth delivered that ball, they started to flicker on, and that wouldn't have put Wheater off by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah.
As Rushworth comes into ball, it's
Played
nicely by Cook.
Still got time for a 5-er as well.
Always got time for wickets, doesn't he? What a performer for Durham over the years. 3 for 32.
He went past 1,000 runs for all Durham, 1,000 wickets for all Durham teams last year. So Academy seconds and first. So I tweeted 1,000 wickets, and Dave Griffin came in, the Derbyshire statistician and photographer, and he says, "What was that stat about 1,000 wickets?" I explained it. He says, "Oh, I'm not having that." I said, "If you count wickets in the garden next."
As Rushworth comes in the ball, and that one by Cook is left alone comfortably through to Eckersley as he loses his sunglasses off the back of his cap. Yeah, crucial little session this for Durham. After some lovely partnerships involving young Pepper, he was plumb LBW Rushworth. And then Ben Raine strikes to remove Harmer, and Rushworth nibbles the outside edge of Wheater, leave Essex in all sorts of trouble. And that one, whoa, really goes low through to the keeper. But again, these two more than capable of putting a partnership together. As Rushworth comes in the ball to Cook, and that hits him on the pad, and that's close as well, and the finger goes up. That one looked like it might have been sliding to the naked eye. But Mills' finger goes up, and Rushworth strikes again. Incredible stuff here as a real collapse. 182 for 9 as Cook goes LBW. An unhappy Cook, I must say. Not sure if we can get the replay of that one. I'm just trying to get the stream through there of that wicket. Marty scrubbing through to try and get back. We'll just try and have a look at that one. But Rushworth 4, a wicket maiden, double wicket maiden, 4 for 32 off 16. What a guy. As Essex lose their 9th wicket on 182.
Well, Durham have got 3 bowling points here. Can they stop Essex getting a batting point, which means they would be level with them in the league table?
And they were looking to rattle up 250 plus, weren't they? Essex just 10-15 minutes ago. And that's all been turned on its head as Rushworth comes back into the attack and captures 3 quick ones. And Ben Raine also joins the party.
Yeah, that looks about okay.
Looks pretty close. Looks pretty close, doesn't it? I've seen worse. That is for sure. Rushworth always stump to stump, isn't he? Always asking questions of the batsman. As he picks up another scalp and breaks another record. He just keeps breaking his own record, doesn't he? Wicket after wicket. What a man.
Well, how many fifers has he got now? Is it 29 or 30 or something?
29.
This will be his 30th fifer if he gets it.
Sure, I saw you mention that in the last.
I'm always mentioning stuff.
Yeah.
It's just every week something going on with Rushworth.
You should be best mates with this useless stats guy for Durham.
Is it you? Is
no,
it you
definitely not me. Yeah, mate, do you think I got time to do that amount of research?
Well, if they're useless stats, there might not be any.
That's true. As Raine comes in the ball,
stays low.
That keeps low, doesn't it?
Who's in now? So Jamie Porter's the last one.
Yeah, Porter and Siddle. Siddle's on 1. Nearly ran out, Wheater.
They've now lost 1, 2, 3, 4 for 3 in 3 and a bit overs. So that was the last ball of the over, was it, that wicket?
Yeah. And Rushworth.
Double wicket maiden.
Yep. 4 for 32 off 16. 7 maidens.
Raine again from the Lumley end, right arm over. Oh, he's bowled him! And they're all out. Has he snapped the stump?
No, it's just bent back, I think.
He snapped the stump. He snapped the stump. Raine has snapped the middle stump, and Siddle is bowled for 1.
Well, that's all happened quickly, hasn't it?
I haven't written all half of this image. Cook was out, wasn't he?
Yeah, Cook was LBW to Rushworth, and now Siddle goes bowled by Ben Raine. And he's gone. The umpire's looking for the bail here, and you just get the feeling that it's definitely one of the Durham fielders has kept it in his pocket. As Borthwick runs over to tell Victor Main which roller he's wanting on, but they're definitely going to need a new stump out there, as that one definitely has clipped the top of middle. And Essex
5 for 3 there.
Essex all of a sudden are all out for 182. We were just talking about the partnership that Wheater and Pepper were putting together, and with Pepper's wicket, that is an almighty collapse. As Marty says, we've lost 5 for 3 and are all out for 182.
2.1 overs.
Crazy stuff.
Well, it's all just got a bit crazy here, and they have just lost Essex their last 5 wickets for 3 runs. Chris Rushworth took 3 of them. Ben Raine's got a couple as well. And Raine has just bowled Peter Siddle, the Australian international, and snapped his middle stump in the process. He went for 1, Cook's gone for a duck, Wheater for 8, Harmer for 1, and this was all after Michael Pepper had made a career best 92 in his 4th match. So Durham have bowled Essex out for 182, and we're now at tea. Do the maths here then. 60.1, 61.1, 62, so 2.1 overs. Is that right? I'm not seeing things, am I? So 5 wickets for 3 runs. Yeah. Yeah, right then. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Here are the final details of the Essex innings. In reserve for 182 were out. There were 19 extras, and the bowling figures for Durham: Chris Rushworth, 16 overs, 7 innings, 32 runs, 4 wickets. Matthew Potts, 17 overs, 4 innings, 45 runs, 1 wicket. Ben Raine, 14.2 overs, 2 innings, 45 runs, 4 wickets. Raine Cast, 11 overs, 1 innings, 30 runs, no wicket. And Scott Scoreswick, 4 overs, 1 innings, 17 runs, 1 wicket. The rating is sponsored by English Tea Shop. Here are the latest scores for our country. Edmonton, Warwickshire 163 against Nottinghamshire. At home, Sussex 175 all out against Northamptonshire. At Worcestershire 214 against Derbyshire. At Leicester, Middlesex 156 against Essex. At the Oval, Surrey 183-5 against Gloucestershire. Old Trafford, Yorkshire 159 all out against Gloucestershire.
Welcome back as Durham enter the field to start their second innings, with Cameron Bancroft and Alex Lees about to open the batting, and the Essex bowlers just finished their warm-ups. We've seen the heavy roller and a new middle stump replaced, and the lights have come on. It's a little bit gloomy, but I wouldn't have thought it was dark enough for the lights, but maybe they're thinking a little bit further ahead to the evening session. And it might be a tricky time to bat here with new ball under lights, and Essex will look to capitalise early doors and try and make inroads in, as Essex have 182 on the board after a big collapse of 5 wickets for 3 runs to finish the innings. As the umpires join us now out in the middle. And Nick, what were your thoughts on
that? Didn't even see all the wickets because I was going from one office to the other to do our reports. I mean that's just in cricketing terms a disaster from Essex's point of view, because obviously losing Michael Pepper was disappointing. Going in at tea, 6 down, level session, 7 down, well, probably just edged by Durham, but to be bowled out is well. I feel sorry for Michael Pepper because the dressing room must be quite down, and he's had a great personal achievement with his innings. But it almost, well, I can say thank goodness he was there, scoring more than 50% of the runs, but almost seems inconsequential in terms of where Essex are in the game now, because they simply have to get wickets. Durham now will be thinking we just need a good session of batting here, and can set a platform to try and maybe bat all day, or virtually all day tomorrow, and get a sizable first innings lead, and then we'll back our seamers to do the same again. And on the evidence of what we saw in the first innings, sadly, there's no reason to argue against that. It's quite a strong looking Durham batting lineup. It's performed well this year. Cameron Bancroft's been in form, Alex Lees has talked about in terms of England, Scott Borthwick, of course, formerly of Surrey. Bedingham has been obviously terrific. Burnham's impressed on occasions. I mean, they bat a fair way down as well. So
they do. They'll rely heavily on the top order. Bancroft, his second game this season, having got his season underway at Derby last week. Overseas player replacing Will Young. And we'll have Porter to open the bowling.
Yes, it will be.
As Porter comes into us from the Lumley end, and Bancroft pushes that out into the covers.
I have to be honest, I got the impression that with the older ball that batting was relatively comfortable. Yes, there was a little bit of variable bounce, particularly with the bowling from the Finkel end. Indicates that Essex have got to strike with this new ball.
They'll be disappointed, Essex, there. They've set a decent platform, and I think you were just saying there the session was looking to be quite even going into it, and then that collapse at the end was crazy stuff. As that one sails through to the keeper, a little bit of pace and bounce there from Porter.
The time, obviously, the Durham supporters will be delighted with that, and they'll now want to see their side have a good final session with the bat, and this is where Durham can show the sort of ruthless streak that I think is going to be needed as they continue their improvement in the last couple of seasons. If they could show that ruthless streak by batting well this evening, and then looking to build quite a big first innings lead, because they've potential to do that.
As Porter runs in the ball and Bancroft clips that off his legs, he'll get at least one, and he'll settle for one, as Cook does the fielding down at fine leg. Essex will be really disappointed there. They've set themselves up, and Essex lower order are all more than capable of batting as well, with the likes of Cook and Siddle.
Yes, Weech's lack of runs is hurting him a little bit. I mean, Harmer has done well on occasions recently, but it just all happened in a blur. And all credit to Rushworth. I think Rushworth was brought on there as, they'd be probably just behind in this afternoon session. We need a wicket. And I suspect Durham would have settled for 1 or 2 wickets to just get Essex 7 down. To get the whole side bowled out in the space of 17 deliveries was incredible.
Absolutely right. As Alex Lees is going to take strike, looks like he's setting up again on off stump, if not outside. As Porter comes round the wicket with 3 slips waiting, and that one's just back of the length, and Lees pushes that one down the ground.
Yeah,
But you feel that this is a big hour, isn't it, for Essex need to make early inroads?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to, you think, get Durham 4 down tonight. Even if they do surrender a first innings lead, I mean, obviously they've beaten Durham this season already, having been well behind on first innings.
Yeah.
But at Chelmsford, different things tend to happen, and Essex have been struggling a little bit on the away grounds to date.
Yeah, and
this is a bit like the Notts game at the moment.
As Porter comes in, and that one dies as it goes through to the keeper. And I guess probably the big influence might be how much Simon Harmer gets out of this Riverside pitch.
Yeah, and what Durham can do here, of course, by effectively batting once in the game, is if there's going to be increasing turn for a spinner, they could engineer a situation where Essex are almost batting in what could be the last innings of the match if they can get a big enough first innings lead, and therefore they don't have to worry about Harmer in a fourth innings context. So all the more important that Essex strike early here.
As Porter again round the wicket, and Lees pushes that one, a fuller ball down to mid-on as the wheel goes round Chester Park, and Durham negotiate the first over, now one without loss.
Yeah, and as I say, it's a chance for Durham to really just embellish their progress this year. They've had a good day, and they just need to make sure that they round it off by having a solid session here. I think if Durham were to get, and if we get all the overs, 32 overs, I think if Durham were to be 2 down, I think they'd be pretty pleased, almost regardless of the number of runs, I think, Ash. It's just making sure they can keep the Essex seamers out. Strong seam attack, of course, with Siddle as first change. They're going to be facing a lot of Simon Harmer, but so he tends to be, obviously his record shows he's more successful at Chelmsford, and you'd be surprised if Durham are presented a pitch that's going to turn out to be tailor-made for him.
No, it definitely won't be tailor-made for spin, and I'm really looking forward to watching these 3 Essex seamers go about their work. Really impressive for these 2 to take the new ball and have Peter Siddle coming on his first change. You know that there's some quality there.
There's so much talent there, but their batsmen have left them a lot to do. Here's Sam Cook coming into bowl, and that's played by Bancroft. It's down into the onside, and there's no run. So Bancroft with a decent start in terms of his return to Durham. He got a score of 39, so it's early days for him. But in terms of Lees, pretty solid. High score of 129, averaging just under 47.
Yeah, he's
That's
played
pretty
really
good.
Nicely, yeah.
I can see why people were talking about him in the context of England, just for those stats. Here's Cook, up to the wicket he bowls, and that's just shaping over the off stump of Bancroft.
It might just be me banging the Alex Lees drum for England, but
no, I mean the stats. If you're looking at
good
stats, I mean, obviously it's only 421 runs, and that so he hasn't got the weight of runs in terms of what 1 or 2 other openers have got.
Yeah.
But his average is pretty good. Has to be said.
In the context of his innings as well, he's batted a long time to set Durham's innings up. Interesting to see a leg gully in place, and that'll definitely be from Peter Siddle.
3 slips and that leg gully, and a delivery which pitches off stump and moves further away, and is left alone by Bancroft.
Yeah, so obviously being from Australia, I watched quite a lot of Sheffield Shield cricket, and Bancroft was caught randomly quite a lot at leg gully. So no doubt Peter Siddle has looked at that and set that field.
Is he sort of trying to play aggressive shots off his hip, or was it just
really random? All sorts, like nicking it onto the thigh pad and it carrying there. Yeah, no necessary pattern, but he does fall across his stumps a little bit.
Cook up to the wicket bowls, and this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And if you have just switched on after an hour away and you're thinking this sounds rather odd, who's this Cook who's bowling? Let me just run through what has happened, because we've had a remarkable hour here, and that even includes the tea break. Nothing remarkable about it in itself, just the fact that it came after the action that we saw. Basically, Michael, we thought the story in our write-ups at tea was all going to be about one person. That was Michael Pepper, because it was, would he get to his 100 before tea? Probably yes. And he was on 92 and playing very well indeed as Cook bowls, and that's outside the off stump and left alone. And what happened was Durham, who probably felt they'd had just slightly the worst of the afternoon session, brought back their main man Chris Rushworth to try and make a breakthrough, not knowing that he would make 3 and Ben Raine would make 2 in the space of 17 balls, which is what happened. And the first of those wickets was Pepper, LBW for 92, and then the rest, as I say, fell in that space with the addition of just 3 runs. And Essex were completely blown away. Not with a new ball or anything like that. It was just an extraordinary period of cricket. 3 slips and a leg gully as Cook comes into bowl, and that one just a little bit of extra bounce, but played comfortably enough down to that leg gully, and there's no run. But Essex have got to raise themselves here. They can't go into this session flat, because certainly I've got this as a must not lose game. I see that if Durham were to win this with a game in hand, wow, certainly in terms of relation to Essex, they're in a pretty strong position, with they themselves having 3 to play and Essex only 2, and facing Notts in their next game. Durham are 1 for no wicket in reply to the Essex 182 all out, and in the end Michael Pepper did make more than 50% of the runs.
He did. He played really well. Fell to a full straight ball from Rushworth leg before. He battled through several phases of his innings. A tough start as Porter comes around the wicket, and Lees props forward and pushes that out into the offside to the oohs and ahs of the waiting slip cord, and there's 3 slips in place. Essex would probably like to attack a little bit more. They do have a man catching it short mid-wicket, but with 182 on the board, they don't want to let Durham get off to a flyer.
No.
Because that'll lead into that and let Durham settle into their innings quickly. But
well, I suppose Essex will think we made something in the 90s in the first match and won. But it's harder to do it away from home, I think. Turn around a game like that.
As Porter comes around the wicket to Lees, who gets right across his stumps, and that one goes through to the keeper.
I think it's a different sort of pitch as well. But on the face of it, the batting looked reasonably comfortable against the older ball to me this afternoon, unless I was seeing something that you weren't there, Ash.
It did. I think you're right. The sun came out, didn't it? And I mean, Durham did change the ball and had a little bit of luck with the wicket. Was it Tenderscarter possibly?
Yes, I think so. Around about that point.
But then
was it Walter? It might have been Walter actually with the change of ball.
Yes, I think you're right. And then a couple of little partnerships as Porter again comes around the wicket to Lees, who pushes that one nicely down to mid-on for no run. But they didn't look in any trouble, did they? And they looked like they were going to cruise to tea, similar to the way that they cruised to lunch. And then all hell broke loose. With 5 for 3 at the end.
Essex will be dismayed at that, because it just needed someone to just try and say, well, we're just going to just try and stop this and just negotiate this. It was just a complete flurry of wickets, some good deliveries, but unfortunately they weren't able to stand up to it on this occasion.
Porter comes around the wicket, and that traps Lees, who I would have thought, oh, he's given him. I was just going to say, I think Lees has got outside the line there, but I think he got out similar down at Essex, in a similar way around the wicket, but Essex get their early breakthrough, and as you can tell from a few claps and cheers there are plenty of Essex fans here at the Riverside today, and Lees goes without score. That's a huge wicket, because Lees has chewed up balls, which has allowed Durham to score some big runs here at home, and he goes without score.
Well, they urgently need these early wickets. They've got one, and that's a good start, because they can't afford to go into the session flat. For Porter to strike in just his second over is good news indeed for Essex followers, because this is a big session, and they'll want to take wickets regularly and leave a situation where, well, in one scenario they might even get a first innings lead, but at least leave themselves in a situation where they don't go well behind in the game following this Durham first innings, and that's not a bad way to start, getting a wicket in the third over.
No, it's a huge one. Like I said, Alex Lees likes to occupy the crease, and that's his second duck of the season against Essex, as Marty's telling us there, who was a fantastic statsman, does a load of research before the games, and it brings Scott Borthwick, another left-hander, to the crease. The lights are on here at Durham. They did use the heavy roller, which you would have thought might have just deadened the pitch down a little bit as well, but Essex off to a flyer. 1 for 1.
Yeah, so Lee's there trapped in front, and 2 umpires having a chat about something, but well, Durham, of course, in the reverse fixture, when they bowled Essex out cheaply, did actually have quite a profitable initial period of their first innings. And
did Borthwick make some runs there, didn't he, down at Essex? He got 100.
Yeah, he was chiefly responsible for that.
Bit of a counter-attack as well after Lees' dismissal, but yeah, they'll need that again today from the Durham skipper. Batting here under lights. It has just gone a little bit gloomy, but it's not by any means in like dangerous conditions.
Lee's last did 9 deliveries in the second innings at Chelmsford before he was over to Porter for naught. So history repeating itself there in the sense of seeing the into the wicket. And same score, unfortunately, from Lee's point of view. He had a bad match actually at Chelmsford, making 5 and naught in the game. Well, wickets flying absolutely everywhere.
There's been a real flurry here, hasn't there, in the afternoon? As Porter comes round the wicket to Borthwick, and that's full, and Borthwick gets forward and squirts it out onto the offside. So what's that in the game? 6 for 4.
Yeah, I mean it's almost like fast
in
forward, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 wickets for 4 runs. I'll say in Australian terms.
And Essex once again leaving themselves quite a lot to do. Obviously, they got a low score in the first innings against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge and never really recovered. This isn't as low a score as that, but it still feels a bit under par on this pitch unless the bowlers can really strike hard.
Oh, Borthwick squared up by a good ball from Porter. Maybe a little bit of a leading edge as that one goes out to mid-off. End of an excellent over from Porter. Durham are 1 for 1. Bancroft on 1. Borthwick yet to score. And after that collapse at the end of the innings, that's, from an Essex point of view, brilliant just to transfer that pressure back onto Durham with an early wicket. And
the good sign is that Jamie Porter looks to be bowling well. He's not had the most productive of seasons in terms of wickets early on, but just in the last couple of games after he had a game off, the signs have been better, and that was actually a typical sort of old style Jamie Porter over, putting the openers under pressure and of course getting a wicket. So Bancroft on 1 has been joined by Borthwick, and it's going to be Cook to see if he can build on the success of Porter in that previous over. He goes up to the wicket and bowls, and that's just played comfortably by Bancroft, head over the ball up into the offside. So a little while ago, before all this drama was going on, Steve emailed us, Steve McLaughlin, talking about 1990 being a good year for Graham Gooch. And because of his injury, John Lewis debuted for Essex against Surrey at the Oval that year, made 116, and then of course became a Durham player.
Yeah,
John
he was
Lewis,
my captain here.
So it's a good one to mention.
Obviously went on to coach the side as well.
And this one played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. It's Cook bowling to Bancroft, and it's 1 for 1 and applied to the Essex 182, having been 179 for 5 shortly before tea. And Paul Harrington in touch with us. Essex's batting today has shown the familiar frailty that it has since the very start of the season. You say it's simply not good enough. The bowling from Durham has been consistently straight and they performed well. That being said, you think that the quality of some of the umpiring decisions regarding the LBWs have been poor. Certainly, I think there's one we definitely agree on that, the Wesley one. That's a turn round the corner and goes down to a backward short leg, and there's no run.
I thought Cook was a little bit stiff as well.
Yeah, in fact, he mentions the Cook one, and he highlights the Wesley one. I think everyone's agreeing on. But you think that Pepper and Cook also were marginal, and you think Cook's dismissal could have been given the batsman's favour, and that would have been rather important in the context of the day, had it been, I think. Here's Cook again. Got 3 slips and a leg gully, if you like, or backward short leg, and that one's quite close to the off stump, but left alone with good judgment by Bancroft. Still 1 for 1. In short, while Essex have been masters of their own downfall, the umpires have assisted in no short measure to the truncated nature of that first innings. So yes, not everything that hits the pads is automatically LBW, as you point out, Paul. And if that rule changes, and it is, we're going to have a very short game. So thanks very much for that, Paul. Yeah, but Essex will still be very disappointed by those last 20 minutes for tea. This is a delivery which nips into the pads of Bancroft. He's not playing a shot, but it's going over the top, but it rolls down into the offside. It was an odd leave, actually, but in the end, no harm done from his point of view. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch, and it's one of those situations where this has been the big story, really, trumping everything else that's been going on in the Championship today. This remarkable hour we've just had has really eclipsed everything else as Cook bowls, and that one is just straightening on the right-hander, but he plays it well up to Siddle at mid-on. That's the end of Cook's over. It's a maiden. He's bowled 2 maiden overs, and Durham are 1 for 1, and the run belongs to Bancroft.
That's an excellent over, that, from Cook, really asking some questions of Bancroft. Yeah, Marty's just mentioned there that the lights are 6 years old today. Happy birthday to the lights here at Durham.
Well, our Essex lights are mere toddlers in comparison.
They're decent, aren't they? They're
yes.
good setup here. A little bit of controversy.
Nice lights, yeah.
Yeah, when they were first put up. But really enhanced the offerings of. Although in the midsummer there's often nice and light up here till quite late at night. So as that one is left through to Borthwick, but the lights. I mean, we've had some great games here at T20s.
Well, I reckon this is probably about the first evening where people who are out and about, sort of 9:30ish at night, and sensing the daylight, will actually be able to enjoy it.
Yeah,
because it will actually feel like it belongs to this time of year rather than March, in terms of the daylight's there, but the temperatures aren't. But probably relatively pleasant and actually nicer as the next few days go on.
That's absolutely right. As Porter comes around the wicket from the Lumley end, and wow, that one keeps a little bit low. Borthwick has the measure of it and gets some bat on it and pushes it out into the leg side. So a real test here for the Durham batsmen under lights. A little bit gloomy, new ball, two bowlers with their tails up, and a pitch that is and has offered a little bit to the bowlers all day, although did seem to get flattered this afternoon
more
with the old ball.
And against a side that now really is in a corner. Essex now have literally got, this is the tip, they have to fight back now. They can't leave things any later.
Absolutely spot on. Porter again comes around the wicket to Borthwick, who leaves that one through to Wheater. More than capable of doing it, of course. Yeah, that's absolutely. Why they're champions in 17 and 19, and of course Bob Willis Trophy winners in 2020. We have to say that very difficult to compare last year with winning 2 county championship titles. I think they had to win 3 home games and draw a final, so it's not quite the same, is it? But it was all over a shorter period of time. But the two, obviously, the 2 title wins in the last 4 years speak for themselves. Absolutely, played
got the quality.
As Porter again runs in round the wicket, and this one again squares Borthwick up. He manages to get that onto the offside.
So elsewhere, Warwickshire 172 for 3, and Will Rhodes was eventually out for 91. Sam Hain is 32 not out. That's in this group. So Warwickshire still done pretty well, given that they were sent in there in that one. And say Worcestershire playing Derbyshire 241 for 5. I suspect it's a bit too late for Worcestershire. Brett D'Oliveira 68 not out.
That's Porter again round the wicket. This one a little bit fuller. Borthwick pushes that one nicely down to mid-off. And again, no run.
Jack Haynes, a few players just falling short. We mentioned, of course, Michael Pepper, mentioned Rhodes, and Jack Haynes was out for 97. Not sure there have been any Centurions today. We'll see if some 1 or 2 lower scoring games elsewhere.
Yeah, batting tough today, especially in some of the games. Maybe 182 is a good score, because off to a good start here. Essex 1 for 1 Durham. As Porter will look to finish off his over, and Borthwick half attempts to drive that and cloths it out into the leg side. And at the end of over number 4, sorry, over number 5, it's 1 for 1. Porter, lovely figures, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1.
And Essex doing what they had to do, really fight back straight away. They've got a wicket, and how many overs have they got left? What, about 28? So I certainly want Durham 4 down tonight, maybe even more. But could turn into a bit of a tense, low-scoring one. This Cook with 3 slips and that leg gully, and 4 overs saving 1. Bowls a delivery which just cuts in slightly to the right-handed Bancroft, and he plays it defensively up into the onside, and there's no run. And the Roses Max Yorkshire 159 all out, and it was a lot worse than that even at one point. So a partial recovery, and Lancashire 7 without loss in reply. I do think Lancashire are the better side at the moment, and that they might well show about in this game, but we shall see. It might be one where Yorkshire's bowlers manage to fight back, but very much Lancashire's day so far in that one, as this delivery is just played defensively but compactly by Bancroft, showing test match opening temperament so far, playing that defensively back down the pitch. And there is No run. Tom Bailey took 3 for 6 in 14 overs. Now those are remarkable figures. Not only taking wickets, but of course just denying any run scoring opportunities. 2 for Danny Lamb, 2 for Luke Wood. And of course Hamid not available for Lancashire because he's now in the England as this is played, this is outside the off stump and goes through. In fact, you know, Hamid very much seen as someone who, of course, we'll say Lancashire's Nottinghamshire, isn't it?
Yeah, he's took a little road trip,
that's right.
Down south.
But he's not in this round of county games because he's gone into the England bubble. Some would say it's a little bit surprising because perhaps he ought to have been given more time to continue his improvement. But I'm not sure he'll play. I think he's just probably as a reserve. But certainly they think it's worth getting him back in there straight away. 1 for 1. It's been that like for a long time as Cook bowls. Oh, it's a lovely delivery. That one just closing in slightly on the right-hander who just played just inside it, and it just popped over the top of the off stump and almost an edge as well from Bancroft. So it's a really tense situation as Essex try to fight back. They've got a wicket already, and so the last 6 wickets have still fallen for the addition of 4 runs in this game. That's been like that for a while.
Yeah, excellent start here from Essex, really asking, well, both openers and now Borthwick questions every ball, no respite.
Cook again, up to the wicket, bowls, that's a beauty, which pitches off stump and leaves the right-handed Bancroft, who goes for a walk towards short leg, so he won't bump into a leg gully, who's finer than him. But no, it's a top bowling and it's good response from these two. I think the dressing room chat was obviously, let's just try and put this behind us and see if we can bowl Durham out for a similar score, if not less. And if Essex can win this game from here, I think they're going to get a lot of momentum, which they can take into next week against Nottinghamshire. But they've got a long way to go to do that. As Cook bowls, and that's just on the pads of Bancroft, but he can't work it away for runs. So it just rolls up to mid-wicket. There's no run, and another maiden over, just the 1 run, the 1 wicket as well. So Bancroft and Borthwick at the crease, with Lees out again to Porter for a duck, and it's 1 for 1. Essex having made 182, having been 179 for 5 shortly before tea. Michael Pepper 92, his best first class score in his 4th match at this level.
Bowling figures so far: Porter 3 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 1, picking up Alex Lees, and Cook 3 overs 3 maidens, none for none. Very tight stuff here, asking a lot of questions with the new ball as the sun again tries to break through. As Porter comes around the wicket to Borthwick, who is nicely in behind that one and defends off the front foot up to mid-off for no run. And
the grumbler on our emails makes a point, I think it was just underlining a point I just made, that he feels that this is a key session in Essex's season right now, in that they can't delay things till later. I don't think they can afford to let Durham get the sort of lead that Durham got at Chelmsford. They need to strike back, so they need to make inroads into the batting lineup by the close. They have a fine bowling attack and it's been a key to their recent success, but they have had problems with inconsistency this season. All have had one standout game at least except for Porter, who's bowled well at times without reward.
As he comes in round the wicket, and Borthwick pushes this one down to mid-off for no run.
And the grumbler saying that Essex need 2 or even all 3 seamers to bowl well in tandem in the same game. Yeah, I think it's going to be the same as seamers here. I don't see Simon Harmer being quite as key as this stage of the game. And in fact, Essex probably wouldn't want him to be, because they'd want the seamers to do the job. And then Harmer can come into things as the game goes on.
Yeah, he might be a partnership breaker, mightn't he? A bit like Borthwick brought himself on and got tender scar to LBW.
I think they'd want seamers bowling in tandem as much as possible in this session.
Especially tonight, you're absolutely right, as Porter has Borthwick on the back foot defending, and that one keeps it a little bit low, but well kept out by Borthwick.
And Barry Banks didn't like Lees' guard and thought that it was going to be the key to his downfall, the way he was taking that guard.
Was he outside off? I mean, you can tell us a little bit because we're behind him, but and just slightly off centre, but he looked like he was outside off stumping his guard.
So slightly awkward and unconventional guard, which maybe was taking an element of a risk there.
I think he takes that guard to try and get outside the line of off stump. As Porter comes into Borthwick, that's nicely defended out into the offside with a think about a single, but Nick Brown stops any thought of that.
I love these stories that just come up on the wires. Tottenham make contact with former boss Pochettino. Hello, how are you? Probably just all it was, really. We shall see.
There's so many rumours fly around now the football season's done.
Oh yes, we're into that long period. Well, actually, thankfully, with a major tournament, so it
kicks off next.
The transfer of managers and transfer tedious.
Porter comes in. Borthwick pushes this on the leg side and races through for a quick single. Excellent running there from the Durham skipper. Gets him off the mark and doubles the Durham total. They had 2 runs on the board for 1 loss. 1 run each for Bancroft and Borthwick.
Ashley Giles making a statement that Hasib Hamid has come back strong to earn his England recall. Played 3 tests at the age of 19, then had that difficult spell with Lancashire, which everyone felt sorry for the way it was going, and then he joined Nottinghamshire in 2019, according to the England squad for the Test series against New Zealand. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm pretty sure Dom Sibley will play if his finger's okay.
Yeah,
I think Rory Burns has done enough.
Absolutely. As Porter gets his first crack at Bancroft, he gets right across his crease and defends that down and to the offside for no run, and that ends the 7th over, and Durham are 2 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket.
Of course, these test matches, international games generally, will come thick and fast. The only break really is the first 2 weeks of the 100, which isn't necessarily going to help the counties too much, but it's going to be very much a full-on summer, with the 2 tests against New Zealand. The first of them starts Wednesday of next week, actually, June the 2nd. And interesting that Sam Billings was called up. That did surprise me a bit more.
Probably a bit of
straight from the T20. Yeah, that one did surprise me. But you would have thought Rory Burns has done enough probably to stay in there with Dom Sibley opening the batting, and I suspect that Dan Lawrence will be in that side, probably batting at 3 with Root at 4. Interested to see exactly where they do bat Brace, assuming he's definitely going to play, of course, as a keeper. Normally bats high in the order, of course, for Gloucestershire. 2 for 1, replied to 182 as Cook bowls, and that's played defensively by Borthwick, square into the offside, and there's no run. So we've got batting of international quality out there at the moment, and their job from a Durham point of view is to see out this opening spell. Got Siddle and Harmer to face, mind you, but they need to make sure that they can convert this big gain that they've been given by Raine and Rushworth in that spell of 17 deliveries and 5 wickets immediately before tea, which in the end wasn't that delayed at all, actually, as it turned out. 2 for 1, that's a bit far outside the off stump, and a no ball. So it's not quite right from Cook, that, because it didn't look right actually in terms of what he would have liked to have done, and it was a no ball as well.
Surprised there wasn't a cheer from the Durham crowd there, as that doubles the score.
Well, I think they'll still be pretty satisfied with the day. They'll know that this is a tough period, but the Durham fans who are looking to see their side have measurable success will sense that if Durham can go on and win this game, as Cook comes into bowl, and that's left alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. In the context of the campaign, it would give them obviously a significant points lead over Essex and a game in hand, which would put them in good position with still 3 games to go. And Durham have got Worcestershire away in the next match. Now that new road pitch hopefully will be offering a little bit more now than it was to anybody in late April, but I think Durham would quite fancy their chances there, as this is played away, head over the ball into the offside. Certainly I think the batsmen will fancy their chances, because Worcestershire have really been struggling to bowl sides out this season. So that's one that, again, Durham will certainly feel that in the worst case scenario they should be looking at a high scoring draw there, but I think they'll go into the game with higher aspirations than that. And Essex have got Nottinghamshire at Chelmsford, but they don't want to be going into that on the back of a defeat. It really would leave them with a mountain to climb in the last 2 games. So they have 4 for 1 as Cook bowls, and this one is an inside edge, goes out towards well, let's say it's the inner half of the bat. I think is more accurate, because it was in the end steered square, but it wasn't off the middle, and there was a little bit of movement there from Cook, who's bowling really well. 3 overs and 3 balls, and just 2 runs conceded, as is the case with Porter, but he's actually got a wicket. Yeah, so the round of games coming up is the last before the T20 break, and then of course 2 more rounds in July, but Essex only playing 1 of them, as Cook bowls and has a slightly loose stroke. He thought it was there for the cut, did Borthwick, strong in that area, but in fact it was never quite there. He's in the end, I think, defeated by the bounce, and it's gone through to Wheater.
I think that's the first loose ball that Essex have bowled so far, and he's thought, I'm going to have a crack at this. And that's pressure, absolute pressure there from the Essex bowlers, and still a lot of cricket to be played this afternoon.
Absolutely, we've still got 25 overs to go. No reason why we're not going to get them this evening, of course. We'll like the way it is. Felt like slightly incongruous given the clear blue sky. Cook bowls, and that's just shaping into the left-hander. And there's no runs. They're going to bring back Martin. Certainly very, very tense half-hours cricket. I think there's more tension to come in the next 25 overs. Essex 182 all out, having been 179 for 5. Pepper 92. Durham, in reply, are 4 for 1.
Brilliant. Thanks, Nick. Absolutely right. It has been a tense half-hour there for the Durham batsman. Alex Lees going LBW to Porter around the wicket. Looked a little bit disappointed with the decision. I haven't seen a replay, but I know in Alex's stance he does try and get outside off stump. But here he goes, and Bancroft and Borthwick have really been made to fight hard, with probably just 1 loose delivery that I can think of. Bancroft on 1, Borthwick on 1, as Porter comes into Bancroft, who gets across his crease and plays that down to mid-off again for no run. Did you have a nice wander, Marty?
I didn't go far, mate. I was in the back lane.
In the back lane.
It's coming up to 5 o'clock, so there'll be an update for Eddie Newcastle in a few minutes. Alex Lees to Porter. Let's have a look at this again. He is standing outside the line, but it is angling in.
As Porter comes in, and Bancroft slightly over pitch. Bancroft drives beautifully down the ground, and he'll collect 4. That's a gorgeous shot from Bancroft. I don't think Porter will be too unhappy about that. He'd rather be full than short, but that was met beautifully with a straight bat from Bancroft, and Durham have their first boundary of the innings. They move on to 8 for 1.
There you are, Gadge.
Let's have a look. Yeah, that's got to be outside the line, hasn't it?
Well, it's angling in, though. That's the problem.
Doesn't matter. It still hits him outside, from my point of view. But we get the benefit of that.
Well,
there's
the better. No, he's sort of around about the.
Yeah, maybe you've stopped it at the wrong spot there. Oh, Bancroft again across his stumps. It's close, isn't it? Yeah. If that's hit him there, then that is out. Absolutely right. And that'll disappoint Lees, because obviously his setup is to try and get outside the line, so he hasn't moved his feet and been trapped on the crease. And a good piece of bowling.
Off now.
Yeah, they've taken the 50 pence. They're going to save that for later on. And the lights are off, as we are bathed in absolutely beautiful sunshine. That's probably the bluest the sky has been all day. As Porter comes into bowl, and that one is again on the money from Porter and defended down to mid-on for no run. Beautiful sunshine here on a gorgeous afternoon. Probably the nicest for months that we've had. It's normally pouring down with rain at this time of the day at the moment.
Well, Ian thinks the Lee's decision was an absolute disgrace.
I'm not sure about that.
It looks a decent shout to me from having just looked back through it again.
Not sure it's a disgrace, but it's I don't know, I've only seen the couple of images you've showed me there, but I know he was disappointed as Porter comes in again, and that's edged but doesn't carry.
Well, it's hit the first slip in the knee, hasn't it?
I think it's hit his drumstick, as I would call it, on the fleshy part of your thumb, and it's flown away down for 4, and 4 welcome runs for Durham and for Bancroft. As Alistair Cook, or Sir Alistair Cook. Do we have to call him Sir Alistair Cook?
No.
I don't have to. But he's managed to palm that one around the post and down for 4.
Got closer than most of the goalies last night.
Yeah, it's probably done the same there, just deflected into the corner, hasn't he, to be fair. You're right, it was an interesting penalty shootout last night. Some poppadom fingers. As everyone that hit the hand just ended up in the back of the net anyway, as Bancroft is forward to another. On
the rare occasion he actually went near the ball.
Yeah. Good delivery from Porter, and that ends the over in a flurry of runs with 2 boundaries in that over. Durham 12 for 1. Bancroft moves on to 9. Borthwick on 1. A beautiful afternoon here at the Emirates Riverside. Healthy crowd been in all day. It's just been fantastic to have that murmur of fans again. It's a unique sound, I think, to cricket. Like just a humming buzz around the ground.
The hubbub.
Yeah. Well, they tried to replicate it, didn't they, on the Sky coverage of the Test matches? Had the Lord's hum, they call it, don't they? There's nothing quite like it.
Yeah. Halfway through a Saturday afternoon Test at Headingley, and there's nobody throwing.
Yeah, that's a different story. I was going to have Peter Siddle come into the attack from the Finkel end. He's going to start around the wicket as well to Borthwick. Seems to be all the fashion these days, coming around the wicket to the left-hander, asking questions.
How many first-class matches has Peter Siddle played?
Oh, what a question that is. I'm going to go for 112.
189.
Wow.
645 wickets.
Awesome stuff.
Here he is, right arm round from the Finkel end to Borthwick, and it's turned off towards square leg for 1 run. His best bowling in the Championship, 6 for 38 against Warwickshire this year. His best figures in first class, 8 for 54. Victoria against South Australia, which sounds like a bit of a derby match to me, in 2015.
I wouldn't like to walk from Melbourne to Adelaide, but yeah, it is one of those just over there things.
Down the bottom end on the map, aren't they?
They're definitely bordering states, yeah. He's at Tasmania these days, Peter Siddle. And he made the move from Victoria across the Bass Strait.
Just coming over the wicket now to the right-handed Bancroft. It's defended.
Still have that leg gully in place for Bancroft.
Remember being in Adelaide during the 1992 World Cup, and people who we were with, he was showing me a map of the bay of South Australia, where it is.
The Great Australian Bight.
And he said, how long do you think it would take to drive around the other side of this bay in the car? And I said, a couple of hours? 12 hours? It's a long way.
When I was a young fella, my dad drove from one side of Australia to the other, and it took 4.5 days.
Ridiculous. Long way to go for a pint of milk. That's defended on off-stop. I bet by the time he got home it was off as well, was it?
It would have been in that heat. But yeah, I think I don't advise this.
Where's Rushie's best man live again?
Kalgoorlie. So that's a 6 hour...
Is that in the middle of nowhere? Or
yeah, absolutely. Out on the backside of Western Australia. 6 hour drive from Perth.
Oh. And Perth's miles from anywhere anyway, isn't
it? I think it's the most isolated capital city in the world.
It's not a capital city?
Well, of Western Australia, so of a territory, yeah.
Oh, that's a bit of an inside edge there from Bancroft. It's gone past square leg towards the boundary for 1. So you mean a state capital?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
I think it's
You've
2.5.
got Margaret River to the south and Fremantle and Scarborough up the north. And
that's right.
That's about it, isn't it?
I think there's about 2,500 kilometres between Perth and Adelaide.
Yeah.
Geography lessons.
Yeah.
How's that for your useless stats?
Update. Well, Durham are 14 for 1 in their first innings after bowling Essex out earlier in the day for 182, and the last 5 wickets fell for just 3 runs in the space of 17 balls, so they had actually been going along quite nicely on 179 for 5. The rot began when Michael Pepper on 92 went LBW to Chris Rushworth. After that, Simon Harmer went for 1, Adam Wheater for 8, Sam Cooke got a duck, and Peter Siddle was bowled by Ben Raine for 1 to end the innings, with his stump snapping in the process. So Durham picked up 3 bonus points for that and are now level on points and second spot in Group 1 in the County Championship. Commentary of this one on the BBC Cricket website and the Sports app.
Oohs and ahs, some good deliveries from Siddle to finish his over. As Marty finishes his update for BBC Radio Newcastle. Durham 14 for 1. Bancroft is on 10, Borthwick on 2, and some real pressure being put on by the visitors, who are trying to claw their way back into the game after a horrible collapse at the end of their innings, losing their last 5 wickets for 3 runs. And at one stage with the Durham start, with Durham at 1 for 1, it was 6 wickets for 4 runs in the context of the game.
Well, in the second innings in Chelmsford 5 weeks ago, Durham lost both openers for none.
No.
Will Young didn't offer a shot, and Lees was done. Bowler got him LBW, bowling across the line. I didn't think it was out, but all the Essex supporters did. Surprising.
As Porter continues from the Lumley end, and that's again edged by Bancroft, this time between the slips on the floor, but it races away for 4 as Bancroft has a quizzical look back down the pitch. Very good delivery from Porter, who just turned around and walked straight back to his mark, no doubt frustrated that none of his slips have helped him out there in stopping that one. But another 4 to Durham as Durham start to eat into that 182 first innings total from Essex. Two slips in place, a pointer covering a mid-off on the offside. As Porter again comes into Bancroft, who negotiates that one well, pushes that one down the pitch. There's a mid-on. I would say a mid-wicket is probably catching. A little bit closer than a regulation mid-wicket. We have a square leg and a fine leg in place on a glorious afternoon here in Durham. Blue skies, the odd white cloud in the sky, and a nice little crowd in watching county cricket, which is absolutely fantastic. As Porter charges towards us, and Bancroft pushes this into the offside, but straight to Nick Brown for no run. It's great to see so many familiar faces around the ground. As Marty mentioned earlier in the day, the same people sitting in the same seats.
Was there anybody you were specifically looking forward to seeing again?
No, not in particular. It's just great to have people around. As Porter comes in and Bancroft defends that nicely out into the covers.
I recognise obviously lots of people, and most of them I don't know their names. So, but yeah, you sort of you know they're here to 20 months on, sitting in the seats where they normally sit.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's brilliant, isn't it? You get the nods, don't you, when you walk past it.
Mind you, Geordie Borthwick 6 seats back up the stand. He would normally be at the front.
Somebody must have nicked his seat.
Yeah.
He'll be back tomorrow. He might be a bit earlier tomorrow. Claim his territory. As Porter comes into Bancroft, and that's again nicely played out into the covers. Just looks like he's got a little bit more rhythm in his batting at the moment, Bancroft. It's a little bit more comfortable, but Essex have really put the Durham batsmen under pressure with this new ball. Porter asking a lot of questions, as is Cook.
I was here before 9 this morning. I dropped my daughter off at school and then
just come straight in.
Yeah, there was a bit of a traffic jam in Shiny Row. Wasn't expecting
Shiny
that.
Row.
Yeah, gridlock in Shiny Row. Had to do a detour
at the roundabout.
Yeah.
As Porter comes in and Bancroft tucks this away off his hip, but straight to the man at mid-wicket, and that ends the over. And Durham, and this is the horrible part of the day where it's hard to read the old scoreboard, and you have to go to the electronic one, which is just a blur for me, which is 18 for 1. I can, but not brilliantly. I must admit.
18 for 1, yeah, and the sun's bleaching the other scoreboard.
I'm a fan of the old one, if I'm honest.
I've just been looking on my Facebook reminders at tea there, and there's a photograph that I put on this day 4 years ago from Swansea with the guy doing the tins at one end of the ground.
Love that.
Proper tins. Can it beat a bit of tinnage
on the pulleys?
Yeah. No, it was just on the. He was putting them on.
Oh, the old one at the front, like oh, even better. Even better.
Siddle's going to come round the wicket now to Borthwick, who's on 2 from 23 balls, and they're bringing in another slip for him as well. Has got himself turned inside the line a few times this season, Borthwick. Siddle right arm round to the left-hander, and he's turned that time, but he's turned it down to the fine leg for 1. I just wonder if Scott needs to realign his stance a little bit. have a review of it, maybe.
I think he looks alright to me. I think it's just... He seems to be feast or famine at the moment, doesn't he? If he gets that start, he goes on to make runs, but he just needs to get starts.
At Derbyshire, he looked like he could have gone on any delivery and then actually got himself in and then got out. Siddle over the wicket now to Bancroft. This is defended. On off stump. When was Siddle's last Test match then?
A couple of years, 2-3 years. Last Ashes maybe. Had a big part to play in a partnership with Steve Smith in the Ashes, I think, in that Birmingham first Test.
Oh, I can't remember that. Can't remember that game.
It didn't happen.
No.
Fast forward to Headingley.
Siddle in.
Oh, that's
just defended. His last Test was England against Australia at the Oval in 2019. So Bancroft was part of that Test series, wasn't he? He played in the first 2, I think, that year.
And did Harris take over?
Can't remember. It's your team, mate, not mine.
Yeah. Well, they're there and thereabouts. Between them, shared the batting with Warner, who just seemed to nick off to Stuart Broad at any given moment. Definitely had the wood on him in that series.
19 for 1 Durham here on the BBC. Siddle balls to Bancroft, who plays that nicely through the covers. And it hasn't got the legs to go for 4. Being chased and fielded by Michael Pepper.
It's a lovely push off the back foot from Bancroft.
Michael picks a pepper, but he didn't pick an LBW from Chrissy Rushworth when he was on 92.
I felt for him there. He's really worked hard. He battled through different phases in his innings, pushing on at times and really counter-attacking Durham and sitting in when they needed it. And to fall for 92, he was not unlucky, but he just felt for him.
It's a shame when a player gets into the 90s. I mean, Lee's got out in 99, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago? And
he did, yeah.
Seen a 92 as well recently.
Best part of the day now, Matt, isn't it? Beautiful.
Gorgeous. I think you could get your third load of washing on the line now.
Easy.
Without a shadow.
Got the wheel to keep the breeze up to blow it.
Hang them on the wheel. That's a big rotary line, isn't it?
Little sorted.
The big wheel in the park. Siddle to Bancroft, over-pitched and played back past the bowler. He might have got a finger end on that because it isn't going fast enough to go for 4. Just the 1 run. As Sam Cooke comes and fields it. Right in line with the stumps halfway between the bowler's end and the boundary at our end of the ground.
It's a nice push there from Bancroft. His hands and his head in a good position. I see Simon Harmer starting the windmills. Might be thinking about bringing himself onto bowl. More than likely following Porter from the Lumley end, who's bowled a good spell so far. He'll start his 7th over to Bancroft. So we have 2 slips in place as Porter bustles in towards us. And that's full and straight and clipped nicely off his legs from Bancroft. They'll probably get at least 2 and look for 3. As they're both excellent runners between the wickets, these 2, and they'll get a comfortable 3. That moves Bancroft on to 20 and Durham 25 for 1.
Don't think Derek's going to get here this match. One of the girls is playing cricket tonight. He's got other stuff tomorrow, cricket tomorrow. He's writing his book.
He's a busy man, isn't he?
He is.
He's a busy man. Hope you're enjoying it, Derek. And you're up at South North tonight, I believe. Did you? I'm sure I saw. He's got his daughters playing up there. Beautiful night for it.
Might be back on the road gigging soon as well.
Ah, that would be awesome. As Borthwick faces up to Porter around the wicket, and that's kept low. And Borthwick tucks that round into the leg side with hands on heads from the slip cord. And I think he's lucky he got a bit of bat on that one, Borthwick. So he adds a run to his total, 26 for 1. Moves on to 4.
In fact, he sent me a message last week, but I think it was raining. I never got the chance to read it out. was his latest list of his walks, his charity walks he's going to do.
As Porter comes in, that one's nicely pushed out into the covers. Great areas from Porter, really asking questions of the Durham batsman. Yeah, he's got 2 or 3 walks, hasn't he, set up?
He's doing, he runs a thing called Footsteps for Others, and he goes and does charity walks with his daughter, so they're taking... The next one is the longest day, summer solstice. But he's got that Monday, June the 21st to Tuesday, June the 22nd, but we know that it's a few days after that, isn't it? The 28th or something.
Ruined his poster.
Yeah.
That's Porter. Comes into Bancroft, who defends that one down into the leg side. 26 for 1, Durham.
So that's lapse of Druridge Bay.
He's got one from Scotland down.
He did that in the winter as well, on the shortest day of the year. Then he's got one from Leith, which is Edinburgh, down to Sunderland.
Yep.
So that's in July. That's a canny journey, isn't it? The Boat Shack, Bromsgrove, a Halloween hike. So that must be on the sailing lake near Witchbold, on the outskirts of Bromsgrove, near where my auntie lives.
Porter comes in, and Bancroft defends this out into the point region for no run.
So the Leith to Sunderland charity trek with his daughters in aid of Teenage Cancer Trust. The one in Bromsgrove is in aid of Mind. And then the Food Bank Trussell Trust charity, he'll be doing a 24-hour winter solstice walk on Tuesday the 21st of December.
I think he comes up as the Wandering Westie on Twitter.
I think so.
If you want to have a look and
hashtag footprints for others, but
if you want to have a look and back him. As Porter comes in to bowl the last ball of his 7th over, and that's full and straight, and Bancroft pushes this one down the ground for no run. And Durham end the over on 26 for 1. Bancroft on 20 and Borthwick on 4.
I'm trying to think if we got him on in December, because I was in the studios producing, and Druridge Bay, half the bay is out of mobile phone signal.
Right, okay.
So, I think I was trying to ring him during the bit where he was out of mobile phone, and then he eventually come back. It was horrendous weather. I mean,
he does it in a kilt as well, doesn't he?
Obviously, I mean, that's the first thing you'd wear, is a kilt,
of course.
And, you know, because at least your legs are waterproof, I suppose.
Good man. I hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Remind me at the end of this over to do an update for Radio Tees. Siddle bowling to Borthwick from the Finkel end. Right arm round to the left-hander, who drives 2-point no run there.
A lonely plastic bag having a drifter down in front of us.
I wandered lonely as a plastic bag.
Right behind the bowler, that's just gone.
Somebody's sandwich wrapper there, isn't it?
Yep.
Still 20 overs left tonight. Siddle in. Borthwick defends that one. Right, quick update for tees. Well, Durham are 26 for 1 in their first innings after bowling Essex out earlier for 182. They lost the last 5 wickets for just 3 runs in the space of 17 balls. It all happened when Michael Pepper went LBW to Chris Rushworth for 92. Harmer then went for 1, Wheater for 8, Cook for none, and Siddle for 1. Alex Lees has gone for Durham though. He faced 7 balls and went for the second time this season for a duck, LBW to Jamie Porter. Siddle in. That's left alone. Yeah, I think that was that summed everything up there nicely.
Well done, mate. Well done. Little bit of extra effort there from Siddle. That one flying through to the keeper, Wheater behind the stumps. Another one of the fast bowling brigade trying to prolong his career by shying away from meat. Turned into a vegetarian. Likes of Gillespie and our own Rushworth.
Dizzy was vegan, wasn't he? Siddle around the wicket balls. Borthwick leaves that one. Jason came with us when Sussex were playing here a couple of years ago. He came with us to Gabrielle's at Seaburn. And I was thinking, ooh, I'm not sure what vegan stuff they'll have.
Rice.
Well, he went for a risotto. Just a vegetable risotto.
There you go.
He had a night in the Harbour View as well, at the Blues night.
Why not? You'd have loved that.
was one of the singers on that night. It was so funny. Dave Townsend was with us, one of our third voices, and his bowler comes around the wicket and balls, defended on a length. No, it wasn't. It was that was another night. Sorry, it was Dave Bracegirdle, the Radio Nottingham commentator. This lad was singing, and Dave thought he'd heard the introduction as to where he was from, and at the end of it, he went over to thank this guy and said, "You're a really good singer." He says, "Which part of Bulgaria are you from?" And the lad says, "Cooper Street round the corner." And comes Siddle, defended on off stump. He's never left that down. Of course, some people keep reminding of it regularly.
I don't know who that would be.
Not me, of course.
Siddle ends his over with a maiden. His first maiden of the innings. He has none for 6 off his 3. As we just have a few clouds over to the west, blocking the sun a little bit, and the players a little bit of shade, and we can see the scoreboard. 26 for 1, Bancroft 20, Borthwick on 4. And I think we're going to see Cook have a crack from the Lumley end, replacing Porter, who's bowled 7 overs. Cook has excellent figures of 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 2. Bowled nicely from the Finkel end. He's going to have a crack now, as I said, from the Lumley end.
Katie's explaining it to us, yeah. I see what you mean. She says, the summer solstice is the longest day. It's just that sunsets keep getting later for a few more days, but dawn gets later as well, and faster, making the days slightly shorter.
Oh, there you go.
So the winter solstice...
We'll let Cook bowl this ball first, and Bancroft pushes this one. It's a no ball. Trying to force that one off the back foot through the covers. Maybe a little bit early on that one, and drags it to mid-on. Carry on.
The winter solstice is a similar thing. It's despite it being the shortest day, the dawns continue to get longer for a period of time. Just the nights start to get a bit lighter.
Druids everywhere, happy?
Good job, Katie's isolating and was able to furnish us with this information.
Thank you very much.
If she'd been at the Oval, we would have been lost.
What would we do without that? As Cook comes in and beats Bancroft, and a ball that pushes away from the right-handed batsman and kept going after it passed the bat, and Wheater scrambles away to his right.
I think it was the 2014 Cup final when Katie turned up at the press box at Lord's with loads of cakes for us.
Oh, what a lass.
Transported them all the way across London on the tube.
How good's that? I must have missed that after probably about 10 pints. As Cook comes into ball, and that's full and straight, and Bancroft defends that out into the leg side for no run.
I'll tell you who was commentating with me that day. It was Lizzie Ammon was there with us, but Jeff Brown came down to cover it for Look North, brilliant. And so he came and did a bit of commentary as well. So
nice one.
Rolling back the years, hearing his stories of Durham's early days on the first class beat back in the early 90s.
Legend of North East News, Jeff Brown. Bancroft taps away, waiting Cook, and that one is full and straight inside edge out to square leg for no run. Durham will be happy here, just seem to have ridden that early onslaught from the Essex bowlers, with Cook and Porter really giving all 3 Durham batsmen a hard time. Porter trapping Lee's LBW. Bancroft battling through on Borthwick, doing the same. Runs were hard to come by early doors, but they've moved on to 28 for 1. Just building a little partnership. And that one keeps very, very low and through to the keeper. I think under Bancroft's bat, potentially. And that is the thing with these kind of pitches. There might just be one with your name on it round the corner. The sun again trying to break through under blue sky, the ground, but some clouds away to the west are just blocking the direct sunlight. Still a nice breeze going across the ground. As Cook comes in, and that one is allowed to pass through to the wicket keeper on the first bounce again. So just some signs of more balls potentially staying a little bit low from the Lumley end. Batting has been hard work today. Essex fought their way into a reasonable position before a late collapse saw them bowled out for 182, losing their last 5 wickets for 3 runs. And Durham working hard here. And that one again is left through to the keeper, and that will end the over. And Durham are 28 for 1.
Bring Nick Gledhill back in now. Who will replace Ash Thorpe. Martin Emerson with you as well. BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Essex bringing you commentary of day 1 of Durham against Essex here in Chesley Street. Decent crowd in as well after 20 months sitting at home. 611 days since there were last spectators watching action in this ground. That was day 2 of the final match of the 2019 season against Glamorgan. Days 3 and 4 were washed out. Who'd have thunk?
Yeah, we're not going to get a washout here, that's for certain.
Here's Siddle then, right arm round the wicket to Borthwick from the Finkel end. Borthwick forward to that one, plays it back up towards the bowler. 28 for 1, Durham.
It's been good hard cricket all round, hasn't it? I think Essex have bowled pretty well. Can't really fault the bowling. I think, you know, look at Cook's figures there, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none before, and Porter very similar. But for Durham it's all about keeping wickets in hand in this last hour of proceedings today. And these two have resisted well and with some skill.
Settle in. I thought I heard bat there. I'm sure I heard bat there. If I didn't hear bat, it seemed to me to be a bit too high. He's coming round the wicket. That's hitting him in the box.
All right. So
that's a bit
any edge onto the?
I don't know, but I mean even that's too high.
Yeah.
He's higher than the Bales, isn't he?
Yeah. A few near things for Essex, but you feel they need another. Well, they'd like 3 more wickets tonight, but you feel they need 2 to really feel they're back in the game.
Settle up to the stumps, Borthwick forward, plays the ball back to the bowler as he snatches it with his left hand.
And it's interesting actually that the floodlights were on in mid-afternoon when I'm fairly certain the skyline was pretty similar to what it is now, and they're now off.
Yeah.
So obviously they decided they didn't need them, and that we were going to have natural daylight here this evening till about 9:30.
Just after you went off air. I think it was probably as you were sitting down they all went off.
I think we're going to have natural daylight like this till about 9 o'clock tonight here, or later.
Siddle bowls through to the keeper. It goes. I'm trying to think. It's getting dark about 9ish at the minute.
Yeah.
By the end of June, it's you know, you can 10:30. It's still daylight.
Yeah,
I've played golf on the summer solstice and got a full round in, having not started until after 7 o'clock at night with a dusk ticket.
Yes, I remember. You know, for those of us not from these parts, and we walk out of a restaurant at Hubs 10 at night. It's broad daylight. It's quite something. But that was one of those fixtures.
How do you cope in the south?
That must have been the
you don't have the weather.
That was the June 2005 game that we'll come to tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah.
Siddle in. That's through to the keeper. Bounces and goes through. 2005 June. Well, I would have been here for that one.
Yeah, that was one of the games we'll talk about tomorrow. That was when they had the big first innings lead. Durham. 399. We'll find out why that happened tomorrow when we talk about it tomorrow. But it's part of a story of the sequence of results changing a bit as Durham grew stronger.
Well, that was Durham's promotion year in 2005. Mike Hussey was here. He's 46 today. Mike Hussey, happy birthday. Siddle in. It's gone round the corner to square leg. No run there. He captained Durham for about 2/3 of the season, and his final game was in the August at it was at Yorkshire.
Yeah.
And then I'm just trying to think, because that was the year England won the Ashes, wasn't it? So
2005, yes.
Yeah. So the week we were at Scarborough. I wonder if he'd been called up for Australia A rather than Australia, because
Was that in September, or was it?
No, it was August
yes.
time, and the day I drove back from Scarborough after the match was a draw, and I was listening to the Test match special, and that was the day Gary Pratt, the 12th man, ran out. Ricky Ponting at Trent Bridge.
Yes, I remember between the 4th and the 5th Test, I was at the Lord's final, which was Hampshire-Warwickshire, on the day that Essex played Australia, and Alistair Cook made his first sort of real impression, sort of on an international side. So here is Bancroft on strike to Cook and steered out into the offside. Jefferson and Bopara also got runs. It was one of the last occasions where the county side were allowed to bat first before they changed the rules in tour matches. 28 for 1. That's probably indicative of what we were talking about earlier, that tour matches, as were when they were sort of competitive games, and Essex were allowed to embarrass the Australians on that day. Well, you're not allowed to do that anymore, I think, to touring sides. 28 for 1.
I've never watched a touring match. It's nearly always Sri Lanka A here, isn't it?
Yeah, I've noticed that certainly don't get as many as Chelmsford tend to get, and that's not necessarily a bad thing from Durham's point of view, as that's steered away into the offside and there's no run, particularly in the context of the game that was scheduled in July being cancelled, and therefore Essex not having a championship game. And I've noticed that the last round of fixtures, it's Durham against Notts in I think it's July the 11th, and there's already a scenario playing out if Essex don't win this game, where those two sides will both need bonus points, but I'm not suggesting any flat wickets or anything like that. But it's a long way to go before that, but you know, these things can happen at that point, as this one is outside the off stump and there's no run. 28 for 1. It is a disadvantage for Essex, and indeed Worcestershire, not playing in that penultimate round of games.
Well, Dave Bracegirdle will be up for that one, and I think the music nights are starting at the beginning of July again in the Harbour View, so he'll be back in looking for his Polish singer, or Bulgarian singer from Cooper Street.
They will certainly be up for it, if not, so you need 1 point to make the top division when the game starts, which could be the scenario. He'll be confident. Yes, 28 for 1. Second slip standing quite a long way forward here, actually, as Cook bowls. Oh, and Bancroft gets thick inside edge up towards square leg.
Thinking of Nott's recent historical visits here, they've only had the one win in a long time, and that was the year that Durham got relegated. So they started the season with minus 48 points, hadn't played in the first week, Notts won here in 3 days, and were basically about 100 points ahead of them after 2 matches.
You still overtook them? Not quite. Not quite.
Took about 7 games for Durham to be level on points again, I think.
Here's Cook playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. When you consider how poor Notts have been in the last 3 seasons, it might have been possible to overtake them, but of course they're a different side at the moment, although I think they made a mistake today by bowling first at Edgbaston.
Took them 31 games to get a win.
Yes.
I remember Brace trying to wind me up before the Durham game at the start of the season, going on about how Notts were favourites, and I said he mentioned some bookie, and I said, well, the number 27 sticks in my head.
28 for 1. And this is good delivery from Cook, and played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, you'll have to ask him why they've chosen to field today into Warwickshire 212 for 3. But funnily enough, Essex made an interesting decision to field first in 2019, and the seamers didn't take a wicket all day in that particular game, although I'm told that it's still justified because there were lots of drop catches in the first half hour, but they didn't take a wicket all day, and it can be a difficult place to take wickets on a typical Edgbaston pitch. So yeah, interesting one from Notts today, but actually a high scoring draw won't be a bad result for them in the context of the group. 28 for 1, and Bancroft 20 and Borthwick 4.
Did you say they chose to bowl today?
Yeah, they chose to bowl at Edgbaston, which is, if it's a typical Edgbaston pitch, is a bit of a surprise, I think.
Siddle to Borthwick, and that's thumped nicely through mid-wicket. That's away for 4. Lovely, right out the middle of the bat.
Nice stroke. And there, Borthwick is just, you see, that's his 38 delivery. He's on 4 going into it. So it shows how he's concentrated, waited for the ball to put away, and played it very well when the chance came.
Yeah, don't bowl on his legs, because he's strong on his legs. Siddle in again, round the wicket. It's left alone. It bounces twice there as it goes through to the keeper.
Funnily enough, we're talking about Essex first-class games away at Durham, but of course there was an occasion when they played I think a 40-over game, and Scott Borthwick, in his first period with Durham, was sort of more of a bowler then, wasn't he? Sort of leg spinner.
Yeah, Jimmy Foster hit him for 5 sixes,
right.
But the match will be remembered for Mervyn Westfield.
Yes, and
it was on TV, wasn't it?
It was one of those games when nothing much was riding on it, which are always games that can attract, in those days, concern.
Defended on a length this time. I remember hearing a few months later there was an investigation into some unusual activity during the match, and I couldn't for the life of me remember. I think initially when it was chosen for TV, they didn't have any other games to choose from. Well, no, I think there might have been something possibly riding on it, and then by the time they actually got round to showing the game, both sides had sort of slithered away into one-day obscurity for the season. And there was a really, really strong westerly wind, and Borthwick was bowling with the wind to Jimmy Foster's back, and he just smacked 5 sixes wind assisted into the east stand. But anyway, it was Mervyn Westfield they were looking at, and he did end up spending a spell in prison, didn't he? I think he now does
yes,
he works for the Professional Cricketers Association now, doesn't he? Sort of helping younger players and trying to advise them.
It really is.
Yeah.
Of course, the other famous limited overs game between the two sides, I think, was a semi-final in a 50-over competition where
2007 here. Both sides did their best to lose it.
Yes,
a low-scoring epic,
to say the least.
Siddle in bowls. That's gone through to the keeper. I think that was possibly the most stressful game of cricket I've commentated on.
Well, wasn't there a famous...
They were only chasing 79.
Yes, right. And wasn't there a famous drop catch by Danish Canary when Durham were about 39 for 8 or something? Which
he put Liam Plunkett down.
Yes, and then Liam Plunkett got the runs.
Plunkett and
we'll look it up.
Got them
we'll look it up tomorrow. But it was...
Well, I know it was Plunkett and Breeze at the end of the innings. Because, Durham was something like 38 for 9. And you think
it's an extraordinary game.
Essex had been 45 for 7 or something like that, hadn't it? Made 78, I think, or 76. Siddle in, this is played up towards mid-on. And the daft thing about that was, that's a dot ball, that was, I think, one of the lowest scoring semi-finals they'd had. And then in the final, Durham scored the highest total in a 50-over final at Lord's, 325 against Hampshire, and blew them away.
Yep. That went into the second day, didn't it? But it didn't really need a second day.
I think there was also, it had rained heavily overnight before that Essex match here in that semi-final. And I think a bit of water had gone onto the square, so there was a delayed start, wasn't there, from memory on that morning. I was commentating on that one with Martin Spate.
Yeah.
You must have been next door. We were in this building, I think. I'm sure we were.
Yes, we were. Yeah, I'm sure. Probably about the first time, I imagine. Right, okay, so it's going to be Cook at 32 for 1. Bowls, that's a nice delivery, which beats Bancroft outside the off stump. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you'd like to send us a late email. Not very encouraging from an Essex point of view just at the moment, but who knows what might happen in the last 45 minutes or so. It's now 15 overs to go. We'll probably be done about 6:25, something like that, 6:30 tonight. We mentioned that the early games between these two sides were played on the outgrounds before Essex moved to this stadium. As Cook bowls, and this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And the last of those was the second and final one at Park Drive, Hartlepool, which is in 1996, where Essex won by 292 runs. They made 334 with 70s for Grayson and Law, and then bowled Durham out for 188. Sherwin Campbell had a good game for Durham. He made 250s in the game. Mark Eilert took 5 for 53, and that set up Stuart Law to hit 172 in the Essex second innings as Cook bowls, and that's just come off the pad and run down towards short fine leg, and gathered in by Wheater running back. There's 1 to the total, and then after a declaration, Durham 224 all out, and 4 for Peter Such, 3 for the rather forgotten Neil Williams, and that was the trio of Essex wins away from this ground. And then of course the situation would start to change with the next game, which would come in a Durham Championship winning year, as the side suddenly took shape and some very key bowlers started to emerge for Durham. Interesting, but Durham bowlers in that match, as this one is just played defensively up into the offside. John Wood, who played over 100 first class games, John Wood, Neil Killeen was in the side by then, Mark Saggers, Phil Bainbridge was still there. He was coming
John Wood went off to Lancashire in the end. I think he was from over that way, wasn't he?
And of course we're just now getting into the period where Steve Harmison will be coming into the picture, aren't we? And of course it was the following year that they won the 50 over title that we've just talked about, and then that set up the two. Oh, that's a delivery which nips back into the left-hander. His LBW. Wow, that's a terrific breakthrough for Essex and for Cook. It's nipped back into the left-hander, Borthwick, and trapped him. That certainly moved, and Essex really needed a wicket, and they've got one. And it's now
turn square again.
It's really moved that. Borthwick is LBW Cook for 8, and that is a big breakthrough. So they'll be delighted with that. Just when Durham are looking comfortable, it's 33 for 2, and Cook has 1 for 4 in 6 overs and 5 balls.
He's been struggling this year, Scott Borthwick. He's had that 100 at Chelmsford, but that's been about it. What was he out for then? 8?
Yeah.
An awful long time in the middle for 8.
One very nice shot, has to be said. But
he's faced there 45 balls for 8 runs.
Absolutely. Yes, it was a bit of a struggle. Looked like he was just breaking free with that shot that he hit for 4. But
they've brought Jones in at 3.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Surprised to see that.
Or 4, yeah.
Well, yeah, 4, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, because it's been another decade before the championship is won in 2008 for Durham. But you see, as we go into the late 90s, Melvin Betts arrives, Steve Harmison, they've still got John Wood in 98. So gradually getting that stronger and stronger
left
attack.
At the end of 2000.
Yeah. So we'll see as we move on tomorrow a sort of a trend developing of Durham doing better and leading into those 2 championship winning years in the late noughties. Right, so a wicket's gone down, which has boosted the Essex cause here. Just when it looked like those two were going to bat through to the close, Cook has struck. So Porter and Cook have a wicket apiece. Borthwick LBW to Cook for 8, and it brings in Michael Jones coming in at number 4, which again slightly surprised Martin here. Let's see how he gets on. Right-hander. He's going to be facing Cook. Born in Ormskirk, Lancashire, 23 years old, and 2 slips waiting and a short mid-wicket, and he gets a good one first up, which beats him outside the off stump.
See, one of the people who went to Myerscough College, or Myerscough College, depending how you pronounce it.
Yes.
He's played for Scotland, isn't he?
Yep, indeed. Derbyshire and Leicestershire seconds. So the end of a wicket taking over for Essex, and Cook's figures 7 overs, 1 for 4. Absolutely terrific. Nothing away in his tense situation. Essex making 182, having been 179 for 5, and Durham, who were 1 for 1, a useful second wicket partnership, but that's just been broken. They're 33 for 2, and there are 14 overs left for Essex to get at least 1 more wicket tonight. I'd like 2, I'm sure, to really feel they're back into it. So it's going to be Siddle.
This is defended by Bancroft.
So it's his 7th first game for Jones.
Let's try and go back through Scott Borthwick's recent scores, just to remind myself of what he's done last few matches. He got very nervy, not long for his last derby, so Siddle comes right arm over to Bancroft to play to mid-wicket run, but he still managed to get a few runs on the board in that one, and it was when he looked like he was most vulnerable, when he was able to hang around, and then to 14, he was out there for quite some time before he was out. Previous match, 427 against Worcester, 21 against Warwickshire, 915 against Derbyshire, and 124 against Essex. And then the Notts match, which was the game before that, the first, I see 1-1.
Big 100, big 100 anyway, not a big 100, but impressive one, that first innings at Chelmsford.
Still in, defended by Bancroft off stump.
It's only a half percentage of his runs though, isn't it, at 124. So, yeah, disappointing return overall. really for Durham it's about seeing out this evening. The ball get older. Interesting, Simon Harbour not being called upon at this stage, and often an innings. Well, for some years, the 14th over, I think we'll be considering Simon Harbour, but he's back in the teams at the moment.
He comes so again. It's off the four, he's got him. And that's the end of Bancroft. And it is now a period for Durham where a bit of damage is being done here. I didn't think that was going to be given. It seemed to hit my pad, and I thought that might have been going down the leg side from the angle of my hand. Let's have a look at it again. No wonder he was out, because the video speeded right up there. He came in about 5 times faster than he normally does. So Bancroft and Durham in a spot up. He's 20. And now you can have 2 new players in the crease.
That's a very big wicket, getting the not too long ago Australian Test opener out. He looked really fairly comfortable at the crease. Nicely went across the crease of that one. Shows LBW, so high to see the opinion of the umpires. Now 2 brand new batsmen at the crease, and really Essex got a chance to wrest back the damage that was done by the 5 wickets and 17 balls. A 13 wicket day here at Riverside, and there could be more to come. Durham now are under a bit of pressure, and certainly Tom Westley justified at this stage in keeping seamers at both ends, and I think he'll do that for a while longer now and continue to rotate. And Essex showing championship quality here in terms of championship winning quality and fighting back in a very difficult situation. It looked like it had gone quiet after that first wicket had gone down. The 2 batsmen looked fairly comfortable, but both are now out. 33 for 3 in reply to 182, and Durham now with quite a lot of work to do. But this man is interesting to see him, coming in behind Jones is a surprise. Given the weight of runs this season, and obviously if Essex get him early as they did at Chelmsford, then that will be a vital intervention.
David Beddingham, the leading run maker in the country still. What's he got, 600 and odd? He did get a 3rd ball duck last week, but he is currently 624. Jake Libby was behind him with 661 of Worcestershire. Dave Bracegirdle, I'll talk to you in a minute about that as Siddle comes in here to bowl to Beddingham, and the first ball's angled in towards the foot of leg stump, played off towards mid-wicket. He says Knott dropped 2 catches early on. It could have been very different.
That's exactly. Funny enough, it's exactly what I heard when Essex put Warwickshire in 2019 and the seamers didn't take a wicket all day. So yeah, I thought he was going to say they're playing for a run chase, but but no, he said that it would have been different if catches had been taken, just as in 2019 in that game at Edgbaston that Essex played.
Siddle bowls, Beddingham forward, defended towards the off stump. There's the end of the over. Good over from Knott's point of view. And Durham have lost 2 for none in 6 balls out.
Looking like Sunday might be a bit of a blank day here, the way things are going.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, well, you never know.
Well, we said that in Chelmsford a few weeks ago and said we'll not be here tomorrow, and we were there till that. Well, after it was lunchtime on the Sunday, wasn't it?
Yeah, you thought it's got the feel now as a sort of might stay a low-scoring game, but with the variable bounce. But seemers have been on top today, and yes, who knows? We might see a much stronger innings from either the rest of a Durham innings or indeed Essex second time round. But this is a nice stroke by Jones, actually steered down for 4 to the 3rd man boundary and along the ground, so that's not a bad way to get off the mark. Just played it with soft hands. Cook's first ball of his 8th over, and actually that's destroyed Cook's figures because they've suddenly gone to 1 for 8 from 7 overs and 1 ball.
Ash has just texted to say I've left the ground for 5 minutes and they've lost 2 wickets.
I suppose for Durham fans will be encouraging them to come back through the gate before any further damage is done. So 37 for 3 in reply to 182. Wow, wasn't expecting this sort of a day, I have to be honest. Certainly on the evidence of play around about 3:30 this afternoon, when I thought the main issue as Cook comes into bowl, and that's displayed defensively by Jones, would be could Durham either bowl Essex out this evening or all but bowl them out, and they did that, but they've also lost 3 wickets themselves. 37 for 3 now, with Lee's out to Porter again for naught, this time a 7 ball duck, and then in quick succession Borthwick, LBW Cook 8 and Bancroft LBW Siddle 20, so a wicket apiece for the 3 seamers as Cook bowls, and that's a good delivery which sees Jones just pushing forward, and the ball just leaves him outside the off stump and there's no run. So an encouraging end to a difficult day for Essex, or what turned into a difficult day. Well, they might put it down to a mad 20 minutes. Because although we lost the top 3 fairly early, Michael Pepper did play so well for his 92, his highest first-class score by a distance, in his 4th first-class appearance, that the bowlers at least are making the value of that innings more important now. 37 for 3 as Cook from the Lumley end bowls a delivery. This could be LBW, and is, and he completely misjudged that, Jones. He played no stroke at bat, and it hit him, I think, pretty much in front, and Cook was certain he was going to get that from the moment he appealed.
What an awful leave.
Strange.
Right in the middle of the stumps.
Yeah. Very hard to say why he did that, but you know, the ball perhaps just nipping back into him. Why he left it, though, is strange, because it's the classic delivery from Cook, the one that will just nip back into the right-hander. And, well, this is a great fight back by Essex, just when they absolutely had to do it. They've come up trumps, and this is becoming a little bit of a repeat of what we saw earlier, and that 33 for 1 has become 37 for 4 in very little time at all.
Well, they got Durham on the ropes here, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's all credit to Essex. I mean, they had to fight back in this session. They have done, and Durham now, it's a bit of damage limitation for the rest of this evening, but there's 12 overs to go, and they'll fill a long 12 overs. And I say, Wesley, it's very rare you say making the right decision not to put Harmer on, but this is one of those rare occasions when we can say, but I don't think he'd have had any more success on the seamers at this particular stage of proceedings, where it's still very much a seamers game. 37 for 4, and Essex made 182, having been 179 for 5, on a pitch that seemed to have offered something to the bowlers all day. But I don't think that Essex score of 175 was not too far short of an indication of the pitch's true worth. Probably it felt like a 250 pitch, a 260 pitch, and it's playing at the moment something rather less than that.
Need one partnership.
Yep, Beddingham and Burnham together. Jack Burnham. I'm just a little bit surprised there's only 2 slips.
I'm a little bit surprised Michael Jones went in at number 4.
Yep. I think Tom Wesley can certainly take a man out of the infield here and get a 3rd slip in, if he would so inclined to do. Just got Cook and Harmer, and Burnham is on strike to Cook, and oh, it's a beauty straight up. And in fact, it's an indication of what we've just said, because that was a ball leaving the right-hander, and had that been edged, it might just have flown wide of a 2nd slip. So 2 for 8 Cook in 1 ball short of 8 overs. Outstanding performance from him. And to say, what these bowlers are doing is rescuing Michael Pepper's the real value of his innings, and making it look now quite important. Someone scoring 92 in a context of a 14-wicket day, it stands out. Here is Cook from the Lumley end, bowls and just steered down nicely for just the one that's decided eventually to take a 2nd, as Walter has to jog back to get it, about 10 yards short of the boundary rope.
I'll make that 3 for 4 runs in 19 balls.
So far a mini collapse in correspondence to what happened earlier, but I guess it's a top order collapse, and that has just as much value from the Essex point of view. 39 for 4, Beddingham no score, and Burnham 2.
Well, Burnham got a century in his last match here. It was his first in 1,840 days, and only the 2nd of his first-class career.
Well, I mean, someday.
Beddingham got 310 in a game here against Derbyshire a few weeks ago. 257 and 53, the first Durham player to score more than 300 in a match.
And all credit to...
They're both needed to dig in here now with 12 overs left of the day. There's another 2 or 3 wickets right on top. At the moment, they're repairing the damage of their class when they lost their 5 wickets to 3 runs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And all in it too. Beddingham, who plays off towards mid-on. It was 5 for 3, it's 15 balls, so Durham had pretty much a lot of time on the half here to defend this and build back up.
So this was a team it's wonderful to be an Essex supporter. Well, it's certainly more wonderful in the last 15 minutes, I think, for Essex fans than it was before that, Tom.
He comes again, gone towards square leg for 1 run.
BBC Essex cricket@gmail.com, get in touch with us. Essex are completely right by that collapse, but they've well, they've gone quite a long way towards repairing the damage given the top order wickets that they've taken. So those wickets this afternoon were tail, and they've just taken 3 prime top order wickets. just when they had to, really. I think we're going to get the result in this game. So given they can't afford to lose it, they need to win it.
It was a ball defended on the off stump.
And certainly Essex finally clicking through the gears away from home, which has been a bit of a struggle for the most part this season. Nothing really to work with for the bowlers at Worcester. Undone by a batting collapse at Edgbaston, and outplayed at Trent Bridge, having lost a very important toss on a green wicket.
Siddle to Burnham. Burnham forward, defended.
But the Essex bowlers, this trio, if you like, the premier seam bowling trio, who haven't of course bowled in the same game too often, because Peter Siddle only arrived after a few games, and then we had Cook and Porter being rested, but they've all bowled well, and the combined strength of the three, with all bowling well at the same time, is really been brought to bear here.
Siddle comes in, right arm over and bowls. This is turned to mid-wicket by Burnham. I started my tea report with the phrase "wowzeroonies." That was after all those wickets fell. Don Topley's just been on. He said, "Is that a picked phrase from the time when Hadrian's Wall was built? Was it a Bob Stokoe phrase as far back as 1973 when Sunderland last won the FA Cup? Or is it a Roca Riviera, a term of endearment?" I think it's a sort of expansion on wowzers, isn't it? Which is probably Australian or something, I don't know. 40 for 4, Durham. Siddle to Burnham from the Finkel end. Burnham forward to that one, defends. That is the end of the over, just the one wicket from it.
Which is sort of par for the course, I guess, in terms of what we've seen in two periods of play in this game. The Essex collapse of 5 wickets and 17 balls for the addition of 3 runs. And now Durham trying to make sure there's no further damage done after the loss of 3 very quick wickets. 11 overs to go tonight. We've still got blue sky and broken clouds, so no suggestion that we're going to have any problems with the light, even though it's 6 o'clock now. And Essex were feeling they got power to add to their haul. We'll see a little bit of Simon Harmer, but Tom, I see, was justified in keeping the seamers going. And we did think actually it was going to be the seamers. Certainly in this part of the game, that would do the damage. Here comes Cook and bowls, and there's a half appeal for LBW against Beddingham, who just comes forward and plays up into the offside. But no, an odd decision by Jones there. He just got caught in 2 minds, ended up a dreadful leave, and the ball just fell into his pad, pretty much adjacent to the stumps. He made a comfortable decision, almost one where the batsman could walk, having made the mistake, which he did.
Ian says, another disgusting LBW decision, but I mean, if he's talking about the Jones one, he never offered a shot.
No, it's played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run, so obviously it depends on which one we're talking about. There have been a couple.
Bancroft, I wasn't sure about him. I looked at it again, the film going into like fast forward mode.
Might be the one. That's really quite important, and can't be any more valuable in context of experience.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see the finger go up for Bancroft.
Well, the umpires have sort of given more than they've not today. I think there's a general consensus. 40 for 4 in reply to 182, and forward comes Beddingham and plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Well, from Durham's point of view,
possibly straying down the leg side, maybe not, but it's David Milnes who's at that end. It wasn't James Middlebrook, so
not a certainty though. Although I think we can say that Jones's one was in that category. And yeah, a very absorbing day. Not one I think I was expecting. Feeling this game would probably go over distance, and quite an even contest between bat and ball, but it's not proving that way at the moment, as Beddingham just plays that one defensively from the crease up into the offside, and there's no run. Well, Durham have got to make sure that even in the worst case scenario, they don't concede any significant lead in this game. Even if they do end up slightly behind, they can still hit back with their seam attack, and they'll feel they did very well today. And the one person that they probably hadn't reckoned with was Michael Pepper in just his 4th first-class match, and he goes and makes 92. As this next delivery played defensively back down the pitch. And anybody who wasn't aware of what had happened today, if they'd heard that 14 wickets had gone down but someone had made 92 between the two sides, probably would have exhausted at least 10 options before coming across Pepper as a guess. But he played extremely well after a nervous start, and has done himself a lot of good in terms of his Essex future. 92 from 13 fours and 167 balls, and it was his dismissal to Rushworth which marked the first of the collapses of the day. Here's a delivery which is just played from the crease by Bellingham defensively, and there's no run, so Cook's over end, yet another maiden to him. 9 over 6 maidens, 2 for 10, and yes, the thing is, all three Essex bowlers keeping it very tight. I think we might see Porter again soon. Porter 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18, and Siddle 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 11. And unusually, in an Essex fielding innings, Simon Harmer has not been used in the first 23 overs, and it's 40 for 4 Durham, 142 behind.
Siddle to Burnham. Suddenly looks a little bit gloomy out there now. Maybe time to get the lights back on, perhaps.
Sun's just gone in, but it might just be... There's a little bit of dark cloud around over the pavilion to the left. Over the ground, there's still plenty of blue sky, but certainly the light's not as good as it was, although it's probably better than that little period of play where Durham lost that cluster of wickets, of course, in the first game, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, well, in the gloom, they lost 4 wickets. I don't think they should have been on the pitch.
No.
Was David Milnes one of the umpires that night? I'm trying to remember who they were. In comes the bowler. Peter Hartley was one of them, I think, wasn't he?
Can look it up.
Look.
Oh, you got it quicker.
Who were the umpires that time? Billy Taylor and Peter Hartley, so David Milnes wasn't there.
So, question in this little bit of overtime, and one of the reasons for that is Simon Harmer hasn't bowled and Scott Borthwick hardly bowled.
Got to do an update for Radio Newcastle's Total Sport show in a moment and just hear them in my ears. It's the final week of the show for this season. Oh, that just misses the off stump.
Yes, nice delivery, just cutting back into the right-hander from Siddle. He's helped maintain the pressure. I mean, that experienced third seamer has made a big difference here. And these three have worked together very well as a unit to drag Essex back into the game after, well, certainly in cricketing terms, was a bit of a mini disaster just before tea.
Siddle bowls, Burnham forward to that one, collapses on the shot a bit.
Inside edge?
Yeah, bowler never really seemed that bothered, did he?
No, certainly the eventual angle appeared to be leg side-ish, maybe from an inside edge. Alex Davis made 52 for Lancashire, who was 86 for 1 in reply to Yorkshire's 159.
I think they're about to throw to me. I don't know what they're talking about at the minute. Siddle in again. Bowls to Burnham. That's off the pads. And that's out. Durham in a state of flux here.
Wow.
Burnham's gone. For 2. They can't remember who were playing. Badly, they're going very badly from a Durham point of view. They bowled Essex out earlier just before tea for 182. They lost their last 5 for 3 runs in 17 balls, with Chris Rushworth taking 4 and Ben Raine taking 4. Michael Pepper, the pick of the batsman for Essex, with 92, got more than half their runs, his highest score, and his 4th first-class match. But Durham have got themselves into an absolute mess here. They're now 40 for 5. They were 33 for 1. They did lose Alex Lees for 1 for a duck for the second time this season to an LBW to Jamie Porter. That was in the 3rd over. But a little bit of a partnership together with Scott Borthwick and Cameron Bancroft. Borthwick faced 45 balls and was on 8 when he fell LBW to Sam Cooke. Bancroft went the following over, LBW to Peter Siddle for 20. Since then, Michael Jones has gone LBW to Sam Cooke for 4, and Jack Burnham's just gone LBW to Peter Siddle for 2. So there's that's all the wickets so far in this innings have been LBWs, and there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the Essex innings. So 11 LBWs already in 15 wickets. There's still 9.1 overs to go tonight, and Durham have to dig themselves out of a spot of bother here. Who can do it? Well, you could certainly put your money on David Beddingham and Ned Eckersley trying to dig them out of a hole, because they've done it so many times this season already, but they've got their work to do, and Essex are right on top again now.
And Siddle's LBW there, giving him 2 for 11. And a ball to bowl and miss over. The second LBW shout of the over, much more confident one. And Burnham rather trapped in his crease. Well, as you say, this is a big partnership now, Bellingham and Eckersley. And Dean's in touch with us, saying a draw unlikely with decent weather forecast. No batting points. You feel a win is vital to keep Essex's hopes alive of the Super 6. Yes, at the moment they'll feel that they might be heading for another 19-point win against Durham, whereby they get no batting points, but they still win the game. And given what happened just before tea, they'll be delighted with that.
Siddle bowling to Eckersley, who digs out a Yorker length ball. I think the floodlights need to come on here. There's a big black cloud just sitting right above this ground and towards the west, and
that's now coming over, isn't it?
Yeah, it's drifting across towards us, so I think the umpires might call for the lights to come on. I think people were a little bit surprised when they did come on earlier in the day, and then it got bright sunshine and off they went again.
Well, a remarkable day. Don't think we're anticipating at least 10 further wickets falling in the day, when we were about 20 minutes away from the tea interval, where Essex appeared to be going quite nicely with Michael Pepper and Adam Wheater at the crease. So much has happened since then. And Essex with valuable 3 seams bowling well at the same time, which is really useful from their perspective. Beddingham on 1 has to strike to Cook and place it towards cover, and there's no run. I wonder if Cook might be replaced by Walter. All the time might be brought on, but I suspect that honestly he seems to be reluctant to bring Time on. But I think at the moment he's going to be in terms of continuing to rotate team and do the same thing first thing tomorrow. And that we'll see more of Harmer potentially in the second innings. 40 for 5. And here's one that's left alone by Beddingham outside the off stump. And Beddingham, who's been such a player of value for Durham this season, if he can rescue them here, and I think from Durham's point of view, we're now thinking a rescue would be something close to parity on first innings. And
I'll tell you what, as well, I'm wondering, have Durham had an innings before where the first 5 wickets have all been LBW?
Well, we said earlier that there have been a few of them around today, LBWs, haven't they?
After all the wet weather.
40 for 5. And here's Cook again. Bowls. Oh, this is another shout for LBW, going down the leg side, I think.
Well, he stepped across the line.
Yeah, it was angled back into him, but he had moved across the line. It wouldn't have been a total shock if it had been given. It was a good shout from Cook. But my word, these 3 really, if you count Porter as well, really applying great pressure at the moment. Now, earlier on, Bancroft eased that pressure with some nice strokes, but since he's got out, that's proved to be a real important turning point. And Essex has been all over Durham ever since. 40 for 5, 142 behind. And here's a delivery that's outside the off stump and left alone by Beddingham. So a rescue for Durham, I would thought now would be if they can get this innings up to at least 150, and that would leave them in a very good start. And they have their second stint in the field, and they're still very much in the game. But with 15 wickets on the opening day, it'll be forecast for the next 3.
That wasn't a bad shout, you know.
No.
Again, he has stepped across, but it goes funny with the pads.
Yeah. It's the offer again, and maybe getting down the leg side, but he had stepped across, which would have given the umpire an excuse to give him out. That cloud you mentioned is drifting over the ground. 40 for 5. We'll be having a better bounce there from Cook, and manages to keep inside the line, Beddingham, but it's hard going 1 from 15 balls. And just when you thought Durham had actually got themselves out of a tricky start when the wicket fell straight away, was it 33 for 1? Looked fairly comfortable. Bancroft in particular batting nicely. And
the Burnham LBW jam between both pads.
Yeah.
There's no question about that one.
Nope.
So Essex are now 2 points. No, they're not. They're a point ahead again now, aren't they?
This is played defensively back down the pitch, and there's No run. So maiden from Cook. And
Ian says Bancroft's decision was easily missing leg. Just like the lead one earlier with Fleetman outside the line of the off stump. Yeah, I was a bit surprised by the lead one. I didn't think Bancroft was going to be given because I think it was going down the leg side. And I also thought hitting his 5 pad.
Well, at the end of the day, we'll have to work out how many of these LBWs that have been given today. I think might have been out. I think well, a fair percentage of the both sides. I think there was Tom West on earlier, possibly Cook. We've had a lot of LBWs, and not all of them perhaps wouldn't come out on another day.
The Bancroft one does look to be going down leg side. Still again then, right, I'm bowling into Izzy, who punts her one, and it's down to third man for the vacant third man. That's going to be my new in-ground super pub, the vacant third man. It's a ball there, look, I've frozen Bancroft into the ball's just striking his pad, and you can't see the stumps, but you can see lots of the leg side there.
Yes.
So I think that was maybe unfortunate.
And the big wicket, because he looked pretty comfortable, Bancroft. I've just got to ensure this is not a total collapse. I need to make sure that they're batting tomorrow morning.
His bowler. That's going down the leg side, surely. That's not given. He's bringing across the line. Came out of his player.
And I suppose with the way it's gone today, the bowlers will be perhaps with some LBW appeals a bit more than they would on other occasions. So they'll think, oh, everything's been given today. I'll go full throttle this one and see if I can get this as well. That one leg side shirt quite well at the moment.
Cricket writer Lawrence Booth tweeting around 1:45 p.m. day, 67 for 8. Northamptonshire have basically won the game, and at some point in September will inevitably win their first county championship as Siddle bowls again. That's played out to point by Eckersley, no run. He says shortly before 6:15 p.m. Sussex 175, Northants 81 for 4. It's a daft game.
Yeah, that one nicely poised. Good fight back by Sussex. That big 9th wicket stand there, which is what made the difference. But here you feel Essex have now got themselves into a position of ascendancy, and that 92 from Michael Pepper, goodness me, in the context of a day, it's quite something.
Here comes Siddle, that's defended.
So just a question of these two trying to hang on. I think Beddingham still being at the crease will give some reassurance to Durham supporters if that remains the case at the close. But it's looking like it's going to be a tense, low-scoring game, but Essex could still get a very sizable first innings lead.
Defended this time by Eckersley as it runs up to mid-on. Dot ball. Why are the lights not on here?
No, it is strange because they came on mid-afternoon and we sort of thought, well, why are they on? Is it, with the blue sky? But now this dark cloud which has drifted over the pavilion is now sitting more or less right on top of the ground. Still over towards the castle, they've got a bit of blue sky, but light has certainly deteriorated, and that won't be helping the Durham batsmen.
Siddle to Eckersley, plays that down into the ground right in front of the crease, no run. Durham 44 for 5.
Yeah, a bizarre opening day here at the Riverside with still 7 overs to go if the umpires are happy with the light, and as I say, we've got this cloud but has built up a little bit. So yeah, Bancroft made 20, but apart from that a run of very low scores. Lees was out for naught, Borthwick 8, Jones 4, and Burnham 2, and Siddle has 2 wickets, Cook has 2, and Porter has 1. Still going to be Cook, so Porter certainly could have another burst towards the end, but I imagine he'd come on more or less straight away if he was to. 44 for 5. Beddingham on strike with 2 slips. This is played defensively to mid-wicket. The only reason I think there isn't a third slip is that Wesley is thinking, well, all these wickets are going LBW, and you think if that was the case, maybe he might have like a short mid-wicket on or something like that, but there's still only 2 attacking fielders. Maybe that's a legacy of the 182, but I would have thought with 44 for 5 on the board they can afford at least 1 more attacking fielder. But at the moment we just have the 2 slips with Harmer well in front of Cook at second slip, and then a ring of 6 saving 1. Here's a delivery which beats Beddingham outside, well, maybe he just keeps his bat out of the way actually, outside the off stump, and it goes through to Wheater. But a great fight back by Essex, and if they do go on to get out of this group and finish in the top 2 and go into the Super 6 section in September, then they'll look back on this session, I'm sure, as a pivotal moment away from home where they've struggled this season, where they've turned round in what was a very bad situation at tea.
Stu's wondering if you can get a refund on your hotel stay. Not sure you'll need it after tonight.
Yes. This is a delivery that has gone for 4 to the third man boundary, and it's gone off the bat but to ground. Not sure Bedingham was completely intentional what he was doing there, but it's gone through, just through Harmer, second slip down to the boundary for 4. It was along the ground, takes him to 5, and it's 48 for 5. Yes, I'm just doing the first 2 days of this game, but there's still a scenario. I suppose there could be only 2 days, but you would have thought that there'll be some batting resistance somewhere along the line. 48 for 5. But I don't think anyone was expecting this sort of day, particularly in mid-afternoon, with the way things were then. As Cook comes in to bowl, and that's a nice delivery, and Bedingham is playing at that. He's a bit annoyed with himself. But yeah, one odd decision, bringing Bedingham in below Jones. That's is a curious one, isn't it? Hard to explain.
He's meant to be a top order batsman, but I thought they were bringing him in to try and shore up the tail, but he's come in at number 4 and got himself out for 4.
Yes.
That's about an average total for him, really.
Yeah.
Durham's lowest score against Essex, by the way, was this year in their second innings when they were all out for 123 at Chelmsford.
Right. So Cook bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and Bedingham is not too far away from edging that. Again, he's getting the ball to pitch roundabout off stump and leave the right-hander. It's a terrific spell, this, from Cook in particular.
Until this year, Durham's lowest score had been 149 in Chelmsford in their second innings in 1995. And Essex's lowest score is now the 96. They were bowled out for in Chelmsford this year. Just takes, as we've seen from Michael Pepper, one player to get his eye in and get some runs on the board. You often see it, only one player stands out a mile. They find a way.
Absolutely, and that's how it's been here as Cook bowls and played up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It needs, of course, others to stay with that one player, which indeed, although there weren't big contributions, the likes of Walter and Tenduscarter and even Wheater did for a while Pepper was flourishing. But yeah, 92 in a day of 15 wickets is quite some achievement. Cook now with 27 wickets for the season and an average of 17.3, so very impressive indeed. Eckersley 4, Bedingham 5, and Durham are 48 for 5. Earlier, Essex were 182 all out, having been 179 for 5 shortly before tea.
Siddle's been replaced. He's taken 2 for 15 in 9 overs, 4 of which were maidens. Cook has taken 2 for 14 in 11, 7 maidens, and Jamie Porter's now coming into the attack from the Finkel end, 1 for 18 in 7 overs, 2 maidens.
Yeah, expecting to see Porter back. Makes sense to him to have another burst this evening. And yeah, this is just underlining the point that one of our emailers made earlier, that for various reasons the Essex, if you like, Premier seam trio have not fired at the same time this season, and they're doing so this evening, and it's the result is there for all to see as they dig their side out of a heap of trouble when 182, to be honest, did look a bit under par this afternoon. As it is, it's looking quite good.
Porter then coming in to bowl, right arm over to Eckersley, who plays that up to a mid-off, where it is collected by Tom Westley, the Essex skipper.
Porter, who started slowly, was struggling for wickets in April, but the signs are getting better and starting to look a bit more like his old self. He's now got 11 wickets, still an average of 48, so he's going to want to drag that down a lot more, but it's better than it was.
Some alarms are going off somewhere. Porter up to the stumps, bowls. It's a full toss and played up to Wesley once again. Wonder where they're going off. Is it in the pavilion or the health club or behind us in the cricket school?
Yeah, it's just about hear them. Crowd, a lot of the crowd are still stuck with it. The big blue stands away to the right. The blue bucket seats are a bit emptier than they were, but still plenty of people in the ground.
Porter bowls. This has gone off towards the covers, no run.
It's quite some day, and one that if Essex can go on to win the game, I just view as a bit of a turning point when they've got themselves out of a really quite bad-looking situation, and the bowlers have done the job.
Porter in, that's left alone, past the off stump by Eckersley.
And I guess Dave Bracegirdle will be tweeting back to say, there, I told you so, because Notts have fought back and Warwickshire at 248 for 6, and Dane Patterson's taken 3 quick wickets, 3 for 56 now. So
he hasn't, no.
Yeah, not yet, but it's only a matter of time. Saying it's the right decision all along.
Ned Eckersley in recent matches got 86 here against Worcestershire. He was on 50 and then got to 86 7 balls later. He just smashed it all over the park. He got bored, I think, waiting for Jack Burnham to get from 90 to 100. As Porter comes in and bowls. Oh, that stays low, inside edge onto the pad. He also got 82. I think it was at Derby last time out. So.
Well, it's just interesting how so little is. I mean, one of the reasons Wesley's only got 2 slips is because there's so little involvement for them. It's all, straight bowling. The pitch will do the work because of the variable bounce, a little bit of movement, and that's what's creating the pressure.
That's left alone through to the stumps. Got 113 not out at Trent Bridge this year as well. So he's had 16 centuries and 26 half centuries, Eckersley.
So another maiden for Porter, 1 for 18 and 8. And I think how many overs to go now? 5. We've got our first centurion of the day, and it's been a while coming, but it's Hashim Amla, who made a very slow start with Surrey, but has done a bit better since. He's 103 not out. Jamie Overton is 50 not out, and that pair have put on 104 unbroken for the 6th Surrey wicket at the Oval. 285 for 5, and I think they're there at the close there. So it's a good last session for Surrey. In a game they really need to win as Cook bowls, and it's left alone by Beddingham, who's settled in well. Such an important player now for Durham. If he can stay in, it needs a partnership of course with Eckersley, but if Beddingham in particular can stay in and Mattel can back round him, they can still make inroads on this 182. They can't afford to be too far behind on this pitch, the way it's been playing this afternoon. Certainly the indication is straight bowling will get you rewards. 48 for 5. Cook bowls, and that's just played off the back foot up into the covers by Beddingham, who's looked relatively comfortable. He has to make sure he stays through to the close. In this day of 15 wickets, it began with Essex losing 3 fairly quickly, but nothing too dramatic. They were 40 for 3 at one point, with Cook out for 2, Wesley for a 21 ball duck, and Brown for 23, which got him 6,000 first class runs exactly for Essex. Cook bowls, and that's a good one which beats Beddingham outside the off stump. Really good bowling from Sam Cook, pitching a bit closer to off stump or even middle and off, and just leaving the right hander who was playing at that. And then Michael Pepper really came to the fore, came in at the fall of the 2nd wicket. Brown shared a stand of 64 with Paul Walter, who made 28 before he was bowled by a full-length delivery from Ben Raine, and then shared useful partnerships with Ryan Tenduscarter and Adam Wheater. And then at 179 for 5, he was out, and that was the turning point of innings when he was LBW to Chris Rushworth, who'd been brought back into the attack. And here's one which is well pitched up and played by Beddingham up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And then we have this remarkable sequence of 5 wickets for 17 balls, 3 runs, which saw Essex bowled out for 182, meaning for the 2nd time in the season they've not got a batting point against Durham. Rushworth 4 for 32 in 16 overs, 3 of them coming in that spell at the end, and Raine, who got 2 in the closing stages, 4 for 45 in 14 overs and 2 balls. And Beddingham just covers up, plays defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's still 48 for 5. Wicket for Potts, who actually at times bowled extremely well and without luck, particularly when he was bowling to Tender Scarter from the Lumley end shortly after lunch, and a wicket for Borthwick, who had Tender Scarter LBW. The only wicket for spin today, likely to remain the case, I suspect. 48 for 5, and here's one again. Bedingham looking reasonably comfortable, plays it up towards mid-off, but Cook's still capable of bowling a potential wicket-taking ball and over, which he did again in that over, but Bedingham resisting. Another maiden to Cook, 12 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 14, and Essex 182. Durham in reply, 48 for 5 with 4 overs left on this opening day. That cloud still hasn't brought the lights on. There's a bit more blue sky around over the pavilion. Still, most of the ground is covered in this cloud, which is not going to bring us a shower, but certainly is the thickest cloud we've seen during the day.
Porter, 4 overs to go tonight here on the BBC, or this afternoon. It's played this time out towards the covers, no run. I think the difference in British summertime compared to winter time, when we were on our boating holiday on the Grand Union Canal in October, we had to stop travelling each day at about 4 because it was coming in dark, and you're not allowed to be on the commercial hire boat in the dark. And height of the summer, you could be going at 10 o'clock at night, and you get double the distance in a week that you could travel in the winter. Right arm over Porter, and that's a half volley, and that is driven beautifully away by Eckersley for 4. What a shot. It's a bit like some of the Michael Pepper drives earlier. Durham eventually reached 50 for 5 after 29.2 overs.
In context of the last few minutes, that'll be a bit of a relief for the Durham supporters that have stayed, and it's greeted by the sun making a belated return as well. Yes, Martin asks why so many LBW decisions. Perhaps, Martin, is it why that so many have been given, or why have there been so many LBW shouts? And I think the latter is it's the nature of the pitch with a little bit of variable bounce, and it's just the bowlers who are bowling straight who are benefiting, and both sides have. As to why so many have been given, I suppose that's another matter.
Porter, that's left alone outside the off stump. I'd love to know if 5 LBWs at the start of the Durham innings is a record. Somebody will have a stat on that somewhere. I haven't.
Well,
there's nothing on Cricket Archive about how many LBWs in an innings, is there?
I can't remember seeing it. It would be a real quirky one.
Might be in the Durham yearbook.
Well, we're talking about useless cricket stats. That might be one that's actually quite useful. Therefore, it wouldn't qualify.
Porter, right arm over, bowls, defended. What would it be? Miscellaneous records?
Yeah,
no, it's not
called quirky.
Batting records.
How many? Yes, hasn't side ever been LBW all 10?
Probably.
With only 3 of them actually out. Yes. Well, it's damage limitation, but if these two can get through 52 for 5 and make a start tomorrow, at least it gives Durham something to hang on to. Another wicket now will be devastating.
In comes the bowler, and that's clattered to point and stop, no run there. In international matches, the most 7 in an innings. That was Zimbabwe against England here in 2003. That was the first test match on this ground.
Alright. Not played on this pitch, I would imagine, because
right in the centre of the
it
square.
Would have been,
well, the square's been relayed anyway.
Absolutely.
New Zealand 7 against Australia in 2005. Porter, and this is guided towards backward point, no run there.
Yes, I don't know. An umpire could claim sort of 17, 18 wickets in a match by virtue of number of the LBW decisions they've given. But
I'm just going to check my yearbook to see if there's an
interesting
obscure fact about it in there.
There might be. But certainly it has been a day for the bowlers who bowled straight, and the bowlers of both sides have. But there was a period in mid-afternoon where Durham were losing their way a little bit, just before tea, just before that clatter of wickets. It needed the return of Rushworth. It just indicates that if a partnership can get established, then you can make progress on this pitch. But I think one of the facts of the day is that both sides have bowled very well at different times.
Quirky fact, in the last match the ball hit the helmet and Durham got 5 penalty runs. In their first class career they've now got 75 and haven't conceded any.
Here's Cook bowls and sliced away off an inside edge for a run down to Porter at fine leg. So there'll be a change of striker for Cook, and I think Beddingham has been sort of facing Cook almost exclusively in this spell, it seems. Now it's going to be Eckersley. We won't have seen much of him at all with that single being taken, so it gives us something for Cook to work with. Eckersley on 8, Beddingham 6. These two just trying to keep Essex at bay, but a lot of damage has been done, and we've seen a remarkable situation where the supremacy in the game has changed in the space of an hour and a half, as this is clipped away nicely by Eckersley, with Cook just straying onto the pads, and 1 goes for total. So Durham are just going to try and inch their way through to the close, and then tomorrow is going to be a process of really working in tens and getting as close to this 182 as they can. Who knows, it's still possible they might pass it, but the odds would be probably against that.
Can't see anything in there about it.
Cook with 2 slips and 6 men saving 1, 3 on each side, bowls, and that's hit in the air. Not particularly controlled that by Beddingham. It would have been an awfully soft dismissal at this stage of the day. It just stopped in the pitch a bit, and he went on the pull shot, didn't quite go through with it. Probably a good thing from his point of view. Fell short of Siddle at mid-on, but it was a bit of a mistake at this stage of the day. A shot that really could easily have got him out. He stays on 6, and it's 54 for 5. Everywhere else is finished.
It's the usual way.
It's 2 slips waiting, and this is driven up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So Warwickshire in the end declined a bit with that burst of wickets from Dane Patterson, which slightly spoilt their otherwise pretty good day. Patterson taking 3 for 57, including Raine for 61. Earlier Rhodes made 91. So pretty even at the end of the first day. Warwickshire 250 for 6 after being sent in by leaders Notts. Worcestershire 336 for 7 against Derbyshire, as ever. The lower order helping them out, but some good contributions down the list. Haynes 97, D'Oliveira 71, Cox 49, Barnard 48, not out, who I know our Worcestershire correspondent Frank Watson thinks could get him aside as a batsman even if he didn't bowl, which is quite high praise.
Dave Bracegirdle reporting Dane Patterson's late salvo of 3 wickets and 3 overs see Warwickshire reach stumps on 250 for 6, so ends a little bit better from a Notts point of view, I suppose.
They'll certainly be pleased with that last session. So we've got a bit of discussion going on. 54 for 5, the sun's out again. That heavier cloud has moved away to the right.
Durham used the heavy roller ahead of this innings as well. And,
so it hasn't had the desired effect, as that one's just bouncing over the top of off stump. They'll be hoping that the softer ball becomes easier to negotiate, as arguably seemed to be the case for much of the afternoon. But it's all about not losing any more wickets this evening, and there's 2 more overs left after this. 54 for 5. In Group 2, Middlesex 260 for 7. I don't think either of those sides are going to qualify. John Simpson 73 not out, that's against Leicestershire at Leicester, and Surrey 285 for 5 against Gloucestershire. They have to win that game, and Amra's 103 not out. Big partnership with Jamie Overton. Cook bowls, and defensively forward comes Beddingham, who's looking pretty comfortable still, plays it up to cover. Just made that one curious shot in the last over, which certainly if there had been a short mid wicket in, that would have been very interesting. 54 for 5, Beddingham 6 and Eckersley 9. Durham earlier bowled Essex out for 182, taking the last 5 wickets in the space of 17 balls at the cost of just 3 runs. Rose's match, Lancashire 95 for 1, Alex Davis made 52. They bowled Yorkshire out for just 159, and Yorkshire were kept afloat by an innings of 52 from the youngster Harry Duke, England under-19 keeper.
Porter to ball to Eckersley. 1 for 22 from 9.1 overs, 3 maidens. Eckersley's on 9 from 21 balls. Durham just desperately need to make sure they don't lose another wicket tonight and get these two back in intact and back out there tomorrow morning.
Sussex and Northants in 4th, 12 ahead of Sussex in 5th. I think it's probably too much for Sussex, but Northants are still in contention in the group, and it's Sussex 175, Northants 91 for 4 at Hove. Good fight back by Sussex during the day.
Porter bowls to Eckersley, who steps across towards the line just outside off stump and plays that out in towards the covers.
So a day of LBWs, a day where straight bowling on a pitch offering a little bit of movement and some low bounce has really benefited Essex. In a way, it's been a bit Chelmsford-like in part.
Two balls left of this over. 2 balls gone of this over. There's now 3 left, as that's a dot ball played up to mid-on. 1.3 overs remaining in the day.
Yes, and Essex will be very pleased that they've had this full session, and obviously they didn't want to be in the field for a session, but it's the way it's turned out. But they've had the results that they've got from the session with the 5 wickets, and at the very least they're right back in the game.
Eckersley plays Porter out towards the covers again. Dot ball. Is that a bit of coconut matting, or is it actually? Yeah, it's covering, isn't it? Ball. So it's just a couple of wickets across on the offside the way they're playing, protecting a wicket. There's 2 strips of coconut matting on the square, and they are playing as far across to the Riverside side of the ground as they can. So just a short boundary on the leg side for Eckersley of 53 metres. But there's been, from a boundary point of view from this Durham innings, few and far between. 8 fours so far in this 54. Keeper standing up to his stumps, helmet just been brought on for him. In comes the bowler, and that's played out to the covers once more. We to the keeper.
Yeah, Jimmy Porter looking to see if he can get a late strike here.
Didn't quite time that well there, Eckersley. He was leaning and waiting for the ball to more or less come under the bat at the end there. Can hear him tapping his bat into the ground as Porter turns. Last ball of his over. It's been a maiden so far, and it ends as a maiden. Durham 54 for 5.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what Tom Westley does tomorrow. I'm sure again he'll start with rotating the seamers. I think the game plan will be that Harmer doesn't bowl at all in his first innings, that he's not needed, and that he'll come into the game in the second innings. But certainly his seamers have done the job for him and rescued Essex from a position which really was threatening their chances of qualifying for the second phase in the top group. Even if they win this game, there's still work to do, because of course they have played a game more than their rivals, but it will give them a little bit of a cushion over Durham and give Durham some work to do themselves. So here's Cook with what will be the last over. Been a long spell from Cook, and he gets a good one into Bedingham, just digs it out of his pads in the nick of time. 2 for 16 in 13 overs and 1 ball. It's been a tremendous spell from Sam Cook, which has obviously been part of a team effort from the 3 seamers, but if I were to pick one, I guess, from this evening's play, I think we'd pick Cook. Really has given nothing away, no loose deliveries at all, nothing for the batsman to work with, just survival the intention. And here Bedingham again does exactly that, just playing a defensive shot out to water at backward point, and there's no run. Thanks for your emails to and tweets to Martin and myself, and today, and look forward to hearing more from you tomorrow, as this game doubtless will continue to advance. Or will the batsman at some point strike back, and if so, on which side? 54 for 5, keeper standing up, and here Bellingham digs one out again, just plays it to backward point, and there's no run. So 6:45, so sometime after everybody else has finished this evening.
It's always the way.
Yeah. So I'm looking at my
15 wickets have fallen as well.
Yes.
Today, so that slows things, doesn't it? These two can get in intact, then it's a bonus for Durham tomorrow.
It's Cook again. Bowls, and here's a nice drive for 4 by Bellingham. It was slightly overpitched, and he decided, well, look, even though this guy's been bowling tremendously well, it's the last over, I still think it's there to be hit. It was a safe shot. His head was right over the ball, and well, that's just given Durham a little bit of a late fillip on this Thursday evening as Bellingham goes into double figures. Clearly he's key tomorrow, but the partnership is key, one would have thought, because a lot depends on these two. Durham are going to need a partnership somewhere. Bellingham has 10, 58 for 5, and he comes forward to his next one and plays it defensively back down the pitch. The sun comes out again, and an extraordinary day is about to finish. Day that's brought 15 wickets, which looked probably at something like 3:15 or so as more likely to be like a 7-wicket day, and maybe 8 if Durham did well. And turn out we've had 15 wickets, with 5 in a hurry falling for both sides. As Cook bowls, and bowls in! Goodness me, what an end of a day! And Cook stands there knowing he has made a quite critical intervention. I think it's pitched sort of middle and leg and hit off, and it's completely defeated Bellingham's defensive shot. And what a way to end the day. Cook, who's bowled superbly, finishes with 3 for 20 from 14 overs, and that is such a big wicket as well. It's Bellingham, the player of the season for Durham, who has been bowled for 10, and you just can't sort of understate the significance of that right at the very end of the day. And Essex have rescued what was a perilous situation at tea with a superb post-tea session, which has seen Sam Cook take 3 wickets, and also help from Peter Siddle and Jamie Porter, who made sure the pressure wasn't released. And Durham will go to the close at 58 for 6, and they're still trailing by 124.
Well, what a massive blow for Durham, that one. That pitched and never got up, really. Took his off stump out the ground. They could really have done without that, and they're in a right mess. 58 for 6. They'll have to try and have a chat after the close of play and work out how on earth they get out of this pickle. And Essex bowled out for 182 yesterday. Will not believe how well this session's gone for them. Durham really have their work cut out now. 5 LBWs out of the 6.
Day for bowling straight, as was illustrated by that very last dismissal. It wasn't an LBW, but it was a ball that kept low, and there have been 1 or 2 that have done that. And what an extraordinary end to what's been quite a remarkable day. Umpires probably having a chat about the pitch, a 16-wicket day, but it's just been a pitch that's offered a bit to the bowlers, and the bowlers on both sides have bowled very well.
So Bellingham out for 10, and Durham are looking into the abyss at the close this evening. How will they fight back tomorrow? Is there a fight back?
Yeah, I mean,
is this going to be another match in which Essex pull off a rearguard action? We shall see. It's nearly 10 to 7 anyway. Yep. It's been a long day, so we'll leave it there, and we'll see you